For Grand Tour, which I presume you've
Oh,
watched. I
yeah.
don't actually know.
I've watched some. I'm more familiar with
Top
Top
Gear,
Gear.
which is
Um,
also interesting because I remember watching that so casually in Britain because basically everybody in Britain did. And then it's like, was it really popular in America or no? I don't know.
I think so.
So British. How does that translate for you, Rex? Do you feel you learned a lot about British people from that show?
I feel like I am British now in spirit.
And what do you think about because
I've been
I've never
colonized
had the chance to ask these questions. Okay, so what about like what do you think
in
of their car
spirit.
knowledge or the approach to car sort of? Do you consider them a bunch of goofballs or do they actually have insight?
I mean, they're both. They have a lot of insight into cars. They have a lot of references. They've driven a lot of cars, so they have a lot of good relative information from one car to the next. They know how they work. They know a lot of, the mechanical stuff when it comes to cars, but they are a bunch of goofballs as well.
I was gonna say the appeal for me is the goofballs. Whenever they go like the
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
GTX 7089 can go faster, and I'm just like I have no fucking clue what you just said. All right.
So I'm a little confused here because I just saw this tweet show up in my timeline, and I thought that they filmed Henry Cavill's scenes with him in the red and blue suit, but here it's black. So I'm not sure like which what did they actually
Did
recolor?
did they recolor it for the marketing? Because that's in the full. I don't know.
That is interesting.
Because I was pretty
I
sure that they filmed it in red and blue, and then Zack Snyder recolored it in black.
I'm posting it as an image because it's easier for me to get on screen if I do that. I can show
Yeah.
the 5 people in chat.
because I'm because if it's in 4x3 there, that's almost making me think that they're trying to hide the fact that they recolored it by recoloring it for the if where does this GIF come from? Actually, I would need the source for it to have any kind of assessment.
I mean, all I'm seeing it from is from the DCEU's, I guess a fan DCEU Twitter page. So I don't know like
Hmm.
where they sourced it from.
Fascinating.
Hmm. Because it wouldn't be hard to recolor it themselves, especially on the green screen background. Hmm.
But yeah,
I don't know.
I've been enjoying that show, Rex. It's very fun. It's very stupid. They get paid
Mhm.
ridiculous amounts of money to just make fucking crazy nonsense happen.
Yeah, they've been given an insane budget to just do crazy stuff.
I saw like an interview with before it started up, and they were talking to James May, and they were like, apparently you've been given a shit ton of money to basically do whatever you want, and he just smirks and goes, It's like, what do you say to that? You know, you're just like, yes, we have been given a shit ton of money.
James May is a treasure.
They're all a treasure, honestly. They're a really great trio. I was watching. It was only recently I was watching the one where they basically like they open with saying they got to be more like environmentally aware, and so apparently somewhere in some country I can't remember where it is. They sank a ship, in hopes that a reef would build around it from like its rust and different things, and so they're like, we're gonna drop 5 cars into the water and like pin them down to the seabed so that they'll become reefs. And just like the whole episode is them fumbling around with all different kinds of technology to try and do it and just failing over and over again and pissing everybody off in the local area. It's just hilarious because it's all so retarded. I recommend The Grand Tour. It's funny. Also,
Just
Top
a
Gear.
reminder that James May beat Gordon Ramsay in a cooking contest, and Gordon has still never lived that down.
Ah. And yeah, the nature of the show getting taken off air was kind of interesting to me in terms of like, I think Jeremy Clarkson punched somebody and said mean
On
things.
set,
Yeah.
I think that from what I remember about that story, the sandwiches were not to his liking for catering. So
Yeah, and like whoever's the boss of whatever was like, no, he's got to go, and so Richard Hammond and James May left with him, and apparently like half the fucking crew left with them too.
Wow.
It's a bit of a totem pole. Jeremy Clarkson talking about cars at his car show is kind of like people just want to see that. They will pay through the nose to get more of it.
And they don't care how many people he gets upset with about sandwiches.
Not really. He's one of them old British like granddad people where he'll say all kinds of crazy things. Hopefully, he won't be cancelled.
What? So like the crazy uncle, but of cars driving in a really fast car. You know them. I don't know how I feel about them. It's like all right, calm
Well, there
down.
was because there's plenty of people who hate him for different things he says very casually, but like they'll accuse him of all kinds of phobias and stuff. One of the ones I saw an example of was there was this photo of a team of like drivers. This is like a Top Gear clip, and he's looking at their clothes and he goes, "No, they look so gay." It's the way he delivers it. I was just like, oh my god, that's hilarious. And it reminds me of a better time where we could say silly things and not have to spend time in internet jail.
He is very much a product of his time.
Oh yeah.
He's so wonderful. I love him. I love Jeremy Clarkson. He's
I hope
just fascinating to watch. He's great.
I hope they die making the show. Like they are so old and they do something really dangerous and they die and that's how it stops. It's just like, yeah, there you go, makes sense. They'll blow up. It's
whole
crazy
team is
that Richard
team is
Hammond,
aware.
Hammond will be the only one left. Yeah.
The whole
he
team is
crashes.
aware. It's like, yep, that's a wrap.
so
And just-
regularly.
episode.
And like it's a meme, but at the same time, the one it's like season 2 of the Grand Tour, he crashes, and it's one of the ones I knew about. A lot of people did because I just hit the news, right? Like he was in an incredibly expensive car, and he'd finished the race that he was in, and then he just kept going and didn't turn a corner right, and just rolled and like set on fire and had to be helicoptered out because I think as far as he broke his leg, I think so it wasn't too bad, but. It's funny when they come back to like the little tent. Jerry Clarkson's like, it was very selfish because you crashed, but we didn't have any cameras. Like, we had to get this video from YouTube from like someone on their phone recording it or whatever. So, yeah, it's interesting. And apparently, because of the electric car or something, there's like 8,000 cells in relation to fuel that they take X amount of time to explode, and then they set the next one off, and so it's just a chain reaction that can last up to 5 days of it just resetting itself on fire. That was funny. I learned
That's
about
metal.
cars by watching this show, Rags. You proud of me?
I'm very proud of you.
I've learned
And,
that.
and think of all the Top Gear stuff you haven't seen yet, and the years and years that they did that.
That's
And the
the funny thing, I
insane
don't even
budgets they had
know.
to do all the nonsense.
I don't even know what I've seen of that show. I used to watch it back in the day.
I remember watching it occasionally. Yeah, it was just fun.
I never
Oh, good
watched Top Gear, but I did watch a few episodes of Top Shot. Have you seen that show, Rags?
What show? What show?
Top Shot?
Yes, I think I have seen some of them.
Yeah. Figure that would tickle your fancy.
It's all right. It's kind of slow.
I have no idea what it is.
I've just watched a lot of James May doing retarded things on the internet.
Have you seen his cheese
He's
video?
Maybe is that part of his sandwich series?
Well, yeah, the meme is literally he's trying to set up that it's going to be Red Leicester versus Cheddar, and he opens it with cheese versus cheese, and it's just hilarious.
I'd pay to watch that.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, he gives
Cheese.
us away for free.
Cheese.
Dude, James May might be the most quintessential
Cheese.
British person in history. Like he's who I would pick to represent Britain.
Well, if you didn't know, James May has a short little series on YouTube called the Reassembler, where he builds things essentially from scratch. All of the single components of microwave or sorry, like sewing machines and all just different toys and stuff. He'll put them together piece by piece
Cheese.
by little piece, and he just talks while he does it, and it's really wonderful to listen to him talk about different things. He's quite the Renaissance man.
Oh yes, and just the things that bother him and the things he says, I'm just like, oh my god, it feels like the person from next door. It's wonderful. I don't know if you've seen it, Rags. There's a video I caught where he and Richard Hammond both try and construct a Lego car that's like for adults, I guess, like super complicated, lots of parts. I can't remember if it's Lego now. I'm pretty sure it is. But the way it works is every minute they both Well, they get a question, and if they get the wrong answer, they have to take a shot of vodka.
Oh no,
And
I have no idea of this. I need to know what this is.
yeah, just type vodka. I don't know, Richard Hammond, James Bay. You'll find it. It's quite amusing. They just get asked car questions. Naturally. Anyway, I've seen a couple people ask already, so may as well get it out of the way. Shang-Chi.
Yes, here it is.
Trailers.
Oh yeah, Drive Tribe. They do some good stuff with them. Yeah.
Yeah. Who has seen the Shang-Chi trailer?
I
Yeah,
still
on
haven't
Twitter,
because I
it
only
was-
just got out of bed.
I saw it on
I've
Twitter
seen
it had
it.
really bad quality. The sound was awful.
Oh.
But it's Twitter's fault.
The Ching Chong what?
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
And cancelled. That's a wrap. See y'all.
Oh boy.
No,
Yeah,
I
we're
didn't know
done
what he
for.
said.
I've seen it. I think the Free's seen it, I believe. So guy gets taught to do all of the martial arts, and then he goes away for 10 years, and then he comes back, and his dad's like, you gotta be a warlord like me or something, and he's like, no, and that was the trailer. Yeah, who knows?
Well, who knows? But
Very
I
basic
mean,
and generic, I would say. Like I don't know what it is yet. It's
the-
I'll take
fighting.
basic and generic over the last couple of MCU things,
Well,
honestly.
One thing to note, I would say, is that as we've all picking up as time's gone on, this shit is just not going to care about the MCU. It's just going to be, we're telling our superhero story. We're saying it's in the MCU, okay? And you're like, okay. Maybe we'll have Iron Man fly around in it at some point, or fucking, I don't know, Doctor Strange will turn up at the end and go, we need you, the Avenger. Really great.
For the Madge Vengers.
But I feel like everything they establish, we're going to be like, but wait, what about all the... And it'll just be like, there's no point anymore, guys. There's no point.
Stop it.
This universe doesn't adhere to coherency.
Yeah, I mean the highlights of the trailer were like the action looks like it'll be shot clearly enough that you'll be able to make out what's going on.
Whoa.
Looks like it could be some cool kung fu action, but I don't have any hope for the story. And of course, we had the ending of the trailer, which involved a shit ton of collateral damage, followed up by a quippy one-liner that
Yay.
felt very awkward. So
Oh, I mean, for me, the more strange thing is that apparently in the MCU there are like these crazy, fantastical, like Chinese buffalo dragon things running around and pterodactyls. like, okay.
You know what's funny? I was curious about the Shang-Chi's powers or whatever, and like the Wikipedia was like, oh, it's basically just like a human at max performance, and it said even Ares commented on how Shang-Chi's probably the best warrior humanity has. It's like, okay, well, Ares like,
And if you say so.
like, I guess Ares must be some kind of different villain guy, and I don't know what they do with him in the MCU, but Marvel. But I thought it was interesting that it said there were these power rings that that Iron Man made for Shang-Chi. There's little bracelety ring power things in the trailer, but I doubt Tony made those. So I don't know if they were found in some ancient temple or something.
Well,
who knows?
I recall skimming past something on Twitter, and now that the trailer's out, it's drawn my attention back to it. Leaked toys for Shang-Chi, and one of them was like AI Tony Stark. So
Oh.
No.
Oh no.
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 We're all just
Stop it.
no.
Stop it.
let me
Just
double
stop.
check.
Get some
Stop
help.
No
doing
one's-
this. Let them be. Let them rest in peace.
no one's
McDonald's
ever
wants
really
you to be the best
gone.
you can be.
Not to mention we've got No Way Home. That's according to Alfred Molina is going to bring back Spider-Man 2's Doc Ock
So-
to ruin his redemption arc.
Everyone's
basically.
everyone's talking about how he's going to get plucked from his redemption, and that John Watts said something like nobody really dies in this universe or whatever. I need the context of both of these, and I need to know that if this is like a joke or if this is actually their storytelling. Because on the first hand, right, technically speaking, if you're in a multiverse, then yeah, you're always going to be able to find another one, whether they die or not. Secondly, if it's just like pulling him as just before he drowned or whatever, because a lot of people are assuming you would get pulled out before he redeems himself, quote unquote. But if you were to continue his story, I don't know if this is just considered a flaw for Spider-Man 2, but like, why did he have control back over his crazy tentacles at the end? He just did. And so if he didn't, would he then still be a villain after that moment? Maybe that was, or is it just permanent control again? Like he's got the inhibitor back? I don't know. There are a lot of questions that would require answering, but I am not excited to see him return in Far From whatever it was called, No Way Home.
No Way Home, yeah. I'm excited to see how they'll handle the tentacle blades. I'm super excited to see
Maybe
that.
they'll pull them out right away. Maybe they'll fire off like little missiles.
Dude, yeah, if they actually use the tentacle blades effectively, I'm gonna laugh so hard.
Well, we shall have to see. I don't know about you guys. We'll not talk about it. We're going to talk about it next week. All right, we got our own topic today. We're just rushing through a couple of things because it's been a while.
This is our form of rushing.
There was that like I was basically going to say I have little faith in the MCU at this point. Now, why might I say that? You could say be WandaVision. Could say Endgame. Could say the newest content they've released. About
Far From Home?
Not quite that one. I could see why you might think that, but no, it was a different one.
But again, as has been established, you're wrong about Far From
No,
Home.
I'm not.
Oh.
We're gonna
Yes,
talk about
you
that
are.
later, Fringy. No, I'm not. It's garbage.
You're absolutely wrong. But
No,
it's
I'm not.
okay. You
Bye,
are.
bye.
It's not like the
I-
entire plot is run on broken ass Edith.
Nah, you got it. Give it up. All right.
God.
They're all better than Spider-Man is better than you think.
Well,
Why are we
Well,
talking about
you're-
Spider-Man? Zack Snyder's Justice League and Falcon and Winter Soldier is coming out.
True.
Uh,
You
yeah,
could just
true. But go
Fringy,
ahead.
drop the hot take and then we'll move on. You remember what it
Yeah.
is? Remember the hot take in relation to
Oh.
Far From Home?
What? Oh, we were reviewing the list of Oh god, he's got to run away. So scared of him.
No,
Real
literally,
logic.
my audio is just popping. It's going in and out for me.
Yeah, so I think that was the hot take. Someone's put it in chat. I would put Winter Soldier below Far From Home.
Dun dun dun.
Yeah, I can see why. Winter Soldier's got a lot of
Winter
issues.
Soldier is balked. Unfortunately, I really like it, but yeah, it's the worst Captain America movie. That's
Oh
for
yeah,
sure.
absolutely.
That should excite chat for a bit. I imagine.
Yeah,
People
the
think it's
first
better than
Avenger.
people think it's better than
Fir-
the first one.
People think Winter
First
Soldier's the
Avenger.
best in the MCU.
Oh
Yeah, a lot of
no,
people do.
not even close.
I remember people basically comparing it to The Dark Knight. Even it's like this is the Dark Knight of the MCU.
Wow, that's
I don't know
good.
if it's
okay.
better than the Dark Knight.
Uh,
Wow.
That's
Anyway.
interesting.
Mm.
I was talking about Falcon and Winter Soldier. I didn't even hear what was just said there for the past few minutes there. I was just talking. So Falcon and Winter Soldier's not very good. We got one more episode
Yeah.
left. We're all very tense about what it may or may not do across the internet because once you get the last episode out, the messaging will be complete. In terms of everything that show does and everything it says. There's room for the final episode to sort of draw back a bit of, dare I say, good faith. But we'd be more concerned with how fucking broken everything is in that show quite significantly. My God, once again, what is it with every single bad guy closing the distance with their pistols? Even good guys.
It
Everybody's
makes me
doing
upset. It's so dumb.
it. Like, they just don't want to be able to shoot people. They're like, please take my gun. I do not need it.
Yeah, I
At
wonder
least
when
have
that
at least
started.
run at him with daggers so they can't grab it. and hurt
Put a
themselves.
bayonet on your pistol.
Just put a bayonet on your pistol. That's how you clearly want to use it. You want to go up to it's like John Wick 2, where they just go up and try and stab people with their guns.
I'm trying to think of like instances where it would make sense for a character to be put in a position where they can basically disarm someone. And basically, all I can think of is if they're like rounding a corner or they're hiding and they're waiting for someone to show up, and then they grab their gun and everything. But just the whole, I've got this guy that I've got a clear shot on. I'm gonna walk up to him with my pistol. Drives me fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, we'll get into it next week because we'll have next time we'll have all the episodes out by then. We can have a nice little chat. But until then, I should simply say, EFAP lads aren't happy with it. All right. Not that it would shock anybody in chat because you know the kind of shit that pisses us off, and it's all
Yeah.
over Falcon and Winter Soldier.
Shouldn't surprise you.
Hopefully
Falcon Winter
nobody
Soldier is
thinks
fucking horrible.
I've already seen people be like, "Oh, like Mullet's gonna fall to the anti-SJW." Just like, look, I could have the amount of time I can spend on criticizing it, not for its political execution, like of ideas. Like I'd be there all day. However, and this is probably something we'll talk about in the next episode. you can have all kinds of motivations for making really shitty stories, like as shallow or as high concept as you want. But all of them, if you shove them in, can lead to really shitty writing or consistency, I guess. Like making Falcon poor. That's a bit of a tough one to sell to me, from the get-go. And it's just like, well, he's poor, get over it. You're like, seems like you wanted him to be poor rather than he was poor.
Apparently, Tony Stark didn't take care of the blipped Avengers families while during that 5 years.
Because he's a racist.
I don't know if you saw the after credits scene in Endgame, but it was like, oh my god, there's this little message Tony left behind. He's like, actually, fuck all of you. Because of course there was the chance that people thought, unfortunately from watching the movies, that Tony would donate lots of money and make sure to support people, not just based on the fact that he wants to, but also through thorough guilt. And you have like he's explicit about how he pays for everyone and everything with the Avengers in I think Age of Ultron. So it'd be interesting to know. Like, do you think he just like sort of paid for all the white people, or
probably they're it wouldn't put it past me, or I don't think they'd put it past.
It's as goofy as the scene where he's handing out checks, and then Falcon walks up and he's like,
oh, I'm out. Oh no.
Oh, you're here too.
How many did you
you're
kill,
not
Falcon?
Really an Avenger technically.
Aren't you more just Steve's friend? That's kind of your role. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you already have a job,
zero
right?
income.
John Walker.
But yeah,
is
it wouldn't surprise me if they did something like that, where they retroactively turned Tony into a horrible racist.
Also, yeah, for some people wondering in chat, we don't consider Zemo assassinate or anything. There's a couple of bits and bobs that are worth talking about, but he managed to escape the show undestroyed, which is neat. Like I picture
to get out,
the scene where he's being
managed
walked
to escape
away.
the show.
It's like a tidal wave is coming, and he just gets onto like into a bunker. And we're like, oh, thank goodness, close the door.
I'm appalled that they're treating the Shield and Steve as if he is one and the same with America. All three Captain America movies were very critical of America. And this show is acting like, oh, the Shield has a very dark history. Like, no, it doesn't. It's Steve's Shield. It's not America. It's Steve.
He used it to punch aliens and punch Nazis and punch Hydra and punch Tony, and that is what the Shield was used for. There's nothing really racial about it.
So relating to what we were saying about Spider-Man just a bit earlier, I wonder if Mueller understands what a multiverse is, and you can't use coordinates in that fashion to travel. But hey, I guess we'll never know, since he doesn't seem to care and his fans are obtuse.
Whoever said that is an idiot.
They're called the voice of reason, by the way. So here's the thing. I'm putting it out there. You guys are going to hate me for this. I don't think multiverse travel is actually currently possible. Yeah, I know.
What?
I don't want to have to argue about this all day, but yeah. So when you have like fantasy technology, you have you get to do a lot of things. For example, I don't know if you guys noticed it in Endgame and in the Snyder Cut, there was a little thing called time travel. We can't do that.
Fuck.
What?
Okay, some people don't know this. Fine, it's just a hot take. I'll have to deal with it. But
Oh my god.
yeah, so when you invent it, you can be like Back to the Future and do the whole it comes in waves thing, or you could be like Endgame and be like Back to the Future, it was a bunch of bullshit. We know what we're doing. Isn't it right? Isn't that right, Fringy?
Please don't remind me of
Yeah.
makes me really upset.
You know, you can Muller believes in the flat multiverse. This is truth. You ever look outside your window and see a multiverse? No.
The multiverse is
Wait,
flat. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Cars. Sorry.
What else is there? What have we fallen behind on in this world? We were talking about it just before we got started up. I saw Folding Ideas cover Nostalgia Critics video on the wall, and it was fantastic. I had a whole new appreciation for, I guess, the context for everything behind the original, and then a lot of when you take your time to break down the lyrics of Doug's one, it starts to paint a picture in terms of well, I guess I further understand how people got so furious. I just found it funny. Like, you know, if you're gonna do a significant breakdown, parody, satire, love letter, you'd think he would have spent a little bit more time sort of going through the history, and yeah, when you have everything splayed out in terms of the commentary he had, like the is this song just World War II with monsters? I think is what he said. I can't remember. It was kind of like,
Yeah.
oh man, this is getting a little bit cringy. Yeah, but I maintain that all of his videos, he is very bad at his job, and he's always been pretty cringe.
He's garbage. He's not funny. He's just cringy.
Well, he's I think part of it. I can't remember when. I think I got this from someone's video at some point, but he's like obsessed with Animaniacs, and so he like copies their energy, but he has like none of their talent or like the writer's talent for making the show. So he's like a bunny, but he just sort of doesn't stop. He just keeps going, and he's just saying things. And he's the one I often want to bring up if anyone ever says, like, you should appreciate X person because they're foundational, they inspired others to get started, even if they're shit. I should be like, we should offer a lot of praise to Doug Walker then, right? He's foundational. But
he goes and goes.
film reviewers, you owe everything to that man, alright? Appreciate him.
Anyone who goes through films in chronological order, you owe everything to Doug Walker.
Yes.
I think that Doug's video on The Wall was more entertaining than The Wall.
That's a terrible take.
The Wall is fucking half of it is so fucking boring. Oh, jeez, I just wanted it to be over.
You also think that Taxi Driver is boring, Rags?
It is fucking boring.
It is not. It's really good.
Extremely
You're wrong.
boring.
No, it's not.
Huge
So-
stretches where nothing really happens.
What else should we talk about? Is or isn't boring? That's top EFAP content right there.
Hey, how about Zack Snyder's Justice League was boring?
Well,
Oh yes.
Any division
Fuck
there?
No, that was a
Any
thrill
agreement
ride
there?
from start to finish. There was
You know
always
what?
something so amazingly interesting.
I'll deliver the hot take. I wouldn't even mind watching it again if it was with you, Long. I would just start talking about how shit it is again, and then we probably
I don't
talk
know if I
about...
like y'all that much.
Oh, that
Man's
was
gotta
my
have his limits.
mistake.
Gotta have a line somewhere. 4 hours of Zack Snyder. That's asking a lot from someone. That's a big Wakandan-sized favor right there.
Imagine they gave him one more and he made it 6 hours or something. Just be like, oh, jeez.
I mean, we read out the treatment on Metal Stream. It might actually be 6 hours, judging by all the
Rags,
locations.
if Taxi Driver is boring, and so is Blind Manor. No, Blind Manor is way better than Taxi Driver. It's not even fucking close. It's an insult to Blind Manor to even compare the two.
The Riddler says the last riddle and then shoots himself. It's great.
I didn't watch that stream. you
I'm
missed
sorry,
a lot.
Yeah, that happens.
The Riddler says the last riddle and then shoots himself.
Shoots himself, yeah, in front of Batman. That's
Yeah.
It's great. You should just
In-
rewatch the last
But what's
hour
the
of my
riddle?
stream when
It was
we
in the Canadian
repository-
wilderness, wasn't it?
That was one of the fucking places we went on that adventure.
Yeah, we went to Central
repository
City.
read out.
The-
What was it? Justice League 2 Part 1A and 2. A, B.
Yeah,
It was weird.
yeah, it was Justice League 2 and 2A because Zack Snyder pitched it as a two-part film.
Oh my.
It was a fun one. I even read it out of order as Zack Snyder would have wanted.
That's true.
Well, how many walking
Zack
sequences were
Snyder,
there?
ugh.
Oh, well, we walked across the planet. We went from Central City to a continental shelf on the bottom of the ocean to the Brazilian rainforest to the Canadian wilderness
Oh my.
to the Bat Cave and then back to the
Speaking of
Canadian
Brazil,
wilderness.
Yesterday I was at my grandparents' place, and on the TV in the background there was like, I don't know, it was like bull riding or something on ESPN. Almost everyone was Brazilian.
Wow.
I guess Brazilians are really into bull riding.
Yeah, that just seems like makes sense, right?
Yeah, which doesn't really surprise me. Brazilians seem like the bull riding types.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's dangerous and adventurous and very, you know, it sounds like a sport that could have originated in Brazil.
No, I'm not even gonna push back on that. That's on point.
It's better than bull fighting because the bull gets to live.
Oh, yeah,
And the
that's gonna
bulls
be
have
brutal.
names. Like all the bulls have names. Whenever the bull rider would come out, the bull would have a name on the little title card thing that would come out. And I wonder if the bulls can be like celebrities and stuff. Like, oh, he's on Widowmaker. I don't know if he'll survive 7 seconds on Widowmaker. They'd say, except the accent's wrong because it'd be like a Portuguese accent.
Don't do that. That's racist.
Oh, no one has ever survived 7 seconds on Widowmaker.
And then he did it.
Oh,
He broke all
I
the
don't even know
rules.
if that's a Brazilian accent.
I like how you forget that Portugal is also a country where people speak Portuguese and have a Portuguese accent.
I don't know if that's true.
It's
That sounds
Portuguelan
like-
accent,
That
idiot.
doesn't sound right. I don't know. I don't know if that one checks out.
No.
So
Alright,
anyway,
Holy bubba do the toffees.
got that Snyder-tisms. This is the end of that individual arc, the DCEU arc soldiers on, with our watch through of it to come out next, I believe, and then it would be Aquaman after that. Oh, you guys are in for such a treat. I'm actually really looking forward to seeing us watch Aquaman
Me
again.
too.
'Cause that was
Aquaman
So
was
am I.
a thrill. It was a joy to watch Aquaman. It's so bad. It's wonderful.
Mhm.
Was that the most fun one for us to watch, or was that Wonder Woman 84?
It's either that or Wonder Woman 84.
I
They're
remember-
both pretty
I put
enjoyable.
Justice
No,
League above.
Justice League.
Oh yeah, Justice League. I might say Aquaman was the most fun
It might be, yeah.
because
I'm
it
not 100%
seemed there was
sure.
always kind of
I-
something crazy happening.
I think I would pick Aquaman over Justice League or Wonder Woman 84. If I had to like rewatch a DCEU movie and I'm having to pick between those three, I'd pick Aquaman.
Can I just highlight? At
Yeah.
Mauler, suicide coverage was great.
Did a great job covering suicide.
I sort of didn't have the context of like, did you guys do an EFAP on? Oh, well, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it was a
Yeah.
weird day.
All right. So, on that note, we got. I do not want to do a whole set of EFAPs all about the Snyder Cut. Okay, I just want to do this one, not including any others we've done. So, what we'll do is we like chat's gonna be outraged. They didn't even get to vote on this one. Don't worry, your votes have been counted for the Aquaman one. Okay, we will be going accordingly to what you've requested. But this one, what I wanted was a video that argues it is a fucking amazing movie and that, you know,
Ugh.
it may have healed someone's heart or changed
Oh
their
my
life. I was looking for that,
It-
and I did find
It
one.
gave me cancer.
And then I wanted one.
Again? Oh
I
man.
wanted one that made a definitive argument that the Joss cut was absolutely worse, which I am open to hearing the arguments for, okay? Because I felt like, were we the only people on the internet that felt this way, possibly? 6 out
Seems
of
like it.
billions?
That's what it feels like.
Really?
I know it's not true, but it feels like it.
Because I can't. Who else actually like felt that way? I really can't.
Oh.
Like, do you guys know anybody who?
It's definitely a hot take. There's someone asking me in chat, where's the clip of Southpaw talking to the guy that said it was flawless? He wasn't talking about Snyder Cut. He was talking about the other movie, the one that I'm not allowed to bring up apparently.
Oh, you saw Spider. Oh shit! Don't worry, I
Yeah.
didn't say it either.
It was the amazing Lucas, that guy. That's
Minter Spy 3.
it was funny because he kept on saying like, "Oh, it's flawless." I'm like, I don't agree that it's flawless, and he hung up on me. And it's
Aw.
he does the stream called Disagreement Day, but if you disagree with him on that movie, he ejects you from the call.
What does he think of Snyder
That's
Cut?
fair.
I have no idea. I don't watch this shitty content.
Oh wow, Southpaw! You probably won't even be friends with him now. Nice. Look what you've done.
Honestly, I kind of want him to be on EFAP. I just want him to come on EFAP, and
So we
you
can
just,
hang up?
like, No. Just like have him think that he's going to talk about like literally anything else. You bring up what his favorite superhero movie is. He says Spider-Man 2. You guys just like drop me into the call. I'm like, hey buddy, let's have a
Wow.
conversation.
Yeah, but then he'd leave because you're insufferable. Because you know, like. So, first person, people are going to be like, really? But we haven't covered him in ages. I swear to God, I'm not going to check how long it's been, but it feels like it's been a while. Okay, here is the link for all of you gentlemen.
Oh, I'm gonna
Um,
click it.
First one
Here we
is
here we
called
go.
"The Snyder Cut Changed My Life."
Mm,
Oh,
no.
I
Snyder
know
Cut
where
changed
this is
my life.
going.
It
Oh
changed
my
my life.
goodness.
So and this video, a clip of it made it into the Unbridled Rampage, and I believe it was quite a funny one. And yeah, it's an opinion, this video, and there's a lot of arguments made that are very interesting. And I just and it's a quintessential video essay. this will make sense as we go forward. It is the kind of video that when I was watching it back before I made basically any video, I was just like, Jesus Christ, I can't handle this. Like, this can't be. This is why I liked Red Letter Media and YMS and stuff. It felt like real people reviewing things instead of, like, I don't know, melodramatic teenagers who, like, they all learned from the same person how to edit.
Yeah.
It's gonna make a lot
On
more
a
sense when we watch
farm?
this. I don't think
EFAP is
Zod would
becoming
teach.
more like Red Letter Media, where they are all depraved elitist critics. Lol.
It's
I don't know
called
about
being
that.
consistent with your standards that
Rich-
you
Rich
use to
Evans is
criticize
not
The Last
depraved.
Jedi.
Depraved.
RLM is not elitist at all. They're from like Wisconsin.
I feel like they much like anybody, including all of us, will have individual sentiments that come across as elitist because literally humans will do that shit. Okay, the one I would reference, and I'm sure plenty could do it for me, but if you remember when Jay said that Todd Phillips isn't a real filmmaker, so Joker, you know, like it was a bit of a like.
yeah, Jay's
oof.
got some tism here and there.
Oh God, there's a person that I did not expect us to agree with on the Snyder Cut.
Oh, good God, who? Oh,
Hitler?
let me take a
Steve,
look.
Steve
Oh.
Shives? Oh my goodness.
Steve
my
Shives
God.
agrees with us.
I haven't
Steve
heard
Shives, come
that
on,
name
EFAP.
in so long.
These are
Oh
strange
my God.
times.
He wouldn't come on EFAP. He would. No, we're too.
I
Good
know,
God, no.
I
He doesn't
know.
But
go
will he come
anywhere.
in EFAP?
Thank you, sophistic
He's like the
autistic.
ultimate blocker.
That doesn't help us that he agreed.
We must have arrived at our. I'm kind of curious why he
maybe
would think that.
maybe we were wrong, guys. Maybe the Joss Whedon cut is worse than the Snyder cut.
Pack it up,
that's-
boys.
That's
Pack
something
it
I
up.
want. I want to pop my my chat monitor on to see what everyone says. I want basically to reduce it to a binary, okay? Thumb up or down for all of those who watched Red Letter Media's coverage of Event Horizon, and what did they think? Because I have heard it was controversial, but I don't know that that was reflected in the ratings, so I'm curious, those in chat who watched it, what did you think? Go. Anyone here watch it?
You will have to watch
I-
Event Horizon because it's been a long time since
I-
I've seen that movie.
I popped that video on the side, and then I realized halfway through I wasn't listening because I was doing something else, and I didn't watch the movie, so I put it.
Down, down,
Thumbs down, didn't
thumbs up,
watch.
down,
Down,
up,
up,
down, up.
down, up,
Awful, down, down. I'm getting mixed
down,
signals.
down, up, down, up.
Someone is just pointing down.
Wave.
You know what? That's
Up, down,
creative.
down.
I'm just happy to
down,
be
up,
here. Jeez.
Down, up, down, down.
Someone has flipped the bird.
Down.
I think we're getting
Oh,
more downs than ups.
jeez.
All right, now switch gears into I want a sentence or between 1 and 3 of what you thought was lacking about the video. All right, this is going to be the ultimate test for chat. Can they do that?
Oh my god.
Let's see
Are
if
you
they
sure
can-
you can trust them with that?
I think they can do it.
Can you be critical?
And now they're just pointing in random directions.
I was going to say that will fuck up our ability to read these things that get posted, but we will try. What was the question? Rewind.
Someone has given a
His
foot.
coverage of Event Horizon sucked. He lacked any examples.
Not enough
Um,
woman. I fell asleep and I love those guys. Is that a compliment? I don't know.
Rich Evans shat
Live long and
himself
prosper.
during the review.
They disagreed.
Um,
That's why half people are mad.
They didn't even get the antagonist's main reason. Mike was inconsistent in contradicting his previous views. Old man did not pay attention to the plot. I can't remember his damn name.
One of the things I remembered that I thought was really funny, I was actually in a call with Jay. I was just talking to him about it, and I think was it you as well, Fringy? I can't remember. It could have been Rags. Could have been a whole selection of people. My brain's a little bit soupish. So they say that it's almost like an inaccuracy that there would be like there's a black guy who has like a coffee and he's walking up to the girl and he's like, "You want something hot and black in you?" It's like, "Oh," and
I
then they
remember that
say
line.
like, "We've already gotten rid of sexual harassment in the workplace, and this film is trying to say like it would still be there now." I thought it was such a weird piece of commentary. I was like, first of all, sexual harassment, that's a bit much depending on what their relationship is. Secondly, yeah, that could totally exist at any time because a guy could say anything at any point to anyone, really. I don't know, it's possible. And it came across to me, even when they showed the clip, that I was just like, oh, these two are probably cool with that, you know? Like
Yeah.
Yeah,
Rags could
it
make
didn't
that
cause any
joke.
problems in the film. I can't remember.
Well, I was gonna say, Rags, you could say that to Metal, and he'd take it very well. But someone else would be like, "Wow, sexual harassment on EFAP. We can't be having that."
I could ask Metal if he wants something hot and black in him.
Yeah. You look at that face. He looks ready. I guess. He's crying, but he's looking to Jeebus
It's a happy
to
cry.
take him home.
Tears of joy.
But yeah, I don't know. All right, that was the chat interaction sequence. We've never done it really like that before, and we probably never will do it again. That was really fun. Good stuff.
Yeah.
We got a lot of feet.
So anyway, yeah, I guess so. The lad we're covering is Brown Table. He's going to tell us why the Snyder Cut
Oh
is
my
excellent.
God.
For those who haven't seen the film or the Unbridled Rampage, this is all going to be very weird to you. But I don't know. There's nothing I can really do for you at this point.
Should have
Mm.
done your homework for E EFAP.
If there's anyone out there who only watches EFAP and isn't subscribed to any of our channels, then this will be just a strange thing that's happening. But I hope you follow along. It's going to be great. All right, here we go.
Piano music?
They had a data
Not playing
breach.
for me.
Not playing for me
It's
either.
the Superman theme.
Oh,
Oh, that's pretty close.
It's
Oh
not
yeah,
playing
it's
for me.
literally piano. Like I
Hello?
think you're on point.
Yeah.
Hello.
Okay.
it's playing
is there
for
a chance that
me.
we can switch to Singapore?
Well, I'm not against that whatsoever. Let's
What?
go.
I'm gonna
Okay.
All right, let's see.
I'll
if
be
that
honest. I
works.
don't
Part
think
one.
Singapore is going to save you, Southpaw. It sounds like it's a your thing.
No, I just checked speed test. My internet's great. It ain't my internet, and it ain't my mic either.
I
Okay,
don't know
no,
that
it's fine for me.
speed tests
So-
will tell you how consistent your internet is rather than how speed.
It could be
Part
like
one.
intermittent.
I didn't mean
one-sided
to
battle
stun
with
the
Zack
cast
Snyder.
with that comment, but yeah. All right. So is it working for everybody?
It's working for me.
Yes. It's
Yeah.
good.
All right. I will roll it back a little. Yeah, and so part one is a one-sided battle. So what he's done is split the
no.
video into 6 parts.
Kill me.
I don't know if you
6
guys.
parts, but the video is
Well-
17 minutes long with
well,
the
right.
NordVPN ad.
Well, can't you see why? Because a certain
No.
Zach did it too in his movie.
Just so everyone knows, NordVPN had a major data
Oh,
breach
he
and took
did,
6 months
yeah.
to.
Well, I figured everybody uses NordVPN because everybody sells it. Like it's in all videos. What are the other ones? Are there multiple VPNs? I can't remember anymore.
Express.
I use
VPNs
Express
That's
now
it,
because
yeah.
the data breach scared me because they took 6
Surfshark
months.
is
to
another
fucking-
one, I think.
Yeah.
Is that the name?
Hmm.
Which
Well,
one do I use?
South
Is
VPN?
It is, yeah.
Web
ExpressVPN
VPN.
is the one I use, yeah.
don't trust Nord. Oh my goodness. Well,
We will
I
cover
wouldn't-
this video.
oh, I wouldn't want to go too fast. Otherwise, the people who are here for regular EFAB content would be very confused. Let us
yeah.
go.
I remember watching Watchmen when I was really little, and I remember
It's
I really like.
It's the perfect. It's so quintessential Brown Table. It's so feelies, and I remember. I remember. Oh, reminisce
Yeah,
memories.
we're already into kind of what I was talking about. It's like production elements. He's gonna make everything 4:3, no matter whether or not the ratio fits.
Oh.
Everyone is welcome to commentate on that however they wish to. I don't know what I have to say on it other than just I know that when you decided that, it was nothing more than, well, I mean, the main film is.
It's like the movie.
And then of course this gap in the opening, the piano coming in, and that really emotional voice to make sure that you understand what we're doing.
I remember.
I remember it.
Death.
And I suppose someone might be like, well, wait, if you make like a somber video or a video that's very personal, you're not allowed to use this voice? I'd be like, well, I mean, he uses it in every video, sorry, pretty
Yeah,
much.
all of yeah. That's
And I
all
don't-
that's his formula.
Maybe we'll
If
have to
he-
see how this video goes and see if he's earned this kind of tone, because it did change his life after all, right? And if something changes your life, it's usually pretty significant.
Hey.
And if
Or-
something like this can change your life, maybe your life isn't that amazing.
Wow. What if he
So
said
I
that
don't
about
know-
you, Rags?
Well, then he'd be wrong because this fucking movie didn't change my life. It wasted it.
Why did you change my life, Zach? Fuck.
So I don't know much about Watchmen. Like I haven't seen the movie and I haven't read the comic yet, but I heard that Zack Snyder's
I agree with
All
whatever
right.
the
Well,
last
that's
part of
fair
that
enough. I
sentence was.
agree. Well,
He literally
carrying
cut
it
at
right
the
along
point
then.
of the meat.
Yeah,
He's gonna
so-
pop back in at any moment, and he'll just be carrying on. It'll be really funny.
Yeah, maybe. Oh well.
Just-
Imprinting it
starts
into
like,
my
and
mind.
that's when I shot
Oh
the
my God.
deer.
matter.
It's like,
Oh my goodness gracious.
Oh, it was totally the Singapore thing. That was what it was.
Oh no.
He's still not even back, is he?
no.
What?
So
What?
it's okay.
I can't hear anyone.
It's okay.
You know, I'll try and say what he was probably going to say, which is that Zack Snyder's Watchmen is enjoyed by many. I think the hardcore comic fans think that it misses the overall point of what the original story was going for. And I've heard the argument that with the way that he films it, it glorifies the violence when it's supposed to be more of a criticism of the violence that superheroes can use if they're not controlled harshly enough and stuff. However, tacitly, I would say it's my favorite movie from him.
I
I'd
don't
say
think
by
I've seen
benefit
it.
of being mostly faithful, it the good writing from it kind of rubs off a little bit.
So yeah, I would have to rewatch it again. I haven't seen it in fucking ages, but it's a very split sort of perspective on the movie. It is both loved, hated, and what will be the word? It's endured. It's tolerated by a lot of people as well.
I was just trying to say, I don't know, because he mentions that he watched it when he was very little. So it's like, was he old enough to understand like why that movie is
He's
so
not old enough
hollow?
to understand now.
I was gonna say. Well, you can know if he'll understand. It has to be one of his friends made a video essay on it that he could regurgitate. That's just gonna be possibly something for what it would be. But I don't know how old Brown Table is. I want to say, is he like 20 or something? He's super young man, which explains him and High Top a lot of the time.
Yeah.
They're little cherubs, and they often say like they were wrong about something like a year after. Like they basically they dump. Oh, this is an interesting way to look at it. Lindsay Ellis had a bot that deleted her tweets, I believe, 2 months after she makes them, or even 2 weeks or something, to avoid getting the cancel brigade. Which is, I bring that up because that's kind of what Brown Table and High Top do with their opinions. They will be very passionate about it, but then like a year passes or whatever, and they're like, well, you know, I've grown a lot. I'm a better person now. And then they'll say that again the next year, and so you just wonder, like, are you just constantly in a state of being shit, and you're just waiting for the day where you finally stop saying, "Oh, I'm right." But, you know, they do the whole,
Everyone needs their Snyder cut to change their life.
well, they do the whole like, "Oh, I was so wrong by that. Oh, I used to see things so differently." I was just because I think High Top has even said, like, in regards to the Snyder cut about how Batman should be portrayed, quote unquote. He's like, nah, this is okay actually, and my perspective on like adaptations is a little bit different. I kind of was wrong before. Pretty sure he'll give no quarter to Spider-Man still. Spider-Man is just, you're not allowed to do fucking anything with Spider-Man.
Well, we already saw his Twitter like meltdown about the no home or whatever the
He
fuck
is
it was.
going to hate No Way Home, probably.
Yeah.
And
I
you know
cannot
what?
wait to watch.
That's okay.
I can't wait to watch it. I'm so excited.
Yeah,
Hopefully it'll be as good as Spider-Man 2.
It's gonna be just great.
Who knows what will happen? But yes, I guess I was gonna say it's funny that the Lindsay Ellis example, because she like deleted Twitter because the mob came after her. I don't really know if there's anything for us to say on that. I just thought it was amusing that she said he needs to apologize to Movie Bob. He's still creepy. They're still not friends, but people made fun of him a whole bunch, and she doesn't really appreciate that. That was amazing.
What a world.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
I'm sure he appreciated it.
Goes on.
I was really little, and I remember imprinting it into my mind, no matter how much my parents didn't really want me to see it, as it was rated R. The violence, the stylization, the darkness of it all, it was completely different from what I was used to.
Why did you?
Different. He had to put the word different on the screen.
And it was not in
It was
sync
really
with him
different.
saying different. That really annoyed me.
So
It was off sync. Yeah, it was. It was way too late.
that is
It's not playing for me again.
that is straight
Oh,
up Goodell shit
metal.
right there. Like, I've done this so many times in Goodell now. It's like, how do you keep doing this shit? Why does that need to be on screen?
Different.
Different.
That's what I
I'm
see on
starting to
screen
think,
right
like, is there even a time and format for why you would put words on screen? What do you guys reckon?
It,
It
there's
would
probably
be when you wanted to particularly accent a point and you wanted to make doubly sure that your visuals were not, at least the stuff that was playing in the back, wasn't distracting from the words you were saying. So you put it in text very boldly.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I
Yeah,
would use it in this case because it's just like the middle of a sentence that he just said it's different.
Yeah, I don't see the fucking point here. But
Yeah, okay.
I was thinking if you did a breakdown of Breaking Bad, for example, and your opening statement talk about how the show is fundamentally about change. You know, like you combine it with chemistry and stuff, and that word came up on screen, and you start describing how other things kind of reflect it. I'd probably be okay with it. All right, but different,
Yeah, or
like,
if it was a short sentence, something is something, and you leave it up there for a while.
Yeah.
Too, but I loved the filmmaking. I loved how cool all the characters were, and could tell even at a young age that they were all flawed and some terrible people. Yeah, I fell in love with Watchmen.
in some
What?
Oh
I
my
fell in
Very,
love with Watchmen.
very deep analysis here from Brown Table.
Hey, look, he liked the characters. He could tell that they were flawed and they were bad.
and they were some
they looked
terrible
very-
people.
Mm-hmm.
They looked cool.
I
it was
fell in
very
love with
stylish.
Interstellar Ranger Commence Go, or whatever it's called.
Oh god, it's gonna be something else. But yeah, I don't know. Is again. So earlier when I was talking about how like they all seem to learn from the same person for editing, everyone in this like fucking format does this. They put it on the screen. I don't know what it's like. It's almost like a nervous tick they have. Like when they're editing, they're like, it needs to go on screen. It's like, does it need to go on screen? It's like, it does. It does.
Does it?
It wasn't enough
the
that I said it.
You
No,
have so
no,
need
little
a-
faith in your own voice.
I don't even know that they'd have. Do you remember when Thought Theater first came on and he was like, why was the opening black and white or whatever? And I can't remember what question it was, but he was just like, I don't know. I just did it. And like, I think that's gonna be
Yeah.
Brown's Table's answer for a lot of things. I'd be like, I don't know, man.
It's just what is done.
It is how it do, and stop questioning it.
It is how it do.
Time I didn't know who Zack Snyder was. I only began to learn about him.
Why in the world did he
Duh.
have to put Zack
Zack
Snyder's
Snyder,
name on
duh.
screen next to Zack Snyder?
Oh,
It
you're
says
taking the
duh.
piss now.
This
You're
is-
taking the piss.
Yeah,
I don't.
he
A
has
lot
to
of
be
people, most
parodying
people
himself.
probably couldn't pick Zack Snyder out of a crowd. I don't know why you said duh.
This is the part that just fucked me off. I either don't put the name on or do put the name on. Don't put.
You look so bored.
Don't do duh. Why would you?
Yeah, a
'cause
lot of
that-
people don't know what he looks like.
'cause-
Most
well,
people don't know what he looks like.
It's the worst of both worlds. He's done it knowing that. Well, he believes that most people would recognize him anyway. So like, why put it up then?
This frame makes Zach look like he's just cringing at at Brown Table's editing decision here.
Look, it's probably gonna be looked at as pretty nitpicky, but I just like the
Here we
It's the
go.
process, okay? You go. Will people know who this is actually Zack? When I say Zack Snyder and I show a person, most people can pick that up. That is visual storytelling to an extent, right? Reference. But if they don't, you put the name up, which I'm also okay with. But don't put duh. Why'd you do this to me?
Yeah.
Duh.
And once I realized he was directing Man of Steel, and I made the connection in my mind, oh right, he's the guy that directed this one movie I really enjoy. But also at the time,
job.
the Marvel Universe was in full effect. Man of Steel came out in 2013, the year after the Avengers. And we all thought this was DC's attempt to start their own cinematic
No, we
universe.
didn't. Stop. This is a
So-
rewriting of history. No, they didn't. It was meant
Stop.
to be a trilogy of Superman films, and then later on they decided, oh, maybe we should do what the Avengers is doing.
Batman vs Superman is closer to an Avengers style movie. I feel because it's, but even then it's not close, but it's closer.
Do you mean in
Well,
terms of
it's
just
trying
there's
to be
there's,
what-
there's like a
Yeah.
team up in it?
Yeah, it's trying to assemble characters, but they did it horribly. So they got a terrible director to do it, which is their first mistake. And then their actual plan to how they introduced things was bad. Preaching
And
to the
Chris
choir here,
Terrio
but
was
they just did the
involved.
wrong thing.
I'm not sure what I feel about him director wise. I just definitely think he's a terrible writer. Like 100.
He's definitely a terrible
Mhm.
writer. I think he relies too
Uh,
much on stuff that's just
well, like,
superficial.
I think it was Frankie Stream what we were asked, like, who would you want to direct more if you had to choose between them, Ryan Johnson or Zack Snyder? And they don't get to touch the script whatsoever. What would you guys answer that with?
Zack Snyder.
No,
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
Well,
No.
I don't know.
I'd want Ryan Johnson.
I'd go with Ryan
But
Johnson.
so
Yeah,
like-
I'm thinking I'm erring towards Ryan at this point.
Neither have influence on the script. Just want to make that clear.
Oh, neither of
Zack
influence.
Snyder
Oh,
wasn't involved.
Then I might go with Ryan Johnson then.
Well, Zack
Find-
Snyder wasn't involved with.
Yeah.
Snyder wasn't involved with the story for Man of Steel or BVS.
Well, I mean, he was the
Um,
director, so he's ultimately responsible for it.
Oh,
Oh,
sure.
he did have involvement with the BVS story. That was when he started taking more significant control. It was more Man of Steel was a pitch by David S. Goyer that was backed by Christopher Nolan, and then they brought Zack Snyder on board, and then Zack Snyder started having
Yeah, and
creative control with
I want to make
BVS.
it clear, if there's like a scene where, I don't know, fucking something happens and then Zach's filming it and he's like, actually no, I think this is gonna happen. What I'm saying in this scenario is there's like nothing. They don't get to do anything. There's like just a force field that prevents them from changing anything that they've been told to do. Because I imagine both Ryan and Zach would like fuck with a script that was given to them to no end, depending on whatever their vision is. And yeah, all I would base it on is just I quite like a lot of the composition in TLJ. A lot of people would praise the way it looks, and that's about it. Zach has a lot of neat shots too, so it's a little like. And the funny thing is with direction as well, they both seem to be quite loved by the cast and crews, from what I understand. And then action scenes, maybe that's more down to choreographer, if we can. Not because I don't know that the fight scenes for Snyder's stuff and Ryan's stuff, who's better. I can't really make a decision on that one.
I don't know if Ryan Johnson's made anything as good looking as the warehouse fight in BVS.
Yeah. So I think there's arguments for both of them, but it was an interesting thought. Like if you had to have one of them direct your script or something, which one would you rather go with?
I'd say Ryan's less obnoxious.
Ryan doesn't overdo the Jesus imagery.
Yeah.
Presumably you
He
could
needs
keep that
Jesus.
out. Like you could be like, hey Zach, no, put it down. But who knows? Also, seeing Avengers in 4x3 was like, but
Pain.
And it was wildly exciting for me, because again, I loved Watchmen, but it kept pushing my expectations on Man of Steel. It's gonna be like Marvel, right? This is like their
wait, why would you assume it's going to be like Marvel if you love Watchmen?
Yeah, what's
Yeah,
Watchmen and Watchmen and Marvel don't seem like they have a lot
Oh
of.
God, no, they are.
Yeah,
I see where this is
similarities.
going, though. Oh no.
Well, I just think he's probably rambling a little bit, and I think I know what he wanted to probably say, but he hasn't separated them very well, because he was just like, I'm so excited for Man of Steel because of Watchmen, and I can't wait for Man of Steel to be like Avengers. Like, wait a minute. Feels like what you meant to say there was you're excited for it to be like Watchmen, or at least the competency in Watchmen will be reflective in Man of Steel. I don't know, but we'll let him carry on. It's all right.
first movie, the Iron Man, and then they're gonna build into the Avengers, the Justice League. There's one correct
You
way.
can tell that Man of Steel wasn't meant to be.
One.
One.
I have one brain.
God damn
I
it.
was about
Wait.
to mix it up with two.
God
we-
damn it.
Off.
Can we actually try to keep track of all the words that he puts up on screen? Maybe he's trying to give us a secret message. Like there's
All right. Maybe this is actually incredible work. So it was different. I know different and one, but what else were there?
Zack Snyder and
Duh.
There was
Different-
one more before that.
Different.
different Zack Snyder one.
Oh, I fell in love with this film. Was
Um,
that one?
Yeah,
I fell
yeah,
in
that
love
was
with
it.
Watchmen.
So, yeah, I
I
fell in love with
the
Watchmen.
Watchmen.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Not convinced yet.
we will decrypt your
Yeah.
message eventually.
Maybe it will be a Nagaram.
We'll make it a game of like Mad Lib. Basically, like, all right, you have to form a sentence using all these words.
Or an anagram, maybe. Nagagram.
It'd be really funny if it spells out like "fuck EFAP, I hate them." We're just like, oh shit.
Oh, hey. Not bad.
Gonna put all these into Anagram Maker later.
Avengers, the Justice League. There's one correct way to
One.
do this one thing, and watching the movie when it came out, I didn't get Marvel. I got
One.
this.
All right,
Yeah, you got Man of
We
Steel,
have
which
hit-
is bad.
we have hit a big conversation point right now. So, a lot of people
Mm-hmm.
got disappointed with Man of Steel, much like Brown Table apparently, because it wasn't like Avengers. Now, I think you can all probably agree with this. That was not the problem. Not even close.
No.
Most movies are not like the Avengers, and there are many good movies.
Yes, and I can't remember if EFAP chat are ready for this, but Avengers, the first one, is better than the rest of the Avengers, being Age of Ultron, Infinity War, and Endgame. Cannot remember if that is known or not, and I don't know if Avengers is hated in our community or not. I know
don't
that it's
think so.
considered bland, and
that's just frustrating because it's really good.
you haven't let him finish his sentence. I don't care to. I want to talk about what he just mentioned.
Yeah.
Man, you must be new here.
Maybe.
So a sentence doesn't have to end for a complete thought to occur?
Yeah, so the equivalent of what just happened is, I don't know, fucking Rags was like, oh my god, there was 7 cars outside my house the other day, and I paused him right then and go, it is weird how crazy things happen. And then Rags goes, I didn't even finish what I was talking about, and I'm like, oh shit, well, I mean, you can, and we will get to it, but I want to talk about the idea of crazy things happening now, because you put me on topic, okay? That's what happens here. Don't worry, I've not said Brown Table is an awful human being with an awful argument yet. We are presenting the potential and
That's
talking
implied.
about it. He's got a bad track record, and that is fine. As long as it gets better eventually.
Please.
But yeah, I wouldn't mind mentioning, like, there's since Joss Whedon got cancelled to hell and back, there's lots of random bits and bobs of sentiments about how shit the Avengers movie is. It was kind of weird because, like, it's way more coherent than the other 3. Like, Endgame and Age of Ultron get blasted out completely. They're both just fundamentally broken. Infinity War has similar problems, but my god, the character work is excellent. Or at least that's my current position. If I was, without rewatching them all, I even like the character stuff in Age of Ultron. The plot is so fucking broken.
Yeah, there's
as
good
well.
stuff in there.
I
There's
like
also
a lot of the
weird
cabin stuff.
But Avengers, the plot is pretty solid. The characters are fucking great, and I mean, it's that's the comparison I was kind of making with the others. And with the lists as we've done them, and we'll probably do them at some point again. Avengers scores pretty high in the MCU. How does everyone feel about that here?
I'd agree with
I
that.
think so. Yeah.
I'd say it's top tier MCU stuff. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
From memory, yeah. I haven't watched it in a while, but I think so, yeah.
Big man, the suit of armor.
Take that off. What are you? Naked.
Flutes.
Weird scene.
Got a big
That man
dangus.
is playing Galaga.
Probably wouldn't notice.
Yeah, so anyway, it would have set some expectations, as well as been influential. The DNA of the MCU is, as a lot of people put it, ugh, I hate Marvel humor. We I think since Rags has pretty much coined it, calling it Marvel sludge. It's just the approach that they have at the baseline. You see it in Ant-Man and the Wasp. I can't remember, I haven't seen Ant-Man in long enough now that I'm not confident in saying it about Ant-Man, but I don't remember that being particularly memorable. That's a statement.
Well, if you can't remember it being memorable,
I know, right?
then it wasn't. Then it wasn't
Not
memorable.
But everyone tends to think like it's Iron Man, and then like these are like the significant sort of moments of the beginning of the MCU. Iron Man got us to Avengers, which got us to basically everything else. I kind of see it as A New Hope and Empire, where it made it go from this experiment that was doing really well to like, oh, this isn't going to be stopped. This is just going to go on now forever.
Cannot be stopped.
Unfortunately,
It's self-sustaining.
Yeah. Hey, I like it. That's good. I don't even know if everyone's picking up what you're referencing. Assuming you are.
I mean, the words and what they mean.
No, it's
Are
a
self-sustaining, like a star supernova,
it's-
or a.
Kind
what
of,
makes
yeah.
something very dramatic in Avengers. It changes up the plot a little bit because something gets to be self-sustaining. Not really important. The idea that DC was not given a fair shake because Marvel made it so that everyone was hoping it would be that way and then judged it unfairly. Like, I just never had this issue because I was so totally on board with you know what?
A more realistic, somewhat darker presentation of superhero stuff.
Sure.
People have always been fine with this idea and this concept.
And yeah, and I don't
Just
know.
have
And
to
it's
do it
not
well.
like it's not like there's so few people who are interested in these movies that there can only be one kind.
There's that weird idea
Plenty of
that
room.
like it's much more brainy and Like you
No,
need
no,
you
no.
got to spend more time with it. You got to watch it a couple more times. You got to understand all the references. You got to really take it in. While a Marvel movie is just popcorn stuff. And like I've always found that so cringe. Like, oh, no.
Fellas, I've watched Man of Steel for years, and it has gotten worse every single time.
Well, those who are watching the EFAP arc, you'll notice that we went in being like, well, this will likely be the best one, and we were like, wow.
I hate it.
Yeah, the way to put it. Anyway, we will roll him back and let him take us on a journey.
When did
Thing,
this
and
start? This whole like if it's darker, it's just if something is more lighthearted, and tonally enjoyable, then does that
think
mean
it's-
it's just
they
gonna be
fall- I think
less intellectual?
It's a recent phenomenon because
That's what I'm thinking.
I think Guardian. I like to break it down into there were sort of two periods for sort of superhero content. The Dark Knight spurred in grimdark era, and Guardians spurred in more lighthearted, irreverent era. And I think it's been lately that we've started to see this shift towards, if it's light-hearted, that means it's stupid and shallow. It doesn't have any depth, which is funny because I think that that's a very shallow and stupid perspective.
It's incredibly pretentious as well.
I feel like I'm a little. I've got kind of the same
Often, yeah.
position, but in different eras. I feel like what you're describing happened at around what Brown Table's describing, and Guardians helped usher back in the idea that, well, no, it can be really fun and stupid and simultaneously fantastic. And the mistake, from my perception, comes in at, okay, so darker, more grounded, more realistic, more adult, more mature, more deep. You know, like, wait.
It's a conflation of tone with writing quality.
Yeah, I feel like we skipped over a whole bunch of stones there without really connecting them more thoroughly, and it's really annoying because it's just like children's stuff can have plenty of deep thematic messaging to be pulled out
Toy
of it,
Story.
instead of just
Yeah,
being like, yeah,
like,
but it's a goofy thing. No one cares about it. You're like, yeah, okay.
The little toaster.
Yeah,
that
Pooh's
could.
Grand Adventure. It was really when I watched that when I was little, I was like, man, this is getting a little dark. You know, this is kind of strange.
Mm.
Everyone,
Isn't that the one where like the inciting incident is that they misunderstand school to mean skull?
correct? Yes,
Yeah,
they
yeah, I
think
remember
that
one.
Christopher Robin has gone to Skull
Oh yes.
instead of school,
remember
and
that.
so they go to save Christopher Robin from this at the time seemingly horrific this stone skull dungeon. And there's like a big section that's reminiscent of Peter Jackson's King Kong over this massive chasm. And some of the characters get depressed. I would like to rewatch it again, but that was like hardcore Winnie the Pooh content.
I watched it many times actually when I was younger. That particular one, it stuck with me. A lot of imagery in that.
Yeah, it sticks
mean,
with you.
The fact that like I haven't seen it in so long and I just remembered what the inciting incident was like, yeah, that movie leaves an impression on you for sure.
Winnie the Pooh is better than Zack Snyder. Don't at me.
Why would anyone at you? They'd agree. Well, then they did
Yeah,
at you
but
too.
there are
agree.
crazy
Winnie the
people on
Pooh
this
is better
planet,
than Zack
Mola.
Snyder.
There are very crazy people.
Well, I'm sure we've weeded them out. No one's left. How could you watch EFAP's coverage of the DCEU if you
Weeded
felt
them
that-
out.
Weeded.
Oh,
We
that's
didn't.
Weeded them out. Oh my god.
fun.
Watching the movie when it came out, I didn't get Marvel. I got this epic with a stoic character.
Epic.
Mm.
Was
Hey,
it Celestial?
look,
It
is it?
was
it's
a
big,
catastrophe.
There's explosions. There's spaceships. You know, it's pretty epic. I agree. You guys are just kind of being. You're just being.
It wasn't as epic as
Get-
Pooh's Grand Adventure, though.
One.
Yeah.
How could anyone? No one would claim different, right? Come on, be reasonable.
Yeah, no one's smart. Well, this is like the litmus test for
The Pooh
intellect.
test.
The
Ew.
Pooh test. Yes, the Pooh smear. if you
No.
will.
Marvel. I got this epic with a stoic character, scraps of comedy, and an all-around dark mood.
Scraps of comedy.
Where's the
Is that
I like
supposed to
how-
be- It sounds really
here's-
bitter.
Bad. Yeah,
So-
scraps of comedy. That would be like a complaint that I would
Mhm.
levy against the film. They're like, well, there were
Like-
scraps of comedy.
Is he talking about the scene where Superman impales the truck with all the logs and turn that thing into a pile of
That was
scrap?
pretty
Was that the
funny.
scraps of comedy he's talking about?
Yeah.
Well, you've got the I think he's kind of hot line,
Oh,
which is apparently Carol Ferris's cousin, by the way. So
Was
thanks
it-
for dragging Green Lantern into this shit.
Was it that great moment at the end of the movie where they made fun of the guy asking out that girl like he helped save her life? Was
So
it that
good.
line?
So
That
good.
was such great comedy.
Yeah, that just made me angry.
nice.
Well, it made you
What a film.
feel something at least.
Yeah, I was
Anger.
happy to feel something, even if it was, anger,
Rage.
resentment, rage,
Cringe.
cringe,
You felt
definitely. All the
grim.
time cringe.
That's how it
Cool.
starts.
Cool.
The
cool.
anger,
The grin.
the rage that turns good
Coom.
men coom.
Well,
It turns good coom bad.
it's all chunky.
It makes me sing Kumbaya.
Oh no.
My lord.
Of comedy and an all-around dark mood. It wasn't necessarily not what I wanted, but it wasn't what I expected. It's not really how I
It
saw.
wasn't-
Text syncing is bad,
All right.
and you should feel bad.
All right. So we have different, we have I fell in love with The Watchmen, Zack Snyder, duh, and it wasn't what I expected. I'm gonna write these down.
Oh yes.
Saw the Superman character as well, and ultimately I ended up disappointed. As of right now in the present, I think the film's fine, but one of the reasons I genuinely didn't like the
Why do you
movie at
think
the
it's fine?
time was that
Fine.
so many people around me were telling me this movie is mediocre. That
What?
They were wrong. It's not mediocre. It's terrible.
But
It's
like,
genuinely awful.
Well, you should have started thinking for yourself. Like it was already telling you, and it's just like, yeah.
everyone
yeah,
around
okay.
me was telling me
is
it was mediocre. Oh, poor baby.
Dang.
Oh,
Yeah.
Why is it in 4x3? Because he's an artist. Don't understand.
he's an autist. Yes.
No. Oh, damn it.
people
Don't
around
worry, I
me
gave you the
were
autist pass.
telling me
Nice.
this movie is mediocre, this movie is bad. 2016
It is bad.
Fucking, why are you putting them on
It
the
is.
screen? Why?
Might as well
Because
put your
we need
whole
to know.
fucking script on the screen. Like, come on.
Mediocre bad.
Yeah, it just scrolls top to bottom the whole time.
Yeah.
Because all the words in my script are
Well,
important.
I remember back in the day, I don't know if he still does it, but Joseph Addison would link the scripts of his videos in the description, and at the beginning he would say, you can open them up and read along. It was like, what?
Okay.
No.
What?
Okay.
It was such a weird thought. It was
Okay.
like, alright.
rolls along. Batman v Superman is here. Batman kills. Superman is still dark. Lex Luthor is not faithful to the comics.
Batman
Everything's
always-
so
The
weird.
faithfulness
I
wasn't the issue there.
It wasn't faithful.
Yeah,
you
people
could
are
say that.
fine.
Understand.
For the most part, people are fine if it's not faithful to the comic because the vast majority of people don't read comics, so they don't know anyway.
not apply to
I
you.
dare say
comic
make it
fans,
better
okay?
than the comics, but the problem is Jesse Eisenberg was like one of the worst things my eyes and ears
Well,
have ever experienced as
yeah,
a human
that's-
being.
The important, I honestly think this is a better way to go about it anyway, and this applies to everybody in chat and everyone in the world. If you go, Lex Luthor was bad because he wasn't faithful, it's like, no. Start stronger.
He wasn't
how,
faithful to good things.
Talk about how he was bad because he was fucking nonsensical. Talk about that. You don't even need the comics at that point. Be great.
Could not understand. Why can't you be like Marvel?
What?
Why would you?
No one wants
He-
this.
no, he said earlier he didn't get Marvel at the time, but then he says, "I thought, why wasn't this like Marvel?" So you didn't want to understand it. Like, what?
What a... I know... I was about to say, what a childish view, but I was like, wait, was he like 12? I don't remember. Because...
When these things came out,
Yeah.
close. He must have been close.
I don't know, man. But like, oh, why couldn't it be Marvel? This is... I guess because this
Why
is going
can't
to be
you
a
have
big
substance?
arc, right? I'm just sitting here like, can we skip the toddler era? Because like, yeah, these takes are just garbage.
Can't you be
Garbage George, you
like
said.
Marvel? I, at this time, knew about the Snyder fandom and the certain toxic people who inhabited it. I made fun of how some of them praised Zack Snyder as a god. Well, of course, it's just for fun, and yes, Snyder cultists,
right.
as they're called, should most definitely be clowned on a bit to humble them. There was something underneath.
He is one, isn't he? He's one deep down. He just doesn't want to admit it, but he is one.
There was something underneath.
there was
Yeah.
an idea.
You're reading it like Bruce Wayne in Gotham High.
Good times.
I was in a one-sided battle with Zack Snyder. I was in a fight that he did
Nice.
That sounded like
Oh.
Snack Zyda.
Snack
Smack
cider.
Zyder.
underneath.
Smack Zyder.
I was in a one-sided battle with Zack Snyder. I was in a
Oh, you know what? It's fine. I was just hearing things.
fight that he did not know he was fighting. I was thinking, how does this guy not get it? Why does this man not do what's literally been outlined for him
Oh.
by Marvel?
Why did you? Why?
Why would
Oh,
you
that
ask
is-
him that instead of why is your stuff just shit?
Why does he keep saying this? It's so weird. You know, if someone said like we were annoyed because Man of Steel wasn't like Avengers, I'd be like, I don't even know where to begin with that question. Like, what do you? Not. I don't think Man of Steel
I
should
don't
be like
care.
Avengers. What do you mean? How do you even make a story about Superman fighting Zod and saving the world and getting to know himself the same as Avengers? How the fuck?
I was parroting what I heard everyone else say. This is bad because of all these reasons, and it should be like this.
Because of all these reasons.
Good.
Good.
What were the reasons,
Would you care to
Roundtable?
list?
Tell me the reasons.
I wish.
Please
to.
explain yourself, young man. Would
Because-
you like to show your work?
We're not gonna get that because the video is too short. I say that it's
Oh.
17 minutes. That's like a marathon for him.
There is
That's
a
long
correct
video.
way.
You can tell he
No.
cared.
You put is.
No,
on
this
the
is paced
screen.
like the
Should.
Snyder Cut.
Is.
Is.
It is.
Why would you ever put is on the screen?
Is.
Clearly
How
you
important
guys.
Well, it
is
depends on what
be?
the definition of the word
Oh,
is.
Jesus.
You guys have
Christ.
never written a script apparently because this. You just put notes next to it saying, "Make sure this is on screen." I do it for death
This
bullshit
is,
with Goodell
is
all
on
the time.
screen.
Mm.
Make sure this is on screen.
This is
Yes.
code for something.
It's
don't
bad
know
This
because
what
of all
it
is on screen.
These reasons, and it should be like this. There is a correct way to make art, and it's this.
Oh my god! Stop it.
Art.
Because you get what he's
This
doing,
way.
right? He's setting up the wrong guy, and he's gonna slap it down. Old Brown
Is that
Table.
the
who
sequel
was
to
wrong.
My Way? Frank
Yeah.
Sinatra?
Oh yeah, well there is no correct way to make art.
It's just the equivalent
It
of this.
kind of bugged me a lot that that a lot of people mistake this for good editing because big, bold, the sort of well, like this kind of text just popping up on screen. It's like this is good editing, even though it's like
Easiest
nothing.
shit to do.
It's really
Stealing from the
easy, but
Russos.
It tricks people. That's the thing.
Yes,
just
it tricks
reading-
people absolutely.
I'm just reading through all the words that he's put up on screen. Different. I fell in love with Watchmen. Zack Snyder. Duh. Man of Steel. 1. Wasn't what I expected. Mediocre. Bad. I could not understand. There was something underneath. Should is this way.
That
This
sounds like
reads
slam
like-
poetry.
Shit is this
It-
way.
It reads like you know that the words that Zemo reads out to make Bucky go crazy in Winter Soldier mode. That's what this
Yeah.
is.
You read about it.
Just
It makes
sentence at the
you.
end, you just have to click the like button.
I want to make a rap song with all of these after this is over.
Word.
Good luck.
Should
Oh,
be
here
like
we go.
this. There is a correct way to make art, and it's this way. I mean, when other companies want to make universes and fail, that's because they don't follow the Marvel formula.
Oh my god! Stop
no,
it.
stop.
Uh,
Stop saying this. I don't
Is
know
it-
anyone who's ever said this. If it's not like the Marvel formula, it's wrong and bad.
Marvel fucked things up a whole bunch, even in Phase
know,
1.
Marvel can be improved upon, I would dare say.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I want to just highlight this message from someone on the Discord in number
Oh.
50. Is this the anti-life equation?
Yes,
Oh my
yes, it
God.
is. This is the this anti-life justifies my hate. Holy fuck!
This is the anti-art equation.
Anti-art equation.
Oh god. Get to the part where you find out you're wrong, Round Table. This is pain.
Right?
Yeah.
Hell, I just want
Hey.
Zack Snyder, the guy that inspired me in 2009,
sad
to
Zack
be
looks.
loved, to be in a spot where people
Inspired.
can enjoy his work. So why
No, his work's
does he just
shit.
not make a Marvel movie?
I like how you think you built up to this point, but you haven't.
Yeah.
This way, not make a Marvel movie.
Like, and then, well, it'll be part 2 any second now.
In 2017, I got what I asked for.
But I'm
I
still
got what
waiting
I asked
for.
Oh
Snyder Cut changed my life.
Okay, okay.
The Snyder Cut changed my life. it's I don't know. Probably says a lot about your life that such a shitty movie can change you.
Well, could you argue that a really bad movie could change your life in terms of just like, oh my god, this has changed my perception of shitty films?
The Last Jedi
Maybe.
kind of changed all of our lives. Like
That is true.
It put our lives on a
Mm.
trajectory that was not predictable.
You know what? He's got a point there.
Mr. Table, please seek help.
Mr. Table, are you about to explain how this movie was so bad it changed your mind on a lot of things? Because I am on board with that. I'm ready and willing.
I don't think he's gonna say that.
No.
Fuck.
Before we get to part 2, let's talk about today's sponsor that made
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
video pop.
NordVPN.
Don't you think there is a hilarious
Sherry's
juxtaposition
berries.
here of like you have this super serious intro, it starts when you're super young, you grow it up, you have all this worldviews changed about art, and so they just go NordVPN. You're like, oh,
NordVPN
weird,
changed
like-
my life.
it just feels
this
as
is
though
why-
I don't knock anyone for doing sponsorships, but just put them somewhere where it makes sense. Like, don't
Yeah,
make
this
this
one felt
whole
really
build-up
awkward.
thing. Start somber music, like, and now there are sponsors. Like, no.
Maybe
What are
maybe
you
if
doing?
Brown Table put pacing on the screen, he put that word on screen, maybe he would understand not to do this.
Maybe.
it's just that you
Place to put your
if
ad.
everything is going as planned, right, and it isn't for us because we find it hilarious, but if your viewer is like, oh, that intro, that 3 minutes, that was fucking gold, I cannot wait, and then suddenly, like, well, do you need a VPN though? And you're like, oh, well, maybe, I guess. I
Hide
don't
this embarrassing movie from my history. Maybe.
know. Like, yeah, it
This
could
is
be a
why
thing.
CGP Grey doesn't take sponsors, because he doesn't want to compromise the structure of his video. Yet, and here
Well-
we have a perfect example of how that can happen.
Yeah, because I would never want to make the claim that you can't. Like, there's plenty of people
Oh,
who try to
absolutely.
implement them pretty well, but like, oof, that one, I felt that one, you know. And I really feel like video essays between 10 and 20 minutes, it is really hard to slot them in because the nature of this sort of project is tonally going to be at odds with an ad. It usually is. This one certainly was.
Yeah.
Possible. Okay, so what happens if you want to watch a movie, say the Snyder Cut, when you're traveling and the
Why would I
country
wanna
you're
do that?
traveling to doesn't have HBO Max?
Oh, no.
Well, all you have
Oh
to
my
do is
god, I guess
stars.
I have to fucking enjoy my vacation. I can't. Oh, man. Jeez.
I can
Fucked
picture
up.
Rags being on the
Ugh.
airplane. Someone pulls up next to him, the Snyder Cut. He's just like, no, I don't think so. No, that's
No,
just-
no, and I go to the door to the plane.
you put your
I grab-
pistol to
I-
the window. You're like, I will shoot it.
I pull out the cushion of my seat, which also doubles as a flotation device. And I just jump off the plane. Nope,
Take your
I'm
chances,
swimming
maybe-
back to America.
You
You
ruined
think
everything,
NordVPN
Zach. How could you?
You think NordVPN is part of his message?
Oh, I assume NordVPN is coming on screen like this just to match everything else he's done in this video. Yes, it's important to get.
Okay.
Make sure you take that in, guys. NordVPN is going to be relevant in the conclusion.
Include the mountain.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we,
Use Nord-
we make fun
Oh,
of we
oh,
sort of
shit,
make
I
fun of
forgot
Brown
that.
Table a bit for being kind of young and naive and not so bright, but there is few things that he said have kind of, I guess, bolstered that joke of ours than the young kid who goes on a vacation to a foreign or an exotic place. And their concern is, can I get HBO Max in my hotel room? Like you have
Excellent
a
point.
brand new part of the world, all of these things to see, all these things to do, people to meet, food to eat. And you're like, yeah, but what if I can't watch Zack Snyder's Justice League on HBO Max in my hotel? That sounds like something a 14-year-old would be concerned with.
There's a lad named Marcus who has been consistently angry at us for our coverage of Brown Table. He's like, make fun of him for 5 seconds of the video. It's like, first of all, 3:19, all right, we're well on the way. And secondly, we don't usually require 5. We're often pretty good on 1. We can just go right in,
Yeah.
You'll make it through, buddy. I believe in you.
VPN, change IP address to the United States, and freely access
God, could you imagine being on holiday with all your friends? Where should we go? What should we see? And they're like, can we watch Zack Snyder's Justice League?
I would buy a separate hotel room at that point,
Uh,
even if I didn't have the money.
Also, what shoddy cutting of the 4x3? You know what I mean? It's like
You think Nord appreciates this?
I wonder if they would
Like,
actually
so
take issue with
united.
this. They're like, "Can you make this part not 4x3, you fucking idiot?" And he's like, "No, you're compromising
No.
my vision."
My vision. My vision.
HBO Max like you normally would, but that's just scratching the surface of what NordVPN can do. NordVPN isn't just for getting access to content only available in other countries. NordVPN is a service that can help you with online privacy,
Others
website
can
access.
see your location.
Oh
What?
yeah,
No,
we
you
gotta
wanna
include that one
so
too.
yeah, you don't want to put that on screen while you're talking about NordVPN because I at once thought that Nord allows others to see your location.
Nord
Like, no,
allows-
I don't want that. Go away.
You can upload all of your private information.
Others
And
can see
again,
your
they
location.
got a fucking breach that they took 6 months to tell customers about. So
Guys, imagine like what an ominous pair of sayings here. I could. Oops, sorry. There was something underneath, and others can see your location.
Oh, well. Look, you're supposed to take a very positive outlook on this. This man's name here is anonymous. He's trying to hack into your security, but with NordVPN, you can stop him. That's what you're supposed to take away from this, okay? Idiot. I like his world map.
No, you.
To make sure he knows where the world is.
Access and
map
online
world.
security. There's always people out there who want to steal your information. Even your internet service providers can check and log
Oh,
your browsing
no.
history.
Oh, no.
okay, okay.
Oh, no.
Picturing Harold over at, like, BT or whatever, just like,
Well, guess
what
they
are
having
you
a fun
looking
night
at?
if they do that.
This message is getting very ominous.
Your ISP monitors the website. Be very careful. Like, oh no.
Did it?
They'll know how much you like Zack Snyder's Justice League.
No.
I have no idea.
no,
You
no,
can't let them
no!
know. They'll make fun of you.
They're installing, like, you know, the next whatever thing for your internet, and they're like, by the way, you've seen that movie quite a few times. Like, you like it? Like, what? It's like, I just,
It was a friend. I had a friend over.
it's
She
just
really
a bit
liked the
weird, you know?
movie.
3
Like-
friends.
You're like, oh, hi, I had
At different times.
I reviewed it online, okay? I reviewed it, and he's like, yeah, that's what a lot of people end up saying. All right, I'll catch you around. You watch a bit too much porn as well. Just saying, it heads out. You're like, okay.
Okay.
Just saying, what you watch is illegal in 7 states, but you're okay here. Just want to let you know.
Snyder
So
forgives
protect
you.
yourself online by using the winner of 2021's Best VPN Overall by VPN Mentor. There's
All right.
Oh,
What would
Okay.
that
30-day
mean
money
if I
back
don't know
guarantee.
what VPN Mentor is?
I was about
they-
to ask.
well, I mean, everyone knows VPN.
I was about to
Mentor.
say, just because you don't know what it is doesn't mean it's incredibly not important, Fringy. What the fuck?
Yeah, Fringy. This is that elitism that they were talking about
Yep.
earlier.
Oh, so you,
You
can
live in
put
your
shadow
own
behind the text.
world.
Remember, Fringy constantly talks about how important the Oscars are, and it's just like, dude, just because you know what the Oscars are doesn't mean they're important.
Yeah, I don't fucking care about Oscar.
Yeah.
Look at him.
Why
He's,
would you not care about Oscar?
Oscar
Fuck
Oscar
Because he's a
shit.
grouch.
The grouch.
yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about another Oscar.
Oscar is also the old bomber plane in JJ the Jet Plane, I believe.
What about Oscar Isaac?
Ooh.
Ah,
Oscar
yeah.
Isaac.
He's going to be in Dune.
Yeah.
Like,
I liked him in Ex Machina.
Yeah, he is.
I liked him in.
Old Oscar is.
Remember that
yeah.
Star Wars movie?
No, he's not the
Oh,
bomber. No, I was
um,
wrong. Old. No, I'm thinking about Big Jake. Big Jake is the bomber plane. Oscar or old Oscar, he's the biplane.
Ooh, he's bi.
They do a very
he is
special.
the biplane.
See, I feel like the character of the person should go beyond their sexuality, but you know, you felt the need to bring it up, so whatever.
Did they do a very special episode of Jake the Jet Plane about Pearl
JJ
Harbor?
the Jet Plane, not
Oh,
Jake the
JJ.
Jet Plane.
God.
Oh,
please.
okay. Okay.
Yeah, asshole.
Please.
We're supposed to get our
Listen,
references
JJ
right.
the Jet Plane changed my life.
Guys asking,
Should make a
guy in
video
chat's
about it.
asking to have us skip the ad now. It's like, no, we can't.
No.
There's words that
think-
are coming up on screen we might miss.
Someone
gonna
said
say-
more.
code.
Someone in chat said more JJ Ragslore, but they spelled it JJ like the 2 letters. No, it is JAY JAY.
Just for that
Please.
failure, he will no longer provide you additional lore. That's how it works. That's
No.
exchange.
Oh,
As
no,
for-
Fudgy
you
the little
ruined it for
helicopter.
everyone.
I feel like it's just a thing now for us to go through the ad reads in whatever video we're covering. It's almost like we can find things to talk about as we skip through it. It's gonna be fine. I
Yeah.
swear.
Someone said Jake Jet Plane was a ripoff. That's right. Imagine being a ripoff of JJ the Jet Plane.
So,
Oh.
Someone else said Jake the Jet Plane is JJ the Jet Plane episode 8, the last plane or something like that.
Oh my
The
god,
last plane.
that was really depressing.
I want to see the Snyder cut of JJ the Jet Plane.
Oh
Honestly,
God.
you know, you're all going to the cinema to see it. It just opens, everything's really dark, rain, the lightning bolt, and then one of the characters will be in that rain looking at a dead girlfriend or something, and then it'll be like, it'll cut to black and it'll go 3 weeks earlier. It's gonna be it.
I saw a Photoshop like years ago of Zack Snyder's Thomas the Tank Engine that scarred me for life.
Thomas the Dank Engine.
Actually, I think I can dig it up. Here it is. Fucking hell. Oh God. So
Oh no.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's pretty. Oh no, I don't like that.
I don't like that.
I don't like that.
Now I'm just thinking about if Thomas the Tank Engine was Man of Steel. Like, where did you learn how to train on a farm?
Literally had a train.
Yeah, that's right. That's the joke. You suck, McVeigh.
Why would you say that about your own
He
joke? What the-
crashes into a train station. The coal goes everywhere. Fucking,
Well, yeah, that
caving
was
in
my other
skulls
thought
and-
too. Like, I don't know, Zod is the train, and he's like, "Don't do this," as he's running towards, I don't know, like a bunch of kids playing on the train tracks. And then he says never, and Thomas hops the line and nudges him off the line, and then it's the scene from Call of Duty World War II. where the
You
train
learn to fight on a
keeps crashing.
farm.
I love the idea.
Oh,
that
you
they-
would be able to do the train trolley problem at with Thomas the Tank
Yeah.
Engine.
It's a literal. It's not only literally where did you train, but it's literally a
Took
trolley
my
problem.
soul,
Mm.
ba-da-da-da, Krypton,
I-
Snyder, do
dead, ba-da-da-da.
Yeah,
Love of
Thomas
your
the Tank
life
Engine, directed
or
by Zack Snyder.
suffer the children. Green Goblin should be in this movie.
Yes.
Almost a Tank Engine by Zack
I'm something of
Snyder.
a train myself.
Train myself. Pick up your mother's train.
Pick up your mother's train.
You know, that's a good time to mention when you're in the editing place and when you're in a call that lasts like 19 hours with another editor, and you just listen to certain clips over and over again because you need references, they start to lose. You know when you say a word too many times? I listened to that
Trident.
stupid fucking
Like
thing where he
words.
says, "Pick up your mother's trident" so much it became so funny every time I clicked it. I was just like,
Take up your mother's trident. what a phrase.
"What are you doing, Willem? Like, what's
Oh.
going on?"
Because it wasn't funny when I first heard it, but then I heard it for like the 40th time, and it was just like, take up your mother's trident.
Arrgh.
The way he awkwardly climbs the step first as well. Like he's got to get a little closer before he announces it.
Yeah, in case he actually does want to take up his mother's trident, he has to be able to reach it.
Oh, I'm sorry. This Marcus guy is a fun one.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. I was thinking about one of the best movies in the DCEU.
He said Mauler's videos used to be good, but now they're clickbait for geeks and gamers.
What's that
What?
even mean?
I don't think Geeks and Gamers appreciate Mahler's position on this.
I was gonna say the Phantom Menace despise like my position more than likely. I don't know. It's like what a strange thing to say, but all right. Keep them coming. I find them funny.
There's a 30-day money guarantee. You can use NordVPN on up to 6 devices, and you can go to
Use NordVPN to make sure no one knows
nordvpn.com/broundtable to get
Okay, you need
70%
to
off
copy that
everything.
entire link, Southpaw. I believe in you.
Fuck me.
70% off 2-year plan plus 1 month free.
NordVPN.com/roundtable
for 70% off plus a 2-year plan plus 1 month free.
We're just gonna try and feed that into some machine to try and come up with like what Brown Table wanted to say.
If you take up
Round
your
Table,
mother's trident,
slow
you get
down,
this
please.
70% off a 2-year plan of NordVPN plus 1 month free.
It's just gonna be there's gonna be a frame of this video, right, where just the entire thing is a wall of text, like a leftist meme.
Yes.
Download NordVPN and get 1 free mother's trident.
Mother's Trident.
What
You know,
Mother's...
the thing about Mother's Tridents is they come with 2 extra spikes.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah. Pretty
Oh
neat.
yeah,
Good.
so that each spike has less power behind it.
So
Queen
that you
Dent.
can kill 3 vampires who are huddled together.
Yes.
Mm.
Well, wait. Would it
Yeah,
work
you
if it has to be
can
made out of wood,
That
right?
would be 5 vampires, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah, I guess 5 man, Korg. That would be a really impressive little
You say
weapon.
Korg?
Korg coomed at
Yeah,
that
because
idea.
Korg's the one who said the vampire huddled together thing.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
He
yeah.
did indeed. He did
But
indeed.
if you have three vampires
did.
huddled together,
You know,
Very fun.
in Ragnarok when they have the heads of like the previous champions and Thanos is there, on the building is quick and it's supposed to be like an Easter egg.
Mm.
It was really cool because it helped us believe, dare I say, that he could defeat Hulk the way that he does, and then it also has the bonus of showing that he's a super fucking terrifying, powerful person.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not
Yeah.
gonna say that like Ragnarok and Infinity War respect continuity the best or anything, but like I miss stuff like that, little things.
Now everything pisses us off.
Maybe
Ragnarok's better than the
you
DCEU, what?
child. I am more advanced, and I simply say I do not appreciate this particular form of art as it does not appeal to me directly. You couldn't just say that, could you, Rags? You have to be a child. You have to throw your toys out of your pram.
Listen, I will take up my mother's trident and I will hurt you.
You put it in the
Four-pronged is a
pram.
fork.
Oh well, what about a
Don't
five
call it a
prong?
fork. It's not a fork. This is
it's a
Aquaman. It's
5-pronged
called
trident.
no. It's called a dingle hopper.
Okay.
plan plus a month free. And right now, NordVPN is celebrating its birthday, so you'll get all this and a surprise
Wow.
gift if you use the link. So
Man,
get
it's
protected by going to
literally
NordVPN.
You can
Your
trade
birthday
it all
present is
in
your mother's
for
credit.
what's in the box. The box, the box.
I've brought it up before, but it is my favorite example of this kind of shit when they put it in ads. I'm not saying this is one-to-one. It's just something that makes me think of it. When they go, Raid Shadow Legends, they do all the ad stuff. Greatest thing ever it has. When they say stuff like, over 70 champions, it's always like, that means nothing to me. I have no idea.
I mean, nothing.
Who are these people?
But when they say, like, if you sign up now with this code, you get all of these treasures and these coins, and it can speed you past the opening 10 levels. And you're just like, you just told me, like,
Oh, this is one of those games where I play to not pay the game, isn't it?
literally you
like I don't want to
avoid-
play one of those games.
like you are winning the game the less you play it. It's like, oh, that's a concept, I suppose.
Well,
And
wait a second.
yeah,
It used
God,
to
I
be
hate
the
those.
opposite.
What, like someone's like, oh, don't play level 1, fuck that, skip to 10. Like when you first play a Mario game, you're like, ah, I'm alright, I wouldn't mind playing the 5th level. it's fine.
I shouldn't
VPN.com
want to skip the content in the game. That's you failed as a game designer if you don't want to skip it.
You say that, and yet they make shit tons of money.
Yeah, true.
Brown Table and getting 70% off a 2-year plan plus a month free.
Ooh, a free month?
Wait, oh my
You can
goodness.
get your,
All
you
right,
can get your data stolen for free.
here we
Part
go.
2, The Justice League.
Part 1 was like 2 minutes long. The ad was longer than the part.
Yeah, but his video is already
yeah.
17, so
There were parts of your video, Fringy, that were not 2 minutes long.
imagine
I wish
part 2
true.
was
Yeah.
the ad, and it's just that, like for that section.
Part 2, Justice League.
Zack Snyder's Justice League had sponsorship in between parts 1 and 2.
For
Oh,
like
they will make it even
Dunkin'
longer.
Donuts or something.
Yeah, but it would be a break.
No, it would be like it'd be like something for melatonin, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know that they're gonna do that, but if ever they did, ads in the middle of movies that actually stop it all, like a YouTube video on when you're watching it on your phone, because any normal person has found a way around it on YouTube normally because it's a nightmare. Have you ever watched a video? Has this ever happened to anybody? And chat, you're welcome to chime in here. If you see an ad, like you get 2 that are unskippable, that are like 15 seconds, and then literally like 3 minutes into the video, there's another 2. Like if that happens to me, I'm just like, all right, I'm out. like,
Yeah,
I'm gonna go
I'm not. I just. I would have to convince
Sometimes.
myself that I wasn't that interested in the video anyway.
Jesus Christ. And what really annoys me as well is the volume difference, which I don't know how you would solve that, but like if you've had to put a video up and then the ad plays and it's like blah, 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 and you're just like, oh god, no, please.
I think
Late at night, you got
from-
someone sick in the other room.
they took that.
Dickheads, it's time to talk about casual slipcovers.
I remember the hoodie. It was like a Australian hoodie brand, and they call it the hoodie. I saw like a million ads for it, and I was like, I don't care about the hoodie. Stop, leave me alone.
I don't know much about Australian clothing brands, but I do have some Aussie bums. Those are good.
What were you
I think
saying?
they took
Will?
it
Fringy knows all about those because he's from the land down under.
Wait, what's that? Sorry.
Wow.
You know about Aussie bums, right?
What is that?
I wouldn't worry about it.
The-
It's a bit beyond him, right?
Got in a billion
I assumed
Manscaped
since
ads
he
at one
was
point.
from, the land down under.
That place.
I like
be able
how
to-
that applies to me, but not Meme, who is also from. Yeah.
He's risen
I'm
Yeah, well,
above.
you're like the representative.
Oh, right. I'm the resident Australian expert. Is that it?
You're the ambassador. Tell them
Yeah,
about the
you told
Gimpy
us about the
Gimpy plan.
emus.
Oh, that's probably worth
Oh.
mentioning. Some people have mentioned about the ad thing with content creators they like, including sometimes EFAP. If ever you see a cluster of ads on any of these videos, it's because YouTube did it and I haven't done it yet, or I missed it or something, because for some reason the AI
Dude,
shoves all the
this
ads right at the
AI
beginning or something.
yeah, because I just recently got to monetize the videos, and I looked through it. I was like, oh, how they even do it? And it's like fucking 12 in the first hour, and then nothing at the end. It's like, what are you doing, AI? And it even says like, oh, it's gonna place it at like a break part that's natural. It's like this is not natural. Like, what are you? This is far away from natural.
Hmm.
So basically, I have to check every fucking VOD upload I do.
It's neutral.
Neutral. So anyway, part 2. The Justice League.
It seems like the Justice League is here, and it was not what I expected. It has more attempts at comedy, it was a lot brighter than Zack's usual work, it was
Yes.
definitely
it was better.
unexpected. But of course, that was because Joss Whedon finished Snyder's film.
He
Why did he put-
attempted to save Snyder's film.
Why did he put duh underneath this one? I don't get it.
Duh.
At the time, Snyder left the project because of a personal tragedy, and what was the result of the film that was finished is what I
Justice
now
League was a
call the
personal
Justice
tragedy.
League. I honestly thought the movie was gonna be good. Like, holy shit, the director of the 2 Avengers movies was finishing Justice.
You,
Finishing is the key word there, my good man, as well as the studio
finishing,
mandates.
yeah.
What? Imagine being any
Also-
director trying to make a good movie out of Snyder Cut. Oh.
sigh.
Like,
he tried.
well,
he
yeah, he did
tried.
mention that.
Yeah, an
I would
attempt
have-
was made.
I would have been interested in seeing a from the ground up Joss Whedon Justice League, but that's not like a huge leap. I would be interested in seeing that from a lot of different directors and writers. I don't really care to see many people's interpretation of Zack Snyder's Justice League. You know what I mean? Like, if it was like, oh, let's give it to Quentin Tarantino to finish off and add 70 million worth of bonus things, I'd be like, it's probably gonna be terrible. I don't know why we would think otherwise.
I'd watch the fuck out of it though.
Yeah, so
This is
would
gonna be
I,
very
but
noticeably Quentin Tarantino scenes dropped in where they're just really
a lot
good.
of fate.
Well, that was good and enjoyable. That was out of nowhere. That's kind of strange.
Well, even the Justice Cup, we have the good scene room.
Yes.
Well, yeah, you had the part where Flash said Batcave. There's a lot of good stuff in there. Yeah, absolutely.
That's one of those. Yeah,
Good stuff in there.
something that happened against advice, probably from several people. That's how it goes.
Several losers. Yeah. Luckily, he went forward with his incredible creative vision, bolstered the character, had a funny laugh in there. It was a great moment where we could just breathe and relax as an audience. Oh, it's good stuff. It's really good stuff. Really good
League.
stuff.
Hooray, right? But sadly, that was not
Hooray.
the case. For about a day after watching the movie, I thought maybe this movie was better than Man of Steel or Batman v Superman. But eventually I realized, no, I'm insane. Justice League
No,
was a mess.
you were
No,
sane
you were on
briefly, and now
You were-
you've,
I can see why you changed your mind because your position was correct, and so therefore you had to go back to the wrong thing.
It must be so worrying for someone like Brown Table if they look back at a position they had and they were like, it was only because everyone told me that was the position. And then nowadays he's like, but now I've managed to strike out on my own. I'd just be like,
I'm a big boy.
have you, Brown Table? Have you? Is that what happened?
you have failed.
Like, maybe. It's like fucking Twitter was filled to the brim with Snyder Cut is phenomenal tweets. I remember just being like, oh my god, Twitter's no longer welcoming.
I was lied to.
Yeah.
I never even saw the Twitter stuff because I'm not on Twitter and I rarely ever look at it.
It was part of what
And
was-
I watched Zack Snyder's Justice Cut and it was horrible. It was
Well, that
so
was-
terrible.
That might inform why it was so much easier for you to discover that, because the sentiment was it was better and it was good.
And having a brain is hard.
Overrated.
It's scary being on your own and having a
Adulthood is, yeah.
It's just interesting to me. He's concluded definitively that he only felt X because people around him told him so. But nowadays, no, this is 100% homegrown opinion. And I'd just be like, how did you tell the difference, Brown Table? When
You haven't changed.
this was like a unanimously agreed upon position. I saw literally because we had him on last EFAP. John CJG was like the only fucking person that I follow that put out a tweet with like, film wasn't very good. And I was like, oh, thank goodness.
There was also Razor Fist. He apparently thought that standard cut was worse.
The problem that I tend to have with Razor Fist is that I feel like Razor Fist is also kind of like inconsistent. So, like, I'm not sure if it would be for the same reasons.
From what I understand, he thought it was way more boring, right? Like that was one of the things he went with. It's drawn
Which
out.
is not like, yeah, it is, but it's not, it's not the important part, right?
Maybe he has more specific reasons, but I didn't know that he thought Joss's version was better. I thought he thought they were both terrible. Not 100% sure on that one today.
I think the thumbnail said like it's worse or Joss's is better or something like that. I don't know.
It was muddled, confusing, the tone was everywhere, and ultimately I thought it was the worst DCEU film other than Suicide Squad.
Oh.
Suicide Squad was pretty bad.
But it's not as bad as Man of Steel.
I was about to say, wow, it feels like we're on an island. It's like, no, Brown Table. Wait,
Bad boy.
I'm sorry. So, are we
Get the
sure
newspaper
that
out.
Suicide Squad is worse than Man of Steel, though?
No, we said better, right?
Suicide.
It's better.
No. I'm sorry. Are we sure that it's better than Man of Steel?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Am I sure?
absolutely
I don't know if I'm
positive?
sure, but I'd say pretty confidently that it is.
I'm pretty
It's
sure.
really incompetently put together.
You
I
wish me
mean-
to like Exhibit B. Man of Steel is meanwhile is so very competent. Yeah, I don't know. I can understand the confusion on it. It would be like, what? But yeah, I think there's way more I can talk about positives for Suicide Squad, as crazy as that sounds, compared to Man of Steel. I quickly ran out of things I could say positively about Man of Steel the more we covered it.
I mean, I guess there is Diablo.
Yeah,
who's like,
and
okay.
What do we conclude about the villains for Suicide Squad? I remember.
The villains, like in terms of
Spooky
like
Sorceress
Enchantress
and
and her brother,
yeah.
or
I'm not sure. I'm honestly like I'm having second thoughts about saying that Suicide Squad is better than Man of Steel, but both are really bad. Is the problem?
Surely they beat out Zod, and surely the world building of Suicide Squad, as much as there's damage, like where are all the superheroes to protect us from this thing happening, is not going to be as bad as Man of Steel's, which does that and more, because Wonder Woman should have been helping, and so should fucking Martian Manhunter. He should be helping here as well.
But in fairness, hunka.
Yeah.
Well, that's cringe,
that's
but
cringe.
that's not.
There's so
really-
much more cringe in Suicide Squad, though.
Yeah, but cringe isn't. Like,
It's not really a metric.
I don't know.
we
That
can-
movie made me think that cringe might be objective.
Yeah, right away.
I would allow. I would totally allow anybody to pick any of the fucking DC movies for like their least favorite, most favorite stuff, because there's so many reasons for all of them to reach all the different places. But
I would rather rewatch Suicide Squad. To be clear, I would rather rewatch that than Man of Steel.
Nah, honestly, no.
I'd rather.
wouldn't.
wait, what?
I
that's a
actually
toughie.
might rather watch Suicide Squad than Man of Steel.
Yeah, that's what I said. I would rather rewatch Suicide Squad than Man of Steel.
What's Fringy saying?
I thought you were the ones saying that you thought.
No. Okay, so I'm not sure if Suicide Squad is better than Man of Steel. I'm saying I would rather rewatch it.
Oh, I don't think I would.
I would.
I really didn't
You
like
would-
Suicide Squad.
You would rather rewatch Man of Steel over Suicide Squad?
So like, that I feel like I laugh at Man of Steel more because of the memes now.
What?
You know?
Oh,
But
yeah.
Suicide Squad's way funnier. No. Man of Steel is less funny bad.
Well, I can see Fringy's point. There are a couple of dare I say, the EFAP community has blown them up more than we necessarily did, and so it's made it a lot more fun. While Suicide Squad's ones have been run into the ground over the years, like all of us except maybe Rags know about all of them. And I do remember thinking that Suicide Squad wasn't as fun on our watch through as I remembered it being, which was interesting.
Yep.
At the same time, Man of Steel, I'm afraid, is in the trilogy of miserable, and I want to stay the fuck away from them.
The trilogy
I
of
think it's worth
miserable.
noting that I really wouldn't want to rewatch either of these movies. I do hate them both.
Suicide Squad's faster. We'll be out faster.
Is it faster?
I'm pretty sure, yeah, isn't Man of Steel, the one we watched was like Fucking,
Okay.
was it 3 hours?
Yours was actually only 2 hours, like 20 or something. It just
It-
feels very long.
Oh, okay.
Very long.
I guess that what will edge out Suicide Squad over Man of Steel is the amazingly written character that is Slipknot, the man who
Yeah.
can climb
The man,
anything.
that is the man who can climb anything.
He
Yeah,
was
he
written
can, in
more
fact, climb
consistently
anything.
than any character in Man of Steel. He
was
died doing
climbing,
what he
yeah.
loved. He was climbing something.
He was
Yeah,
fucking
Slipknot, the man
climbing.
who could climb anything, was,
was-
part of the. Yeah, he was part of Suicide Squad, and he wasn't in Man of Steel.
He is in my top 5. At the top of my top 5.
I don't know why he wasn't
Well, yeah.
in Avengers. What the fuck?
He was
Yeah,
so
they could have used Slipknot, the man who can climb anything.
You know,
he
he
was
should have climbed into the editing bay and fixed Man of Steel before it
Yeah.
happened. You
You
know,
know, it'd be really cool.
Slipknot, the guy that can climb anything, was so good at climbing stuff. He was able to climb his way out of the DCEU.
I
His character
think-
was intact, so yeah, that's
And then there
there
was
must be something to that.
Katana. That's right.
If-
She
if
could
he had his
cut
own
Yul
movie-
in
He's
half.
got his back, yeah.
I think he would climb like the big payoff in maybe Slipknot 3, because he would get a whole franchise. Would be like he
Oh,
can
cool.
climb. You know, like how Wonder Woman climbs like through the clouds. Like he would be doing that. He could attach his winches to like anything, and like quantum
Yeah.
winches, and like time
We
traveling
need-
winches.
We need a crossover of Slipknot and Spider-Man. See who can outclimb the other person.
and we'll call it Climber Man.
No, see, that's stupid. I was on board with everything up until you said that name. That's no one's gonna take this seriously. I just and yeah, like Spider-Man would. Did you ever play the Spider-Man game on GameCube, Spider-Man 1, where you would just fire webs into the sky and they would just stick? Like that. Spider-Man will look in awe as Slipknot basically just does that. And you'd be like, how? And
But
you'd be like,
without web.
Quantum technology, Peter. And yes, I know your true identity. And then he goes, no, Aunt May.
I climbed into your mask, Peter.
I was the one who killed Uncle Ben, Peter.
I can.
My
It was
bullet
me all
climbed into
along,
his chest.
Peter.
I climbed Uncle Ben, Peter.
I climbed Uncle Ben.
I climbed into your mind.
Anyway.
Take up your mother's Slipknot.
Oh no.
I
Alrighty.
thought it was the worst DCEU film other than Suicide Squad. That is, yeah, wow. And I thought, oh man, this
How
is
dare
totally
you
Warner
speak ill
Brothers'
of
fault. They
Slipknot.
interfered, and it was not
Man
Joss
who can
Whedon's
climb
fault at
anything.
all. Now we know Whedon played a role, but at the time, I didn't know. And one Snyder fan
Wait. All we know is that Joss like ignored all of the cast for their fucking ideas. The idea that like he didn't have Warner Brothers breathing down his neck. I just find it hilarious. Like, because we had YMS on the 2 EFAPs ago, I think, and the first thing he wanted to talk about was like, how is anyone calling Justice League like Joss's cut? How is that in any way his cut? It's just like, yeah, it's weird. Because there's enough pushback to even refer to Age of Ultron as his film is inaccurate, you know? And it's just like, if we're gonna do it for Zack, like, we'll only go by what they claim is definitely what they got to do and stuff. Like, I don't see why we would assume that Justice League is some kind of like unfettered Joss cut. It just seems weird. But we do know that Gal Gadot and Ray Fisher were both like, hey, these are my ideas for my character, and Joss was like, that's nice. That's about as far as it went.
Someone
Also, he was
spelled
a dick.
Slipknot,
Slipknot.
but like the Australian no, so Slipknot.
Note.
I'm
Batman
waiting
v
for...
Sleepnote.
This is, of course, not including all of the stuff that happened with Charisma Carpenter. I was just talking strictly about Justice League.
Yes.
at the time, I didn't know. And once Snyder fans understood that Whedon had scrapped a lot of scenes from Snyder's original vision of the film and had
Thank you, Joss.
Thank God.
It says
I don't care what you did
showing-
to any woman. Thank you.
Good choice.
He
Even if
says
it might have not been
showing.
your own.
He says showing the scene where Superman sound waves go. "Ah,
The sound.
So,
ah."
it's funny because like this is one of the things I talked about in the Rampage, just like the first what I would call improvement that Joss made. It was like, so you're dealing with this? This is what you see in your you know, maybe the editing bay, and you're like, all right, this is a bit weird. His screams will cover the boxes? Like, I don't know. It's just, what if we just have it that it's a general sense of fear throughout the world, and that's what makes the boxes like almost ravenous that Earth is ready for the taking. And then someone in the room was like, "That sounds kind of stupid too," and he's like, "Yeah, but it's better though." Like, yeah, it is.
It is
We
better.
can also cut 5 minutes.
We
of
could
the
also cut
video.
10 hours out of this already. It's like, whoa.
Holy
Guys,
shit!
Can you just imagine being a fly on the wall in the room where
I'd
where
pay good
Joss
money for that.
where
Oh,
Joss was looking at the scene with the sesame seed?
Oh yeah, I would love to have seen him cut that.
Yeah.
I want to see him hit delete on on the scene.
So yeah, this one
Like he
ain't
doesn't
staying
even.
in.
Yeah, he doesn't even say anything. He just just looks at it
No,
and
it's
just
just like
goes,
Death.
"Hmm."
I like
Delete.
to think that Joss Whedon making this film was like Death Note. He's just like delete, delete.
I
There's
pick
like-
up a sesame seed and eat it.
There's some
Pick up the
assistant.
sesame seed and delete it.
There's some assistant that's like really tied to a lot of this footage. They're like, "Oh, this is like my favorite scene with the Flash." And Joss is like, well, you know."
Oh wow.
Joss now goes to Five Guys and he's like, "Can you get me like a bun without sesame seeds, please?"
It's cursed him.
As penance.
And yeah, like you cut the sesame seed thing, and then you cut a lot of like the bloat in the scene, like lots of different, and then you cut more and more, and you're like, what even is in this scene? It's like it's Flash being awkward, and then meeting the girlfriend that's gonna be cut. It's like, let's just drop it.
Then he like
He's
touches
just-
her without her
just
consent,
scrolling.
and it's really weird. And
It is
it's
really
like, Oh, we
weird.
don't have to have that then.
And
He's just scrolling through the movie. It's like, is she sniffing a sweater? Delete. What the fuck?
dude, that would have been one of the
Why are they
easiest
singing?
deletes.
Get the shit
It's all right.
out
They're
of here.
pagans.
What? Why is Wonder Woman a bloodbath murderer? Okay,
I
we're
mean-
we're toning that down.
I need to see him react to the Icelandic girl singing and sniffing Aquaman's jumper.
Yeah,
It would be so awesome if he like asked the person that was just like an assistant or whatever, and he's like, "So yeah, I'm not quite getting it. Like, what's is this some kind of like backstory here or something? Like these people?" And the guy's just like, "I have no fucking clue, dude." Like,
Like what's the over under on just how many seconds Joss watched before he's like, "Yeah, we're cutting this."
well,
Eventually, he just goes, "Can we just do it again?"
if he's super brutal, as has been implied, maybe he's like some people are like, "Oh, don't delete that," and he goes, "Fuck you," and hits delete. And he scans
He
it all,
slaps him in the face. It's like,
and then
fuck, shut
he
up.
hits import, and then the file
that,
name is better stuff, and it's all the stuff he recorded. That's how much of a
It's-
fucking that's how much of his head is up his ass.
It's that scene, the Homer Simpson portrait of an ass grabber, and it's just like instead of a cat, it's a scene. It's like, no, Mr. Whedon, a scene is a living creature. I don't care.
I feel like the only people who are gonna know that probably is it me and Meme. I can't remember. It's with the Simpsons obsessed people. Look, Fringy's reference was good. Everyone else, have a chuckle.
Now I'm gonna cut
Yeah.
me something
Ah.
sweet. It's like, no, if you do that, the whole
Oh,
country will
Mr.
hear. With a
Rick.
man in the White House, not likely.
So, Mr. Whedon, you grabbed his sesame seed.
What do you have to say to your defense? No, Mr. Whedon, don't take your anger out of me. Get back. Mr. Whedon, no.
No, the lip, Mr. Whedon,
Dramatization may not have
no.
happened. Anyway,
So,
Had replaced their ones. Things got heated. They started demanding a Snyder cut of the film, some harassed and bullied, while others just passionately supported Snyder's work. And the pleas
I have a cut. It's done. No, it's not.
No.
You needed way
There
more
was
work.
nothing.
$70 million to finish
it needed
it.
a whole lot less.
The stuff
That
I
was
think
a
about the
fucking
Flash-
assembly cut.
Simultaneously.
I think about the the Flash scene at the end with the time travel stuff. A lot of people are like, he just cut that, and it's like he probably cut some kind of weird green screen shit that was done, where he was running on the
Mhm.
spot or whatever. Because like I doubt that they would have spent all the money on that incredible CGI sequence to cut it. It was probably not done yet. And so
It
when
was probably in
people,
previs at that point.
yeah,
Someone
a lot of
probably said we can't have this. It breaks like the
Oh, well, so that's-
character and his power.
that would be like the logical reason to cut it, and then like people are saying, yeah, but like look how phenomenal it is. It wouldn't have looked like that when he cut it. More than likely, it probably wasn't done. Chill out.
Probably looked like a PS2 game at best.
Yeah.
for a Snyder
it was
cut
probably
kept going.
previs and stuff. Yeah.
What about previs?
Nah, you got me
Yeah,
there.
So-
That's a-
so the script.
And the pleas for a Snyder cut kept going for I think about 3 years. Zack eventually confirmed there was a nearly
Pretty painful
5-hour-long version of the Justice League film.
Fucking hell.
Doesn't
And
exist.
that's
Imagine
on
wanting
that-
that for
Of course
3
it is.
years.
What else is in there?
Popcorn.
Like, oh, all of the
nachos.
walking. There's gotta be so much more of it.
And a
Time,
Snyder cut did
2:14.
Is it real? Does
Yeah,
it
imagine all the
exist?
places we didn't see the Justice League walk.
Wait, how long is 2:14? That 4 hours?
It's real. Does it exist? Of course it does.
Fools. Didn't you know?
indeed exist. But at that point, I feel like a lot of people,
That
including
cut
myself,
is shorter than
wrongful-
what we got.
Well, maybe it wasn't.
2:14 minutes is only 3.5 hours. What did you add? Oh,
Hey, you
right. You,
round
filmed
up.
a bunch of bullshit.
You round up, okay? 3.5 to 4. You round up. Why
He
was
gave
that
us
so-
a really great Jared Leto Joker nightmare sequence. It
God,
was
it's just-
amazing.
Dude, it would be so funny as fuck if he literally just didn't have anything else to put in and he started looking through to extend the walking sequences just to add as much as... Literally the reverse of what an editor's supposed to do. Like, what can we extend? There's gotta be more.
If there's more, it's better.
version of the Justice League film and a Snyder cut did indeed exist, but at that point, I feel like a lot of people, including myself, wrongfully so, thought, you're lying. It doesn't exist.
Oh,
Yeah, it
you're
doesn't-
lying. It doesn't exist.
In a meaningful discussion of all of this, it really didn't. But theoretically, everyone's cut exists. The Rags cut, I want to see. Hence, the title
Yeah.
of this stream is involved. Release the Rags cut. You know, I want to see
Actually,
Rags'
you
take.
said that you wouldn't be doing a lot of talking, but I had a feeling that that wouldn't happen.
Well, I gotta make up for who hasn't been talking much. Finger somebody, Rags.
Who, like in the stream currently? Metal.
Yeah, I'm making up for Metal. He's useless.
Well, I was like cut off like 3 times and then I gave up, so it's fine.
Yeah, useless.
That's not an excuse. That's never.
Shut the fuck up, meme.
Whoa.
Okay.
So, the Six
Even
of
when I
Us.
yell,
faster.
people hear me.
That would actually be pretty funny as a crazy nonsense, probably unethical thing to do. To give all of us all of the footage from both Joss and Snyder's, lock us in rooms, and the 6 of us have to come out with a new cut, and then the world judges which of the 6 is the best. And 10 years prior, I could have been like, you know what? My cut exists. It does.
If we could just somehow fool the world into thinking that our cut was actually the true Zack Snyder cut, then they'd like that the best, regardless of quality.
Well, in a
Release
year's
the EFAP
time,
cut.
if Zack said,
Hashtag.
by the way, that wasn't my cut. I was told to say that contractually. That wasn't my cut. My cut does exist though, and he posts pictures of like the fucking 12-hour cut, and you're like, oh no, enough.
Run! Run!
What are we supposed to think?
I don't know.
Sesame Seed is Grey Edition.
You're saying you wouldn't watch
Justice's
it?
buns.
I probably, if I made a cut, I'd probably want that to be the poster. Actually, pretty cool. You don't know what it means.
EFAP's Justice League.
At the time, the DC Extended Universe was in shambles. Wonder Woman at the time
Oh,
was
it
the
was in shambles, but now it's better.
It was.
What do you mean at the time?
But this
Still
saved
in
it.
shambles.
It wasn't shambles. No, it's
Thank
annihilated.
you, Zack
'cause
Snyder.
this-
You saved
This
it.
this is not
But
canon
he was
to the
responsible
rest.
for it being in shambles.
Oh yeah.
Well, keep in mind, this movie is still not canon with all the other movies that have been released since. They are not going to be canonizing this film. It's still in shambles.
Oh, dude, the amount of people who are like, does Mullen not realize that all of those films he referenced being out of continuity with Snyder's were made after Snyder's, so it's their fault? Fascinating. When I thought I included
Wow,
in the video,
they think that Snyder's films are like they're congruous and logical.
there's two
mean-
huge arguments against this. One being that all of the directors formed their little treehouse club, and they said Joss Whedon sucks, and we all work together and make our films coherent.
never
It's
gave
so
Joss
that
the
was a
password.
lie. Second, what do you like? Joss Whedon made his coherent, and he made his earlier than Snyder released his. So what the
Yeah.
hell's the excuse?
James Wan claimed that the Snyder cut is in canon with Aquaman, but Aquaman lacks the dolphin noises.
It lacks
Patty
a lot.
Jenkins claimed that her vision was syncing up with Snyder's. No, it wasn't.
She literally, as we
Okay.
learned from High Top, said that Wonder Woman does not solve her problems by beating people to death and stuff. And it's like,
Hmm.
oh.
And Zack Snyder's like, yes, she does, bitch.
Well, so genuinely, right, if I was making an Avengers type thing for DC, and there was only one Wonder Woman film prior to that, and she had created this Wonder Woman version, and she will never, like, kill people. Like, she just absolutely would. I'm probably going to try and respect it. Be like, I would want to talk to her and be like, are you cool with the idea of pushing that on her. Cool, where we're going, because obviously you'll be making Wonder Woman 2 after this equivalent of Avengers. But like, he didn't give a fuck. He was like, nah, she's splattering brains all over the place. Shut up. And you're like, oh.
Yeah, fuck that. Your Wonder Woman. Yeah, fuck that shit.
And I
She's
saw
a
lot
killer.
of,
She's a cold-blooded killer.
a lot of counters were like, well, you know, she's trying to save lives, blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, a lot of the point with characters, the superheroes that don't want to kill, is they knock people out. They don't ram their skulls into concrete, because that does stuff to you that's permanent. Simple as that.
Yeah, it involves death and dying. In the process of being not alive.
You go from being alive to not.
Take up your mother's dingle hopper.
Oh, I was just about to post that.
Thank you, someone, for.
Oh, we posted at the same time.
Thanks, someone, for
Yahtzee
making the
Christopher.
dingle hopper meme. Thank you.
Excellent.
Oh, did I post
The
it in
best
one?
DC film? They were going in a new direction past Snyder, with Aquaman being a lot more fun, as well as Shazam. Shazam ended up
costume's
being
much
one of my
better.
favorite DCEU.
Fun.
Wow.
Fun.
So, I
DC
have a
doesn't do
very
fun.
strong feeling that Shazam's going to be the best one.
Look at that face, though.
But it's still not good.
Yeah, it's well,
sorry.
You can join the team, right? They're all that not good, but some of them get above the others.
But well, I think that Shazam's like the most lighthearted and fun, and probably will have the least broken theme / psychopathic superhero.
Mhm.
It's
So
more
there's that.
lighthearted and fun than Aquaman.
Don't you think the movie's in trouble?
Minus the genocide we just don't talk about. That was a really fun and lighthearted movie. sort of.
I didn't even like. It's so shocking. He just starts killing everyone. You're like, dude, it's
he,
Aquaman,
he
please.
massacres the army that was fighting basically on his side, and no one ever talks about it.
Maybe that's the part that lines up with Zach's vision.
Again, if you
That's
made
like,
an Aquaman
I could see
2,
that being a meme.
the crab people, or
No, that like we just don't talk about the fact that there was a genocide in that movie, and it's
In
just every
Aquaman?
once someone every once in a while in a video just brings up whenever as an example of people or things that people forget. That's the go-to example of remember that time Aquaman just like slaughtered the army that was fighting on his side and no one talks about it, huh? Like a conspiracy or something.
I would genuinely want it to come up in Aquaman 2 if I was making it. I'd be like he needs the help of the crab people, and they're just like, motherfucker, really? Wow. Like the king is it's barely alive. He's on like respirator thing.
John Rhys Davies is.
Just talks to someone, it's like, let's go to the crab people. It's like, maybe not. It's like, why? What happened? I mean, you kind of killed all of them, basically.
I guess you don't remember.
Total
that.
massacre.
You remember this huge Cthulhu monster? Yeah, you came out of the ground that were like all above you. Like,
Imola, remember when I joked about that being the ending because I haven't seen it, and then you asked, "Oh, are you sure you haven't seen the film?"
Well, the thing is, when you're watching a new DC movie and you guess, is there a genocide? There's a good chance you'll be right.
Hmm.
Like more than good. It's like a 60% at this point. So good stuff.
I just can't wait for us to watch Shazam. That's the next one that we're watching, right?
I think so.
Shazoo.
That or
Yeah.
Birds of Prey, whichever one.
Yeah,
So
I think
ones.
continuity-wise, it would be that then that. But I don't think those films even know each other exist. Much like
No.
See, that was DC's plan from the beginning. Marvel have just sort of fully began that trail now, where nobody cares about any other projects in the actual universe.
Well,
Yeah.
now what it is a lot of people go, see, DC is embracing what they're good at, which is when their stories don't connect to each
Being
other at
bad.
all. Well, I find it really annoying when people say this because it's just like, oh, but DC does multiverse. It's like Marvel does multiverse. Also, I don't care. These are adaptations.
Also, I don't care. I think we said this before, but like the idea on its face, like, oh, that sounds kind of cool. There's lots of things you could do. But whenever I see that in this sort of stuff, I'm like, they're gonna use
I
it
want,
to excuse shit.
yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't have to. It's a multiverse. Ooh, yeah. It doesn't have to matter because it's the multiverse.
Nothing matters. We have time travel. Fuck that. Woo.
Films, still director focused, but not as dark as before. So why would we
So why?
So why?
The question
Oh,
we
that's
have
gonna
to
be a
ask
good addition
ourselves a
to
lot.
the text cinematic universe.
Why?
We've got-
Why?
So why others can see your location?
retrace our steps and release an old movie, which we wouldn't be able to consider canon. And as 3 years passed and Snyder fans got louder, my pessimism
Wait, did
grew.
you just
I
say
was
that
tired
Justice
of.
League wouldn't be able to be considered canon?
I
I
mean,
mean, Snyder Cut, right?
yeah, 'cause
Yeah, I
it-
think he means a Snyder Cut.
Oh,
I
okay.
think he means Snyder Cut, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Zack Snyder. Finally, the Snyder Cut got announced.
Fucking visuals.
The creator.
As
Snyder
more
Cut got
information on what happened to Zack Snyder came to light, how Warner Brothers didn't trust him anymore, how Joss Whedon butchered his work, and
okay, all right. Well,
Okay.
a couple things have been said here.
Oh,
Okay?
oh my
Several
goodness.
things to break down about that.
First
But just,
thing,
ooh.
I don't like this whole. They don't trust him anymore. Like as an artist, he deserves Warner Brothers to let him go nuts.
Yeah.
So let's all remember, right? Warner Brothers have money, and then they choose to give it to somebody with caveats for what they want them to do with it. That's just how it works. If at any point they decide, I think you're losing my money, and then they pull the plug, there shouldn't really be anybody going like, wow, you guys have ruined everything. But of course, because it's really weird from us because we're like, oh, he fucked up Man of Steel. Oh, he fucked up BVS. Why are you giving him Justice League? And it's like they pulled the plug during that, and you're like, oh, okay, because apparently they were planning on doing it sort of regardless of the tragedy. And people are very furious about it's like, nah, he needs to be given all of the DC. And it's like, guys, like Warner Brothers don't have you don't get to decide who Warner Brothers gives their money to. It's really weird. They clearly don't, like, the idea of them not trusting him is absurd. It's like, I mean, I wouldn't. Like, what would I trust him to do? It's like, oh god, let him handle Green Lantern or something. You're like, oh no, please. He's gonna make a big splooge. It's just gonna fall on people. That'll be the power. He'll be an upgrade from
Yeah.
lasers.
I know what he does with Green Lantern in Justice League 2. He's useless for most of the film, and then he shoots a laser at Superman, but Superman counters his laser with heat vision, explodes his arm, and then kills him.
Oh, I clapped.
Yeah, so the narrative is evil company sitting on their millions don't give this auteur his freedom and the money to make an incredible film. And I'm just sitting there like, you guys are nuts. You'd never have given him the money. You would have given it to someone else or created it yourself. You wouldn't, 'cause it creates shitty things. And yeah, I don't typically go to bat for huge companies, but my god, like, it's not hard to understand why they were like, yeah, maybe someone else, maybe not Zach. Maybe we tried and failed too many times in a row. And then the concept that Joss butchered Zach's movie, which might be applicable. It was either Rags or Fring I was talking to about this. It's always used in a negative connotation, but to butcher something is like a neutral. Like, you're gonna cut it up, do other things with it, or whatever. Like, in the most core definition. And technically speaking, yes, Joss did butcher it, but like, good thing he did.
He like performed surgery.
To an extent. Because Justice League is still terrible, but I mean...
Still
Yeah.
bad.
Snyder just had to let him do his thing. I started to contemplate
I don't like his
the
thing, though.
creative process.
Oh no.
Creative.
Please
Process.
tell me your thoughts on the creative process.
Let us-
Rotate.
Yes.
Let us
The
delve.
creative
Tell us about
process.
Interstellar Ranger Commence Go Sushi Happy.
How,
Ending,
yes,
or whatever
movie-
it's fucking called.
These are group efforts, but most of how a movie ends up is all down to the director of the film. But
Oh.
They are a group effort.
Yeah, I don't know how. I guess how much will depend on the individual
The director
project
is
and
probably the most important.
director.
They're the most
Yes.
important person on the project for sure, but it is collaborative. Like, it
But-
is collaborative.
Like, they can't do everything.
Nope.
Of course not.
There's a lot of people who are
Yet.
involved: writers, cinematographers, actors,
It's like,
designers,
I want to agree with
catering.
him, but I can't.
pre-visualization, concept art, visual effects people. It's a lot of people working on it.
Especially when it's hundreds of millions of dollars.
It is probably the most collaborative thing bar video game development, which would probably be the peak collaboration.
big blockbusters don't work like that. There's committees. There's so much money involved that a director cannot lose money. If there's money at stake, you have to play it safe.
Meaning, you should probably not trust
Have
Zack
to?
Snyder anymore.
Yeah.
You don't have to.
You don't have to. Avengers wasn't safe. That wasn't a sure thing.
There's a lot of Marvel properties that weren't safe, like Guardians,
the-
for example.
Well, Guardians
You
was.
could
the
probably
big
say the same for
risky
Iron
one.
Man. That was like a let's hope this works, and I'm pretty sure in production it was like a nightmare. So.
Oh yeah, most of the film's improvised. I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm.
Most of Guardians was improvised?
Oh no, most of Iron Man.
Oh, okay.
Thought about how if I had a dream project, an idea, a
Ghostbusters
film,
was
a series I
improvised.
wanted to make, I didn't want to have it sullied by someone who didn't understand my...
Oh my
Sullied.
god.
But you
Oh.
Zack
have to
Snyder,
change
though,
his
he does
mindset.
understand.
You do have to change this mindset. Like, if people are giving you money, it's probably worth actually listening to them
No way.
every now and then.
Like if I read a script by anybody else, this is amazing, and then I give $200 million, and then they're like, okay, but you can't tell me how to do anything. I'd be like, fuck that. I can veto you.
No. Yeah.
there's
Fuck that. Yeah,
no-
it's not your money.
It's amazing.
You're not the. I mean, it's really easy to fuck around with other people's cash when you don't have
Yeah.
anything to lose from it.
Yeah.
Well, like
Vision.
you probably understand this a whole lot. Well, Brown Table was the one saying, remember when the theaters closed?
hmm
He was what was the name of it? That theater chain in like California or something closed, and Brown Table tweeted, "Well, how come all these rich people don't just give it hundreds of millions of
Yeah.
dollars to save
Oh,
it?"
fuck.
Why can't a rich person just fund
Because that's
it?
how Brown Table's naive child mind works.
Oh, it's
Because then they will not have money anymore, and that would be bad.
it is actually hilarious
Just-
that he was just like, can't a rich person just fix all this? Like, wow, yeah, I guess so. I wonder how quickly he would
Someone-
part with his millions the second that he earned that amount.
who didn't understand my vision. If I was to change my ideas, it would be on my own terms. I would ask. I would not be
Well,
forced.
it wouldn't
I
be
think
on
making
your own
Interstellar
terms
Ranger Commence
because
really changed the
other
way I
people are
view
involved.
things. Making
I'm sorry, what was that, Fringy?
Thomas is what?
Like, I find it because I mean it's the reality of if somebody's giving you money, it's like you're kind of making it for them at that point, in a certain sense, which means that like occasionally they're gonna have notes, and
Yeah.
sometimes you have to like compromise because you have to pick your battles. It's one of the most common things that people talk about whenever it's a big project is pick the things that you're going to fight for because you're not going to be able to get everything you want. You just not.
Especially with an established property that has a lot on the line as far as the reputation of it goes.
That's the big thing is it's like if you're making a Marvel movie, and then of course like there are lame instances where that doesn't pan out, like with Edgar Wright not getting to do Ant-Man. That's really lame. But even if he got to make his film, there'd be things that he would have had to have like compromised on. It's just the nature of the process.
Yeah.
If you don't want to compromise, write a book. Like that would
Yeah.
be my advice.
Or you
fund
you
your own
pony up the
project,
bucks.
basically.
Or you pay for
Yeah,
it.
when all the risk is on you, when it's all your money, yeah, you do whatever you want. I
That's why
bet you
George
bet you
Lucas-
won't when it's all your money. I bet you'll want to play it safe too.
It's why George Lucas did the prequels the way that he did. He was funding it himself. It was all
Mhm.
him.
And hence he gets all the blame. Like,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
It's a pretty good system, honestly.
But yeah, it's just it comes across as super naive, right? It's like indie is going to be the place you want to go for if you want to get close to something like that, but not this, not hundreds and hundreds of millions, and not to mention the amount of jobs, the amount of people's livelihoods that are extent. Because it's crazy. If Zach were better, there's probably so many people in the cast and crew that have been like, man, we could have had so much. All right, well. Why'd you have to do all the genocides?
making something for years now really helps put things in perspective. I don't want my vision to be compromised, but what makes me so special? So no one's vision should be
Oh,
compromised.
you're very special.
If the
Brown
movie ends
Table.
up
Don't
shit,
let
No
anyone
one's
tell you
vision
different.
should be compromised.
Huh, shit.
Write it.
Okay.
Write it. Write it.
What
Oh.
the weird shit on screen that Zack Snyder. Yeah, like the whole no one's vision should be compromised thing. It starts to get into the whole subject of what it even means to have a compromised vision. If like you have an idea, then a friend walks up to you and says, "Oh, by the way, blah 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 blah," and then your vision like changes completely because of what they said. Does that mean it's not your vision anymore? Or does it mean it is?
What if you just don't know how to do it? Like, what if you don't know how to use the correct plugin or whatever in Sony Vegas? Is your vision compromised?
And yeah, and then what if someone says, "Hey, fuck you, I'm taking over the project and I'm gonna do this," and you eventually rewatch it once it's done, and you're like, "Oh wow, that was actually really good. You know what? I probably would have ended up doing that actually." What does that mean? I don't know. I don't know how these rules work.
I don't even think people know what their own creative, like, vision is in full. I think it's a lot of it is a lot of impromptu, on the spot decision making, and like when someone asked George Lucas what color Yoda's blood was,
Oh yeah.
you just have to decide what color Yoda's blood is.
Green.
I guess it's green. Yeah, I guess it's green, and George Lucas has to make that call, and he probably had never thought of that before he was asked the question.
So, like, what is the process of redrafting if not refining or even downright changing your vision?
Yeah, I would.
You know?
I would argue it is your past self's vision being re-rendered by your new self's vision. Because you'll even, I'm assuming everybody's gone through this. You'll see something you did, and you go, "No, I disagree. This isn't actually what I want." And then past you is like, "Hey, that's my vision." And you're like, "Well, fuck you."
Shut up, past me. I've grown.
I've grown past you. Oh no.
I have become far more powerful since last we met.
I just saw the screen cap of Marcus in chat. This movie was good. You're part of a religion if you don't enjoy this movie.
Part of a religion.
I beg your
What
pardon.
religion?
It's more of a cult, but
didn't-
that's basically what a religion is. It's just a really popular cult.
Imagine though, someone founds a cult specifically for just thinking Zack Snyder's Justice League is bad. It's like, man, there's better things
They
to do.
probably
with life.
feel very oppressed.
Yeah.
That's a cool cult, I think.
It's a good way to bind people together.
I would go
Sense of
visit,
shared oppression.
Assuming there's no like sacrificing or Kool-Aid stuff. Like, yeah, I'll chill out with you guys. What do you think?
Yeah.
Why is it bad? And then they're like, it's
I
boring.
will
and I'm like,
tolerate
yeah.
one goat sacrifice. That is all.
Mr. Biggles would be the equivalent of Satan for us.
I think so.
I suppose, yeah.
Meister Biggles.
If the show is shit, then let it be shit. At least it's
Let it be
100%
shit.
the artist's work.
It's never gonna be 100%.
shit.
I'm
At least
done.
it's pure shit.
I'm done.
If it's shit, thank
At
goodness.
least that shit is
See,
pure.
but it's-
No
At least
corn.
it's pure shit. No corn in there, just shit.
I
It's
don't
just
think
pure
that's
sludge.
better. I don't think
No.
that it's better to have them unrefined. Why not have people go, man, that one scene where the baby gets eaten by Superman? Maybe cut that one.
Maybe.
Zach's like, but it's my vision though. And you're like, yeah, no, I know it's your vision.
So by this logic, we no longer criticize the prequels because at least, hey, even though it was complete shit, it was the artist's
Well,
shit. It was
here's
all
the
George
big-
Lucas's vision.
I agree that's a pretty big one, but here's the even bigger one. So, what if Joss Whedon said, man, I am so fucking happy with my cut. It is my vision. My vision completed. What happens? Do we say, yay, at least Joss got to have his vision? Or do we say, well, no, fuck you. Go away.
I don't think we applied. No, Mahler, we don't apply this rule evenly.
Oh. I'm not
Hey,
a fan of when that happens.
The Batcave line was Joss Whedon's vision. That's right.
Yeah, and what
the
a
brunch
blessed
line.
vision it was.
Oh.
Uncompromising, unyielding. And so now I found myself wanting to support this man. I also
What
started.
is this? Why is this the image you have chosen, Roundtable?
Unyielding. That's all I got.
You know who else had a vision? Hitler.
I knew you were going to say
Yeah, I saw that coming.
it.
Hitler had a vision.
The thing is,
So did Genghis
you're memeing
Khan.
a bit, but if he were here, I would be like, let's
Hitler
set the
or Brown
scale.
Table?
I would talk
Just
to
so we're
both of
clear,
them.
I don't. So if Hitler was here or if Brown Table was
If
here?
Brown Table was here, I would probably be like,
Okay.
let's set the scale. I'm not doing this for bad
Brown
faith.
Hitler.
Hitler had a vision, and we're very much against him enabling the vision, right? And he'd probably be like, oh yeah, well that's involving people getting hurt. And I'd be like, okay, I was hurt by the Snyder Cut, all right? Hit my eyes. So, surely that counts for something. I just find it all fascinating that the freedom to like engage in your own vision, which is pretty rare. If Zack's claimed it absolutely was, then fine. But he like likes Zack Snyder now because he got to have his vision. I don't
Low
think
bar.
that doesn't seem fair.
Okay.
I don't know, man.
But like, I don't know.
Stop
Maybe
it.
well, hey, maybe we will start liking Brown Table more once Interstellar, Commence Rangers, Sushi Go, Happy releases.
No, it's-
maybe when we get to see Brown Table's vision, it will make us like him
It's
more.
Interstellar Marines, idiot.
Interstellar Space Farer of Death.
Intertesticle Marine.
Galaxy Warriors.
Mm. Galaga.
Galaxy Warriors of the Guardians.
Seeing Man of Steel and Batman v Superman not as comparisons to Marvel, not through the lens that I wanted to see them through, but I saw them the way Zack wanted them to be seen.
What
Yeah,
does
it was
that
pretty-
Why
mean?
are you
As a
using
jar of
this
piss?
as your-
As a jar of
See it as piss.
So now we ask the
That's not a
question.
good visual, my dude.
Why?
This is the visual you put on if you're making fun of it, not if you're supporting it. It's a jar of piss.
Now we ask the question.
I would
is
agree
this video a
though. I would agree
parody?
with the subliminal
Brown-
messaging here.
Brown Table is accidentally based.
Well,
He's gonna change his name to
See,
Yellow Table.
I'm probably gonna lift
Even the
this.
filter on this scene is yellow.
I'm probably gonna lift this 1-to-1 for Goodell 2022. Because why would I need to change any of this? I will say, like, I finally stopped seeing it through the lens that I wanted to see it through, and started seeing it through the lens that Zack wanted me to see it through while showing piss. Like, why would you do this?
Release the Jarate cut.
At least a piss cut. Oh, we already have that. Sorry.
Oh no, it would be the piss take.
Zack Snyder's Vision colored 2021.
Look, when you are just wolfing down a hamburger on a sesame seed bun, you really gotta wash it down with a jar of piss.
You know, I keep that
Put a
in my
little
extra
bit.
large cup holder just for that occasion. No, here's another knee slapper from the Marcus. 95% approval rating audience score. You guys are alone.
Oh,
That's okay.
we're
I
often
don't want
alone with a
people's-
lot of our takes.
That's not true. There's dozens of us.
That's true.
At
Dozens.
least.
If that's the case, how many MCU movies have that rating?
We don't talk about that because they're not a vision.
But Vision is in them.
They're a WandaVision, right?
Oh yeah, that's right. We can say those things now. Are we not clever boys?
Guardians of the Galaxy.
And honestly, they're not my favorite movies, but I started to enjoy them a lot more. And so, with much
But why?
anticipation, I readied myself for the inevitable
why though?
4-hour journey I
no,
would
go
put
back.
myself
Why?
through.
4-hour
I
journey.
find it. Okay, so again, he's using a visual of Lois walking away from Superman's grave in a cemetery as he's talking about how he came here prepared.
He's ready for something to come.
Like,
Mm.
I mean,
Look, it's the end of BVS. It makes total sense. You shouldn't draw from this that waiting for the Snyder Cut and watching it is equivalent to laying to rest a loved one in a
funeral?
graveyard. Yeah, no, that's not.
yeah.
It's fine. Like, you know, it made sense totally. It's not a mix of visuals that
It's
can give you a-
appropriate though. The Snyder Cut does feel like a funeral.
Yes.
Oh.
And I pressed play.
Guardians of the Galaxy only has a 92%
Faith.
approval.
Oh.
Oh, so it's shit. If
Yeah.
if only it was someone's vision.
Yeah,
It
that would
was,
have fixed it.
though.
Faith.
Faith.
I loved the Snyder Cut. It's kind of surprising to say.
Why would you show this bit?
Why would? Okay.
You know what?
With the
I'm an
the
idiot
giant
because
hole
girl
behind
in
Wonder
this
Woman
image.
where a wall used to be.
there is no like, there's no scene you could have shown that I probably wouldn't have had that reaction. But it's just funny because this one just makes me think of like, oh yes, when she blew open a wall for no reason to vaporize a person. That was a thing.
And then told a little girl that she could be anything when she grows up. I feel
Dang.
yeah, it's like it's just like a naive little girl learning something from a superhero is used as the visual for what's being said. Like, yeah, I see it.
Hmm.
It wasn't the fact that I had seen someone's vision come to life, though that was really helpful. It wasn't the fact that I was in love with all of Snyder's work now or something like that, because that's not true. The movie was just
Yeah.
good.
No,
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 it wasn't. It was terrible.
it was really bad.
Oh no, it's really bad.
There's a clear difference between this film and Man of Steel and Batman v Superman. It's that our heroes were hopeful again. Superman was able to inspire.
And this?
Okay,
Wait, in the Snyder cut?
Wait,
The heroes were
what?
hopeful?
this was
He,
where they
he
were hopeful
lasered
again.
off a part of a man's body.
That is hopeful.
I'm pretty sure that he killed a gunner from the National
well,
Guard.
So, best faith
Let me see it.
interpretation, he is saying that he's not going to be counting anything prior to the corn scene, right?
Corn
Because
scene.
those are the unhopeful, dishopeful, inhopeful scenes, all right? These ones, they're the hopeful ones.
So the part where Superman shows up in the future to murder
Well-
everyone back in his blue suit.
See, now you're just
Um,
referencing things that get in the way of the analysis. Why are you doing that? Why would you say that?
Yeah.
You're just ruining
Because
it.
I am consistent.
You're such a
Oh,
contrarian. This is why there's only 5% of you.
Yeah,
Oh,
idiot.
that's true.
So,
Choosing to be blinded by hate. Ugh.
this is part of why, by the way, Snydery people are just like so easy to please. Do you remember the corn scene?
Snydery?
Is actually, I don't know.
Do you say Snydery?
Snyder, yeah.
Those Snydery people. They're just so
Snutter.
Snydery.
So you need to write a scene that Superman's just stopped murdering everybody, and the love of his life has come to him to bring him back down to Earth, to bring him back to Clark Kent. And like this, I remember when I was sorting out I think I was talking to you about it, meme. I was like, oh, I need to watch the corn scenes back to back because I can't even fucking remember what either of them even did. And then like, I was watching Joss's vision, and I was like, oh my god, there are things to like here. There's like a couple things here. It's like, oh my god, but Snyder's one is so short. It's ridiculous. It goes like super good, and both of them suffer from only showing him with his mother for like seconds, or it's probably an exaggeration, but you know what I mean. You'd think if you're going to extend any scene, it would be this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one requires a lot of work because
Yeah.
that character requires a lot of work.
Like fucking
And
hell.
at least in Joss's version, like he gets excited when he hears his mother coming, and that's both an acknowledgement of his powers, but also how his powers would like affect his emotions, because he would be able to know when he's about to get a big surprise, and the excitement would build ahead of time. You know, there's a little neat thing. You know, little neat thing.
He died inspiring. Not just people.
Inspiring.
Died inspiring.
He's my hero.
All right,
Okay.
enough of people referencing this one line by Hero. There's nothing about this in the
Hero.
rest of the movie. Nothing.
Yeah, we don't.
Talk about the part where he says he wants to fuck Wonder Woman.
Oh yeah. No one mentions that because it's cringe. I
would've been
find
really
this-
helpful if we had a fucking movie about the Flash before this.
So
Maybe it would have made sense.
we will often talk about ideas versus execution, and this is like a new breed of problem. It's like an idea, but like it's not even idea or execution. It's just like your idea was paper thin. What if the Flash considered Clark his hero? Oh, okay. How would you do that? And you're like, that's it.
That's it.
You're like, oh well, I feel like there was that felt like the title to your idea. And it's like, no, that's it. Okay.
Oh,
Because
all right.
and it would take seconds. You're like, why? And the Flash is like, oh, you know, when I got these abilities, I was gonna stay to myself. I was terrified. But then I kept seeing this guy who was like apparently lived on Earth this whole time, and he was just going out of his way, almost killing himself to save the world, and then he died. And like I felt like I couldn't sit on my ass anymore. I had to, you know, anything. But no, we got nothing. He just says he's my hero.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff you could do there, and none of it was done.
Like even in the Joss cut, they filmed a scene where Flash and Superman talk to each other and
Oh.
indeed want to race each other and kind of explore just the tiniest bit, that little shared connection they have as fast people,
Well, someone in my
They had a very brief moment where they could be like what we call characters
someone in the comment
Ooh.
in
section
a
listed.
how do we say film?
Ooh.
Someone in the comment section listed a bunch of like things that were clearly worse in the Joss cut, and one of them was the race at the end. They just said that. They didn't say why. They just said the race at the end. And I was thinking to myself, like, if I was to criticize that scene, I don't even know that I can. I'd just be like, I just didn't care about it.
Yeah, I would say if I was going to change anything, it would be. I think the issue with that race is that Superman's faster from the movie,
Mm-hmm.
so Superman's going to win, which
And
is
also
not
he
a creative
flies, which is
decision that I would
cheating.
make.
If we didn't have that, what would you say then about the scene?
Like of things I would change.
I get anything like I guess I'm already at the point where I'd just be
What would I
like,
say about it? It's some kind of character interaction between a man and his supposed hero,
Yeah. But if I were to change
and how he's a
anything,
little bit nervous and a little bit awkward, but he's a good guy and kind of likable, and how Superman is like supportive of him.
Imagine
It's like it shows Superman being like a good, decent person, which is nice to see. That's
Imagine
cool.
in this scene he makes it very clear, like a backstory that takes like a good old fashioned Mike Flanagan monologue. It takes about a minute and a half, maybe two, and he just goes over his story for why he loves Superman and everything. Then we don't change anything about the stupid resurrection scene, okay? But then the Flash, just as the stories move on, is just permanently terrified of Superman, no matter what. And that's just something that is never really properly dealt with until like Superman notices more and more. He's like, I'm not gonna hurt you, and then Flash is just like, I know. And like that could just be something already to work with. Really cool idea because it's like not something you typically see. It's usually like, oh, this guy's my hero, and then they're inspired and they work together. But it's just like this one experience that went really bad. He's just permanently fucked in terms of like his perception of him or something. What I'm describing is one of a trillion options, and I don't know why.
So much you could do.
We
I just
settle
heard like a Tyrannosaurus in one of your backgrounds, and I'm terrified for one of you.
What?
Just like something played in the background of one of your audios, and it's terrifying me.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
That's
T-Rex.
terrifying.
Like Jurassic Park,
Yeah, it sounded like a T-Rex.
Lost in Dinosaur World.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, we have a bazillion options, and all they did say he's my hero, and everybody sucks this line off, and I don't get it. I just don't.
If I were to change one thing about the Flash race scene, I would have Superman not fly during the race, because that's fucking cheating, because he doesn't have to deal with friction. The dick.
The dick.
Batman had relinquished the side of himself that operated purely on what's rational and
Rational.
Right?
Inspiring. Rational.
You
Things you would not use to describe a Zack Snyder.
Rational.
I know where he's going with this, because
also
remember
good.
Batman says faith. I'm Alfred, I'm relying on faith. Doesn't mean that he dropped rationality, right? I mean, he does in the film. They all do several times. But, the fact that they're getting into their ship to fly there, it's like, oh, that was probably a rational choice.
has started operating on faith. This scene made me lose my mind.
What makes you so sure?
Made me lose my mind.
Faith, Alfred.
The difference from Justice League is night and day.
What? You haven't
what?
said anything yet.
You
Tell
haven't
me
even tried to
things. Give
compare
me
it.
information.
Oh, he put Joss's version in 4:3.
Also,
Why did you do that?
No.
I'm sorry, like, Joss is overworking to do the hopeful, inspiring thing. Like, it's funny how much he's trying to do it. Is this guy bothering you? And the, oh no, innocent people I have to save. And the laughing, and the we can do this. That sort of shit. Compared to, faith, Alfred. Faith.
How about the opening shot in Justice League where Superman's giving this inspiring speech to these kids?
Well, no, he had a jelly lip. That was one of the other flaws that was listed, and I was like, oh shit, I didn't know that. Like, I love memeing on it, but like, guys, him having a jelly lip isn't a serious criticism of the writing. Like, I didn't know if we had to make that clear.
Apparently.
It's really embarrassing that people are like, how the fuck can you take this movie seriously? There's a jelly lip in it. That trumps any of the shitty writing in the other one. Yeah.
The story engaging. The mother boxes make total sense.
What?
No.
No. Say
No,
this
no,
not
no,
good.
no, 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 no,
No.
no.
Mother
Mother
boxes make
boxes-
total sense.
So
Mother boxes
Guys,
don't make sense at all.
Trust me.
part of the process for the rampage, and Meme already knows this. I was like, when I made it, I was trying to think of like the structure of it, and I was like, okay, I'll open with what I thought is the best interpretation from my POV about the best stuff in the movie, and then I will later in the video talk about why I still think that even that stuff is really flawed, because that's a good way to introduce people to the video in a sense of like, oh, okay, so you're trying to support with argument stuff, and then I was like, where do I begin with the flaws? And then I was like, what is something that everybody agrees on is bullshit? And it was the dark side for getting the planet and the mother boxes, because all of that is so nonsensical. And I remember when I was writing the sequence talking about them both, I was like, I've ran into like 15 minutes already. Like, I'm gonna have to move the rest of this to some other part of the script. I can't keep explaining everything that doesn't make any sense about these boxes and the world building. I need to, and I think I moved to Wonder Woman, because I'm like, time to actually get like a criticism that won't make people fall asleep, because plenty of people out there do not give a fuck about world building, which is unfortunate, but that's the reality we're in. But to claim the mother boxes made sense, okay,
Total sense,
Wild.
even.
wow.
Total
Mother is
sense.
calling.
I bet no elaboration. It's just understood. Like, come on, guys. You know, we all
fact that
know
they-
that the mother boxes just make sense.
The fact that they didn't move the boxes to different planets, they just kept all 3 mother boxes on the one planet. Really?
They had a Green Lantern.
Yeah, but they suck. They just die. All the
Who
time.
would want to trust that guy with anything?
I wouldn't trust him with a mother box.
I wouldn't trust
they-
him with a ring.
Yeah.
And so what I find even more interesting here is that, like, you know, there's this sentiment where if we say something on EFAP, or if anyone does, and someone adopts it, like, wow, you're a sheep. So with Brown Table saying that he basically adopted all the people around him, saying it was mediocre, has he not heard any arguments about the mother boxes, and he's just accepted that everybody has said it made sense, and so he's got along with it? And again, I just feel like, Brown Table, you're still that guy from however long ago it was. You're just listening to a different group now.
Mon Mothma boxes.
Mon
where's
Mothma
the-
boxes. Is that what he said?
Someone in chat said it.
Mon Mothma box.
Mon Mothma
I
box.
saw someone say the father spheres. I was like, yeah, that sounds kind of neat, right? Father spheres.
Someone asked where the daddy boxes were.
Daddy balls. Is that what they meant
Daddy
to
balls.
say?
Yes.
The daddy balls.
What about the Papa triangles?
Ah. Or the non-committed hexagons.
The non-committal hexagons.
The
The
deadbeat
stepbrother, the stepbrother brother squares, or the roommate rhomboids, roommate rhombuses.
There are so many possibilities here.
Oh yeah.
Total sense. Fuck off.
So yeah, and it kind of reminds me of the time, like, so if people want to claim they don't give a fuck if the mother boxes make sense or not because they're in it for the characters, that's one thing. To make a positive claim about how much they make sense, it's like, oh boy, now you're in our territory.
Pop-up pyramids.
If you're in for the characters, there's some bad news for you.
Oh well. It's not about whether or not it makes sense. It's about the meaning of the decisions, okay? Idiot.
Oh
No.
god, the chat's blowing up with names. Second cousin plastic bag, pop-up pyramids, cube
Papa
testicles,
Papa pyramids.
sister sextoids, cousin cubes, sister cylinders.
Sister cylinders. I like that.
The Nana trapezoids.
And while a bit slow at times, and while some scenes actually don't further the story, scenes
No shit.
Oh, some.
No shit.
Hey, look, he admitted it, and he gets points for that. Nice one.
That's true. That's true.
do have a weight to them. And what's
Oh,
particularly
wait.
interesting.
You put weight on screen too.
Yeah. Faith weight. Nice.
Further the story, scenes do have a weight to them, and what's particularly
What do you
interesting
mean by
is that
a weight to them? I need to
A
know what
single
you
weight.
mean when you say that.
Like,
Because when Mahler says that,
Stakes?
I could infer that he means like an emotional weight or some sort of meaningfulness to them. But when Brown Table says that, I have no idea what he actually means.
Well, the objects on screen have mass, therefore, when exposed to gravity, would have weight.
Ah.
And he did
See, now
just
it makes
show Cyborg hitting away something that was quite heavy.
them. And what's particularly interesting is that superheroes are out here saving people
Don't even
Saving
start.
people.
Don't even start with this. So many
Faith
people
weight
say
saving people.
that unlike the Joss version, Zack has them saving people. I have never been more baffled by this comparison. Like, the meme people generate for Joss is, oh, we have to save the Russian family. Oh, there's civilians everywhere. It's like, oh, we have to... Oh, the Flash has to save them one at a time because he's... And it's like, how can you criticize it for that, but then also say that, like, nobody's getting saved? Fucking Cosmonaut did the same thing. He was like, it was nice to see that Zack has them saving people. What is this belligerence? Like, Joss injected people getting saved.
He injected people to be saved.
Well, Mahler, it's because these people are bad at their jobs. Not the superheroes, the people making the videos.
Like,
Well,
surely this
bit of
is...
both.
Yeah.
But also
He's
the
implicit-
superheroes too, yeah.
Yeah, surely he's implicitly praising Justice League here, too.
I'm pretty sure he's gonna be doing it as a point of comparison where like Zack did this,
please
Joss
do.
didn't, but let's have a look.
for the majority of the movie. They save and they protect, they
Save,
defend the lives
protect.
around them. And it makes me wonder if the darkness of Batman v Superman is meant to contrast to this film.
Okay.
You know what contrasted the darkness of that film better? The Joss Whedon version.
Oh.
Think about
Well, are
that.
you saying that if everything's dark, it's harder to contrast the dark with other dark?
Maybe. Possibly. That might be part of the point. Yeah.
I
Hmm.
don't know.
Hmm.
Doesn't sound right to me.
Hmm.
And this was always Zack Snyder's plan. I mean, probably.
I
We
don't
have a
care.
scene
It was always
I
his
mean,
plan.
probably.
I mean, probably.
I mean,
Probably.
probably. I mean, probably. I don't know. I guess. I
To
don't
say
know.
such a definitive thing, like always, definitely, absolutely, probably.
Probably.
Oh,
Well,
I'm
yeah,
less
I
confident.
we
guess
don't.
suppose,
we
yeah.
don't know.
Could be, you know.
Mhm.
like this in
Let's just
Batman
say
v
it is, fuck
Superman, but in Justice League, we have a similar sequence in a whole new light.
Oh,
Your mother and father
Oh,
would be
fuck
proud.
off. That was a reshoot, by the way. That wasn't in his original vision.
it's in a whole new light though.
Can you
Yeah,
not
see,
tell
there's
that
light on
Ben
the
Affleck
screen.
Why
is
is there a vagina on the
older-
wall? Zach, stop
Because
putting
he's a
vaginas on
fucking
walls.
player. Is he not worried that people could see? I don't know. That house seems very open, and it seems like it'd be a bitch to keep like warm in the winter and cold in the summer
It looks like it's
with all that glass.
We know it's not one room, but it looks like it's one room because we know where is the kitchen kept here? I have so many questions about this
Yeah,
house.
maybe it's on the other side of this
Nitpicker.
half wall thing.
Maybe there's a little staircase
Ah.
that goes down to a whole bunch of rooms.
Yeah, we know the Batcave is
The
under this
Batcave.
lake, but yeah, we saw like a. I got it. I need a floor plan.
If only Warner Brothers had faith in Zack Snyder.
No,
Faith again.
no.
Faith again.
Faith
No,
again.
why would they? After all the other things that Zack Snyder had made, why the fuck would you have faith in him?
I do not understand this. I just don't get it at all. Should we have faith in Uwe Boll, in Michael Bay?
Yes.
Like, it's just like, have faith in... Like, is he advocating at this point? Just,
Well,
you know what, companies? Just give away your money, for
here's-
fuck's sake.
Here's
Give people money.
here's-
It's not because that's the thing. It's not my money. I'm not the one taking the risk. I'm Brown Table.
Okay, but one of the definitions of faith is strong belief in God or in the doctrines of a religion based on spiritual apprehension rather
What?
than proof. So
Why would we
yeah,
need-
they would have to have faith.
Oh, you're saying there's no reason to think that he would do well? You'd have to just
Well,
believe that he might?
There's like a difference between trust and faith, right? The idea that like if you
Typically,
have
yeah.
reason to
Generally,
trust someone and
faith
then
is
faith is
Believing
Yeah.
things with no evidence.
yeah. So
Press F
that's
for faith.
exactly that's exactly his
But I
point
don't
here,
think
right?
that's why.
I presume he's using it here as like, you guys should have trusted. He probably wanted to use the
Hey,
word trust, but this is
Death
on
of
theme.
the author.
This
Bitch.
is on No, this is on theme with the rest of the video. He brought up faith because he's locked in with it by this movie having used the word, but he probably wanted to put the word trust in here because he probably means there is reason to believe in Zack Snyder.
You know, if people have a reason, they say the reason. They don't say faith.
Oh, dude, the fucking movie. It's like, will Superman save the world and all of us? Like, maybe.
Yeah, like
Will
if he was
Flash
a good
reverse
person
time?
who was
That-
really wonderful and I was constantly doing good things and is a good character, then I would say I don't have to have faith in that. I have a justifiable level of confidence that he will do that based on his past behavior. But in this, I'm like, yeah, I just have faith that he will. Fuck it.
I was more so aiming for just how fucking baffling that is in the movie. Like Batman is like, Faith, Alfred, hee hee. It's like, dude, we shouldn't leave this up to
But
Faith.
no, but really though,
Tell him where you are, you stooge.
Please, why didn't any of you say, Clark, please don't kill us. The world is about to end. And then he could be like, what did they mean by that? The world's about to end.
Only
Wait,
Bruce thinks to
second.
refer to him by his proper first. Oh, Jesus Christ.
faith.
He has it planned out in his head before we get there. It's remarkable to be a part of.
I'm
Can I
sorry,
see
Henry.
this scene before we make it? And he has
Glass.
Glass.
Should I include glass or no?
I like the
I don't
hand.
think it
no,
counts, but it is
glass
funny.
isn't.
Yeah.
No, glass doesn't count.
It
No, this is
can't.
not part of Brown Table's code.
He might have though, but until we see it, you never know with Brown Table. You never know.
What is
Hmm.
the
Now, I mean, was
burden
it part of
um,
Brown Table's vision? I don't know. Probably.
You could type it in with a question mark, maybe, so we know to skip it if it doesn't work.
No, we can't put it
Glass.
in there. This is what we're going to refer to as the glass hole.
The glass hole.
The glass hole.
So,
All right.
this is being used to
Glaze.
bolster the idea that you probably should have had faith in him, right? Because he's got it all in his head. He knows what's up. And I'm just sitting there thinking, like, fucking every creator would be like this if they have any passion.
In the scene where he gives the fuck me eyes to a hot dog.
Mm.
Name 3 better foods that would. No, forget it.
I
Fortune
just,
cookie.
I don't know, man. I think the bar is pretty low. That's all I'm saying.
beautiful drawing.
The Flash is one of the biggest changes. The idea of his character is the same.
Idea.
All right,
Idea.
wait.
I'm an idea.
Idea.
No, please, please, no.
Oh.
So, before we hear his reasoning, if someone said to me, like, can you give me the difference of Flash between the two cuts? I'd be like, Joss nerfed him more, but it made it so that he wouldn't overload every scene he's in. And Zach made him break the entire universe, so I don't know.
That's pretty spot on.
And if someone said like, "Oh no, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about like the character itself, like characterization." I'd be like, pretty much exactly the same. I don't like the. It didn't mean much to me when he said the best of the best line again. I was like, oh,
Hang on. Chat, everyone that's typing in idea right now, you are missing the clap emoji. We need the clap emoji too, okay?
For idea?
Yeah.
Yeah.
well,
because
wait, you need.
I'm an idea.
I was gonna say you need clap. I'm an idea. You can't just have clap idea. That is fucked, and you're not paying respect to Jared Leto.
Yeah,
Okay,
I feel
fine.
like you're disrespecting the character of
Jared
Joker.
Elito.
Oh,
Yeah. All right. It's clap and
More
I'm
like
an
Jared
idea.
DeLito.
but I'm curious to hear this argument. Let us do it.
He has beautiful drawings.
The Flash is one of the biggest changes. The idea of his character is the same, but the execution is completely different. This is one of those moments when you realize how important a director is
What
in a
is
movie.
this
Because
from? What's the black
I don't
man
know.
staring out of? Of course, for super racist to put the black man in the back. But what is that from? Is it from like a?
It's probably like a.
Is that a stock footage?
It's probably like a
I
fucking.
guess so.
Like a short film that he's made or something. I don't know.
Oh dear God.
But also he
Devontae
said that
rides to work.
he said stuff like this will really make you realize how important a director is. And it's just like, what? Did anybody ever question how important a director is? It's like, what?
changes. The idea of his character is the same, but the execution is completely different. This is one of those moments when you realize how important a director is in a movie. Because
Why?
Do you know what I mean? How fucking what?
What?
Why is that in your
Was there,
script?
yeah, I don't see how this was in question.
Was there ever a
Yeah.
point where anybody? It's hard to find an example of a director that was superfluous to a project. A director, like how do you? Why did you say that? It's because you didn't think about it. It was just setting you up to connect to fucking things you wanted to say. That's why you put it in there. Oof.
you
Diarrhea.
realize how important a director is in a movie. Because the Snyder Cut is really similar to Justice League. but the execution is what makes it different.
Similar?
What? The execution
Depends
is
on
what
how
makes it
deep you want to go
different.
with similarity.
But the execution is what makes it different. You'd be like, I mean, categorically, it would have had to have been
Well, yeah,
executed
it has
differently.
to.
Like, what the fuck? Why? Why is there so much nonsense stuff?
Similar to Justice League, but the execution is what makes it different.
has his
It
mother
reminds you that there is no bad story, there is only bad execution.
I'm generalizing, by the way.
Oh
He
my
added that
god.
post because there's no bad story. Well, I don't know about that.
I don't even... What is he saying? There's no bad story, there's only bad execution, also I am generalizing. Huh?
Maybe
What, if you execute a story...
if you have a, I don't know. I'm trying to find words.
You execute the story, you have the story now. It's in your hand. You've executed your thing. And so he's like, well, there's no such thing as a bad story, it's just bad execution. I feel like that's just Trumpus.
So I guess when you have like a story,
The
but then
Flash.
you put like stupid execution over it, like the acting is bad and makes no. I don't know.
Tell us more, Brown Table. We desire your opinions.
There is only bad execution. The Flash is one of the biggest changes. Again, it's the execution of the character because the idea of the character...
You're circling yourself. Get to the fucking point.
I feel like we
will get there one day.
rewound, but we didn't. So
It's rewind time.
It's so beyond frustrating. Like, Slipknot is one of the greatest characters because in the film that he is executed so well in how great the character is, and that is why he's one of the greatest
executed all right.
They definitely execute him, yeah.
You know what I mean, though? I don't even know what it's called. There's definitely terms for it. Just like circular reasoning, I guess, probably like the go-to for me. I'm a little brain not wiki
Robberous
very
reasoning.
well, but it's so frustrating to listen to. Like, get to your references. You already made this point.
Only bad execution. The Flash is one of the biggest changes. Again, it's the execution of the character because the idea of the character remains the same. In Justice League, the scene with his father purely exists as character backstory, while in Snyder's
That's
version
not his
of the
father.
film,
Why
his
would you
comic-
show that?
Well, you gotta get this
That's his
video out in
father.
like 3 days. This is what happens.
Why would you not just show the clip? You've already shown clips from him talking to his father. Why would you specifically say the scenes with him and his father and show him with not his
novelty? Keep it
father?
fresh, you know?
Oh man.
Oh, fuck me.
Round Table doesn't give a fuck.
I was waiting for him to say, but it was like juxtaposed with shitty comedy or something. But he didn't. He didn't say that. He just showed that part. Why did you do that, Brad?
character because the idea of the
Kind of a
character
funny little
remains
scene how he marks his face up super fast. That's amusing.
The only thing about it that didn't make sense, right, was that there should be like electrical shit everywhere because he used the Speed Force.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's what happens when he uses his powers every other time, even when it's like small amounts of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then the guy says and looks at his face and goes, "Are those prescription?" I think you laughed at that, Rags, if I remember.
I laughed. Yeah, I laughed. I thought that was a legitimately funny line. If I was there working at the prison, and I saw a guy, I would ask if, that's a me joke. I connect spiritually with that joke.
Well,
Maybe that
Much like the
explains why
Batcave.
Batcave rubbed off on you so
Well, I was about to
'cause
say,
that's the kind of thing you would
it
say.
honestly looks as if Rags is really going to like Joss Whedon's stuff. Like, he's laughing even at his shittiest jokes. It will be alright.
Yeah, because these are crap by comparison to like the jokes in Avengers.
Wow, look at this Marvel shell.
the
Also,
same.
Yeah, me
Justice
spending
League.
like 2 months making an Endgame video that shits
So
all
I'm-
over a Marvel
I really
shell.
want to hear what Brown Table says here because I'm pretty sure doesn't
No, you
the
don't.
Flash scene in both cuts essentially achieve the two same things where it's giving us backstory as well as like the whole his dad wants him to get a job.
You are
There's, like, a payoff at
correct.
the end. It's the same
It's
scene in both
Yes,
cuts.
you are absolutely right, and that people think there's more because he says the same words that they say in this conversation when he's traveling through time, and all you can do is add shit to it because there's nothing there. I think
Screen time, so
it
there's
might have.
more.
I think it was Jay I told this one about. It's pretty funny. I had someone send me a message, so they're gonna be upset that I've said this now because they'll know I'm talking to them. But don't worry, no one knows it's you, person. You'll be fine. So they
Yeah,
said,
you
well,
out yourself in
Mahler
the
secretly
comments
told
by
me
getting
exactly
really
who
mad.
you are.
I'm going
your
to put out a
address.
hit. So this
I'm gonna
person
send 20 pizzas to your house.
sent me a message
Nice.
saying they really liked the video, but they think I missed the mark pretty hardcore with the flash. I was like, read that top in. I was like, all right, let's see what the rest of this says. The argument in full was when he's running and he's like sort of struggling to get the words out and he's saying it, it's clear that he knows that he might die to save the world, much like Tony in Avengers.
No, it
Why
isn't.
it's so
That's
clear.
the argument.
Well, this person is wrong.
I was just
So-
like, but there's nothing for us to think that at all. Like, why would... That's just not true at all.
We've never seen any kind of consequence for this ability. Unlike in
Maybe.
Zack Snyder's Justice League 2, where he
Oh, I was about
vaporizes
to
himself.
say
And yeah, I think what people draw out of that scene is stuff they brought with them, because there was nothing there. And I hate to admit that, because it's cool looking, but guys, we did this already with Mandalorian Season 2. It looked cool to a lot of
It
people,
did look
but
very
there was
cool.
nothing
I heard
there.
the noise on the sonic bomb. It was very
Bomb.
cool. I coomed.
There was nothing there, guys. It was just lights and sounds. There was nothing there. In the prison with the guy with the glass. Yeah, and I don't know. It can be upsetting, but let's listen to Brown Tail talk about it, because that's probably the point he's going to make.
The scene with the purely exists as character backstory, while in Snyder's version,
Why that visualize?
Purely exists as backstory. That's all it. I mean, that's sort of all it was.
Well, the funny part is, like, I completely agree with you, Brown Table, but Joss apparently did reshoot that scene with his own dialogue because he just decided to roll with what Zach had written, and holy shit, Zach cannot write dialogue.
Yeah, it was like, well, wasn't it? It was Chris Terrio that wrote it, though, right?
Oh, sure, Chris. Well, but like Zach would have approved it, right?
Yeah, it's in both cuts.
It's
It
his
was
story, right?
originally
No,
shot.
hold on.
It was originally shot when Zack Snyder was in the director's seat. Yeah.
Fucking
Bub, bub.
hell, it is so awful. The funny part as well, I think I mentioned this on another EFAP, but it's just funny. It's funny to keep it in, okay? When trying to break it down how bad that is, I think there's like 4 significant pieces of information that are all given in like 1.5 sentences or something. It's ridiculous. It's like, and it begins with him saying like let's just pretend for the sake of the argument right now, because this is the funny. It's like what are you doing here, Barry? And so we have, I don't know, Dad, to give us the relationship. Why would I keep coming back here when you're in prison, falsely accused of having killed my mother, and thus I am trying to learn a law school, blah, 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 blah. When I was explaining this example to Jay, I think I even showed him the clip, I'd paused after him saying, or like, I think he paused, it could have been that we were looking at it on YouTube, but after he said, I don't know, Dad, like he paused and Jay was already laughing at how bad the dialogue was, and I was like, it gets way
The
worse.
dad
Summer
part
child.
wasn't even the really bad part.
It's funny because, like,
Yeah.
I'll give leeway to that sometimes. But like, yeah, I mean, I call my dad, I call my mom. Like, it's fine. It's just a little bit. Sometimes it can come across a little clunky. But the rest of it is inexcusably, hilariously bad.
I want to
Tell you
just
about this thing we both know about, clearly.
Oh. I want to just post a screen cap of the transcript of that scene. Do we want to read this out? Just to refresh the chat's memory here.
Oh, fuck no! I
I'll
thought I
be
covered it
Henry.
already. Why do I don't want to read all these shitty
No,
dialogue again?
this is theater time
No.
with EFAP.
Yeah,
We're
we get to
going
watch.
to. So I'll be.
So you be
I'll be
Barry.
Henry.
I'll be
Okay, I'll be Barry.
Because remember, Barry's your spirit animal. I'll be
Oh,
Henry.
yes.
Okay.
Wait, so, okay. Because you're holding yourself back. You're going in circles, man. Holding down 3 dead-end jobs, going on 4. Where do you even find the time,
I make the time. I just need one more gig.
Barry?
Then I'm gonna pay for my own tuition,
You can't.
like I always said I would.
You cannot keep doing this to yourself.
Okay, I really don't want to talk about this again. Please, we have 10 minutes.
And this is all to pay for a criminal justice degree, huh?
Yeah.
For what?
Let's see. As I talked to my father, who's still in prison for the murder of my mother, which he didn't commit.
Exposition.
Yeah. How did I get interested in criminal justice? I can't remember.
That exposition is unbelievable.
Was that
It's so
exposition in the
fucking
Joss cut? Because we had a
blatant.
separate bit of exposition from Alfred explaining this exact thing, didn't we?
I'm pretty sure this is in the Joss cut as well.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's in both cuts. Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, you can't fix it if it's already there. You know? Like,
Yeah,
what are you gonna do?
unless you reshoot the scene or ADR. I feel like this was worth changing.
Yeah, it was.
Jesus, it's so bad. It's so unnatural, but well, what are you gonna do?
This is how robots.
People
It's
people
just basically like, oh,
recapping.
you're doing all this stuff to be successful. What for? It's like,
Yeah, it's people recapping to each other events that they already know.
Yep.
Wonderful.
We've brought up the example
That's-
before, but if I
instead of probably more like, oh, that's cool. You're doing like all this stuff to get like a degree and shit. I'm proud of you, son. And not like, why are you doing this, you freak?
Yeah, well, I mean, what good can come of you becoming a lawyer? It's not like that might be useful for you. Like,
Perhaps.
that might be beneficial to you.
ugh, it's just so terrible. But anyway, let's listen about how it's great.
Version of the film, his conversation with his father is important to his character arc, growing into
Well,
a hero.
I would hope
hero.
that it's important. If it wasn't important, that would be a little weird.
A little redundant, but
And yeah,
okay.
growing, add that to... What? This
I got
text...
growing.
Why did you just put a bunch of text on the screen like as if that...
Growing.
It's
We're gonna have
growing.
enough text here for a novella by the end.
I want it.
Still growing.
I want it noted, by the way. The original Godelb has this throughout it, and it was Mark Brown that was inspired by, not anyone else. This is a tumor that's growing throughout the video essay community.
It's not a tumor.
They just
It's a
fucking
brown tumor.
throw these words on screen randomly. It's like a joke.
Yeah.
It's really stupid, and the whole point of Godelb was you were supposed to be like, "Oh god, that is kind of dumb," but nobody learned. Nobody learned.
No one.
Brown
Somebody
tumor.
watched Godelb and was inspired. They're like, I want to be just like Godelb when I grow up.
Well,
I'm gonna
wasn't
tell
it the
everyone about the red car lore.
The Rise of
Theory, damn it.
Skywalker video essay I did for April Fools? There's like some Reddit thread where it got shared, and someone was like, he actually makes some fair points in this video, and it's a lot less rambly than his normal ones. And I was just like, oh my,
Which is pretty funny, yeah.
it's
Wait,
absolute
the
gibberish.
Godelb one.
No, the Rise of Skywalker video essay where I say like
Oh, okay.
an in-depth delve into identity or some shit, and I fucking put up how like everything links back to Dexter Jetster, and they apparently took it seriously, but that's what happens.
Becoming the man his father knows
Becoming.
he
Becoming.
is.
I became.
See, look,
Now,
in the beginning part, his dad was like, "Oh man, you need to be doing more things, man, because you've got lots of potential. You're one of the best." And then skip to the end, he goes, "I did it."
it's a little awkward as well to be like, I'm the best. you
Oh
know?
yeah, well, it's in the video. I'm not particularly impressed with any of you guys. If you press a button that prevents the death of everybody, I'm like, good that you did it, sure, but like, why wouldn't you? I
Also,
don't,
if
Did,
like,
did he say that to himself the first time he used this time shenanigans as well?
yeah,
I'm
because
the
he's done it
best.
before, right?
I'm the
Yeah,
best.
because he set the rule. He's not going to break.
Yeah. How
Yeah,
would that
what-
be
what-
rule if you didn't know this was possible?
Yeah.
What sacrifice did you make to do this, Barry?
None. And that's really what it comes down to, because it kind of makes it worse that he's doing the self-congratulatory thing when he's not really done anything that anyone else wouldn't have done. And why is he able to do it? Not because he worked for these abilities. It's not like Tony, where he's almost dead thanks to Obit. Like, any comparison with Tony throughout basically all of the MCU, where he's just almost dead, but you have the bonus that he's the reason. Like, he built all of this shit. That's why he could do it. This guy was struck by lightning. Okay then, like it's like you nailed it, I guess. Like, why is he the best of the best? Why?
Someone said, "Good thing it was dialogue in his head."
Wait, are we? Oh,
What?
No, someone in chat. Someone in chat said,
No.
"Good thing it was dialogue in his head." ...
What?
Well,
With
He
Flash.
said it.
We just
He
saw
said
him
it
say
with his lips.
I know, but that's what someone in chat.
well, wait,
said.
are they trolling or are they serious? I don't know.
If you're,
Are you trolling, chat? I need to know.
Maybe
We
you're
can't tell
trolling. Then
sometimes.
it should have been better if it was like an anime where it just slows down and in his head He's just saying these things. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I know who it is who said that, but
You're only
you
waiting
know,
for them to
I
clarify.
I don't want him to become a lightning rod of hate
Mm-hmm.
like I am.
Ooh.
Yeah, oh, look. Just like when he said it.
Yeah, I know.
Wait,
The
is
bar,
he actually
they
using
have
a
the bar
reference?
so fucking low.
Yes, they do. This is some bottom of the barrel execution of what you could. I don't even know you can call this an arc. I don't think so.
The time
No.
of the barrel.
I call it a
hold on.
line.
Incorporation, I guess.
Guys, Bogdan, Nicholas in chat. Good lord, you're a douchebag. He was hyping and comforting himself like a normal person does. He obviously has done it before and is weary of doing it.
He's obviously
What?
done this before. No, it's not obvious.
I don't think he's prevented the world from exploding before with his time travel. I think that's new.
Though if he has, I suppose we wouldn't know about it.
Also,
But I think he would have brought it up.
Weary of doing it. So he says you have to break the rule here. So, I mean, I'm sure that he's done it
What
before,
rule?
but weary of doing it?
Also, that I don't. This is all stuff you bring it with you. I don't know what to tell you. You've opened up your suitcase and you're showing us stuff from you. This is not from the movie. Like, look how weary he is. Look how much he's sacrificing to do it. Look, he's definitely done this before. Like, no, this is all stuff you're saying. What are you referencing? He's obviously reversed time once before in the film. Oh, well, for sure, but I don't think that
Not to
is the
mention
same as
the
this.
fact that he even mentioned that weird things happen with time indicates that he's tested this out before.
Yeah,
I feel
but
like the scene would work a
some
lot better
degree.
if he didn't know that this would work. Like if he saw the explosion and he instinctually ran towards it, and instead of, you could still do the whole thing of he's hyping himself up, but hyping himself up more being like, all right, breathe, just like the trying to calm himself down almost so that he can
so,
get it done.
Well, it's interesting actually because I remember in X-Men 2, they set up a rule for Nightcrawler. He basically has to close his eyes when he teleports, and there's a payoff towards the end where he basically has to teleport into an area that he has no idea what's behind the door, and so it's like
what you're
something
talking
like
about
that.
is they say that he has to have seen, he has to be able to envision the place that he's going to teleport
Yes.
to, and that this place he's never
Yes.
seen before. That's the payoff, is that he has to basically do a leap of faith. Yes. And a quick and easy fix for this shit, right? And that it doesn't
For
fuck with any
religious character
continuity.
as well.
He uses it with the sequence with the stupid cube, and maybe parts of him just before he hits the cube and he's done. Like, like the dusting effect, maybe. Pieces are coming off of him, and then as soon as he undoes it, it all comes back, and he's like panicking like hell, and he doesn't know what that was, but he knows, and you can have a conversation then where he's just like, I know that if I like engage with that for a little too long, something's gonna happen to me, and it hurt like hell, something like that. And then in the final, I'm not gonna say he doesn't die, right? But when he touches Cyborg, it's like once he's basically entirely like dissolved, and then the Justice League save the day, but Flash is gone. And we don't know what happened to him, and he knew that he might not make it. He knew that he was in agony, and what turns out is that he's just in some other timeline, or even just in the past now or in the future. Whatever you want, do your Flash movie. You can literally do whatever the fuck you want. He can go anywhere.
Yeah, what happened to him after he disappeared? Ooh,
Yeah, and the
that'll
audience
give you reason
know.
to come back and check it out.
The audience know that he gave up his, chance at doing anything else with whatever was happening. He killed himself, potentially. He put himself through agony to make sure the world could carry on. It's just like, there you go. That's really meaningful now. Instead of just, well, I guess I don't want the world to end.
Yeah, post-credit scene, you have Flash carving on the cave wall, a Flash symbol, in caveman times.
You could do, well, you can do
Caveman
anything.
Flash returns to Monkey. He finally did it, the Mad Lad.
You could do
High-fiving Batman.
anything.
Yep.
And like what we just like what that I just said is like it wouldn't change much at all. Like you could add that in. Wouldn't be too hard. Everybody who says like this scene is fucking amazing, they just have to bring their own shit into it because the film didn't do much of anything other than these lines getting reflected, and everyone loves to show them next to each other. Like, oh, look,
reincorporation, that basic thing that you're expected to do when you're writing any story, basically.
Simple level 1 writing 101 tier setup and reiteration. Yeah.
Flash
So
together
basic.
strong.
Because it's not even really a payoff. Well, it is a payoff, but it's a very flat payoff because there was no build-up at all.
It's just remember that thing we said 3 hours ago? Yeah.
Oh, if you didn't remember, that's okay. I wouldn't expect anybody to remember 3. You know.
Yeah, I'm just
That
glad
long
you made
ago.
it this far. Good on you.
Yeah.
Oh my
You
god, you
deserve
could
a
introduce
medal.
Gorilla Grodd.
You deserve to be part of the Justice League. Patience of a saint.
It's this triumphant moment.
No.
Triumphant moment.
Triumphant moment.
Triumphant.
But all
Brown
right.
Table, when you were making this video and you were putting up text, was there ever a point where you thought, maybe that's a little excessive?
A
No.
bit much. So,
You know for a fucking fact that this was after he trimmed a bunch out.
Is it possible, like, if we take all these
You think
words,
so?
Oh yeah. He
If we
probably
take
had
all
it for
these
everyone.
Or
words-
was this just what he put down? He just wrote this in one take and he was like, that's good enough.
That's a good point. I don't think he redrafted this.
if we take all these words that he's
Clearly.
putting up on screen and we we compare them to the transcription of his video here, is it possible that he's put up 10% of his script on screen?
He does it like with a bot. It's just like select 10 random words every 2 sentences or something. It's like, yeah, I mean, if it works.
This character who starts off the film just awkwardly bumbling around and doing his best, tripping and shit, ends up saving literally the entire world.
That's
I
it.
get it.
He
Yeah,
was
that's
bumbling
okay.
around.
That's
with
Yeah, I
the
mean,
world.
that's,
okay.
you know, and then
There you
that-
go.
Okay.
we compare
That-
this to what the big payoff is in Avengers. The guy who everybody presumed was selfish and wouldn't do the sacrifice play is the one who
Dude.
flies a bomb through a wormhole with no expectation of coming back. Not only is that a great payoff for the character, but it sets him up for like the rest of his journey, seeing the aliens there and like, holy crap! Like I'm just
Well,
a normal
Okay.
guy.
Mahler,
Talking
Mahler,
about-
remember David
Also,
Sandberg?
we had multiple
the-
movies with that character.
Yeah.
Mahler, remember the Shazam director's video about CinemaSins, and he does a little dig at video essayists. It's like, Darla is set up to be the slowest of the group, and then she's the one that gets super speed at the end, and he's like, yeah, yes. But that's this. That is unironically this right here.
he was
We
clumsy.
found one in the
and-
wild.
and trying to do his but what he's again, it feels like the whole I come into the boardroom and I'm like, I want a character that's kind of klutzy and clumsy, but then you know, surefires his way to eventually essentially saving the world, sacrificing mostly everything. That, by the way, Fringy, can you think of anyone from the Buffyverse that would apply to in the most simplest of terms? Starts out bumbling, ends up being someone that's so principled and strong that they save the world.
Neville Longbottom.
Yes.
Man. Well, I don't want to say. Just
Well, no, of course. The point is, what I just described is crap, because it's just like, there's nothing there. And it's like, okay, but what if I stretch this over, you know, a whole storyline, several movies, big payoffs, all supporting things, conflict, blah, blah, blah. It's like, oh yeah, maybe that could really work. Then this is just that, though. It's still just it's the thing and then the thing. It's nothing. You have to bring everything else with you, because there's nothing else to work with. It's so annoying.
Well, that's the thing. It's a recognition of the basics. Like, what is the, if we're boiling it down to its simplest building blocks, what is this? It's like, well, this is meant to be a payoff. It's like, well, what was the setup? Not a lot at all. Basically nothing.
You can time travel.
Like, I'm here trying to think about what that, and it is time travel.
And yeah, didn't want to just to echo what Fring was saying there as well. Not just all the stuff we've already talked about. The look that Tony gives, which is a pretty cool shot as well. Before he closes his eyes, it's supposed to be like he's terrified by the potential outside of Earth, and that's going to set up what he does in Age of Ultron, Iron Man 3, and Civil War.
And Civil War. Yep.
And just some of the stuff in the MCU I feel should be getting the praise that Brown Table's doing, and even then I'd be like, okay, you could chill out a little bit, you know, like it's not perfect, and we could go over like the flaws and stuff, but like we're getting it for literally, look, he fell over and then he saved the world. Like, oh, I guess so.
In my opinion, one of the
arc.
best sequences of any superhero movie ever made.
No, fuck
Oh, boy.
off.
Hey,
The
he
best
said, in my opinion.
sequence in any superhero film
Hey, in my
ever
opinion.
made.
Talk about easily impressed. Like,
Fine, he said
Wait.
IMO.
I'm
Visually
gonna
stunning?
throw him a very small bone and say maybe if he was only talking about the visuals, I'm more than okay for someone being like, I was blown
Yeah,
away
if
by
it's
this.
just the visuals, if it's purely the spectacle of it,
great
sure,
spectacle.
I could see that would be better.
And the music was neat.
Yeah, the music
Yeah.
was neat.
But if someone said like substantive writing, though, I'd be like, God, no, this is like bottom of the barrel. There's nothing in this.
Nope.
It's the thing I said. He's in a room with a button and he pressed it, and we're all like, whoa.
Good.
You can press the shit out of that button.
You know, someone else with like like copy of Unreal 4, maybe, you know, with some editing software, with some 3D modeling, they could probably do something similar. I
Oh
don't know,
yeah, and there's
maybe.
probably something that exists that's already like this. Maybe not as impressive or something, but just it would be. See, I would want to drill down into Brian Table's mind. What is it about this? Is it the when he steps on the platforms and they're forming on his feet? Is it the fact that it looks like he's in space because the planet is blown apart? Is it the lightning? Is it the lighting in general? Is it like, and has he even thought about this, or has he just gone, no, I just love it? Like, all right.
I love it.
Opinion, one of the best sequences of any superhero movie ever made. The stakes are felt, and it's embarrassing.
Hashtag
This
got
was
stakes
him.
are
cut
not
from-
felt.
Hashtag got him. Gotta type that.
It just sort of happens.
So the rudimentary understanding we have of stakes, like what is to be lost and what is to be won and how. So the world is at stake if he doesn't reverse time. But what happens if he reverses time? It's like he'll save the world.
And
then I guess he'll reverse time then? It's like, yep. Okay.
Okay.
Those apparently are stakes. Now he's gone into Justice League, so let's see what he says.
Are felt, and it's embarrassing that this was cut from Justice League.
So it was cut from
Oh, is
Justice
it?
because he doesn't want the Flash to be able to time travel. Yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, because this sets up. Yeah, this goes. You remember that the S word you used a moment ago? Stakes. What happens to stakes if you can just press the reset button whenever you want with no consequences?
And I feel like
You
this
don't
is
have
probably
stakes.
one of the best examples of just like you're just wrong. Like surely this is well beyond the realm of opinion. Like if he was here to be like, I would get him to define how stakes work, and then surely he would eventually have to agree that Joss has more stakes because he can't just undo mistakes whenever he wants. Oh, hey,
Yeah,
look,
like what if he
mistakes.
powderized the Russian family? He can't undo that. He can't put Humpty Dumpty back together again.
Yeah, and
Let's see how it just saved some
Put,
people.
Humpty Dumpty.
I just like I almost want to see it where Brown Table gets to interview Joss Whedon and he goes, "Why did you remove the best sequence in the movie?" And Joss goes, "Oh, well, because I didn't want him to be able to just rewind time to solve problems. I wanted him to work at it, you know."
Yep.
You'd just be silent. Brown Table would be like, "What? Why did you say that? What?"
Looks so good though.
It just
What
see
is
his
this
brain
language you're
frying.
speaking?
And then he'd be like, "It looked incredible." And then Joss goes, "Well, this is how it looked for me." And it's just again Ezra Miller on like a series of wires in a big green room, and he's like,
Looking
I mean,
constipated.
yeah, and I was like, I could have used it for something, but I decided not to, you know. Oh,
Joss Whedon in general is embarrassing, though.
he
Wait,
put
what was-
allegedly.
wait,
I don't
hold
want
on.
to be sued. Do you see that?
Okay.
Yeah, all right, with an asterisk.
And the
Allegedly.
and a little you know, emoji art there.
Allegedly.
Two
I mean, does
asterisks.
Brown Table actually think that he's going to get a phone call from Joss Whedon's lawyers to sue him for defamation? Is he being serious, or is that meant to be a joke?
Look,
Also, I'm pretty
the
sure if you put it like this with like a smiley face and then I don't want to get sued. It's like,
truly wonderful the mind of a child is all I will say.
Well, it's fun because the internet just never learns, right? The key thing here, Ray Fisher accuses Joss Whedon of blah 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 blah, and it's like, and I know that everyone here, including myself, we hear certain stories and they just sound so true that we're just like, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure.
yeah.
But like, ever since the Pro Jared one, I'm done with believing accusations. It's just like, nah,
Hey.
I need to hear Joss's version on top of it.
Yeah,
But you know, the potential is absolutely on point. You know, like he could be the worst person on the entire planet for how mean he treats everybody. But like, gotta be really careful because one man's I appreciate your input, but I you know I'm gonna be writing the story myself. Is another man's fuck you. You have nothing
He
to
hates
give me.
women and he disrespected the actress.
yeah.
Hey,
What a
hey-
piece
hey,
of
Mahler,
shit.
remember Amber Heard accuses Johnny Depp of abuse?
That's a funny one. Isn't it?
Mhm.
Yeah, that's aged very well.
That's just tragic. That whole fucking like she's got all of everything and he's lost. The idea of
Well,
trying to make a
Kurt,
fucking Pirates of the Caribbean movie without Johnny Depp's like good luck. I'm not even
Well,
like a
yeah,
particular stand for his acting, but I like at this point I want him in like everything. It's like just put him
Yeah.
in. And
Some kind of justice.
Jack Sparrow is fucking phenomenal. Like, he carries the Caribbean movie. The all-female Pirates of the Caribbean movie, like, I wonder how well that's gonna do.
It will be horrific.
Probably. But I think, is it Charlize Theron's directing it or something? It's just like, oh, man.
Wait.
Well, she did
what?
so well with that other film, you know,
that-
the Angels, Charlie's
Oh, no,
Angels.
That was Elizabeth Banks.
Yeah, that's
Oh, that was Elizabeth Banks. Was Charlie Theron? I don't know.
Wait a minute. I thought because all I remember was didn't they want Margot Robbie to be the person?
Oh, I might be mixing them
to
up.
lead
Yeah, you
in
could
the
be
part?
right.
Yeah.
Let me look it
I know
up.
Elizabeth. Okay, Elizabeth Banks did direct it. I'm pretty sure. I'm just wondering if Charlize Theron was in it now. And that's why I had
There it
confused.
is. Yeah, it's Margot Robbie, Christina Hodson. I don't know who. Reteamed for new Pirates of the Caribbean movie for Disney. It's a reboot.
Yes, it is.
The other one was the writer for Birds of Prey.
Oh, boy.
Oh, that's gonna
a
be
new
fantastic. then.
female fronted. Now, I know that Pirates of the Caribbean isn't like realistic at all, but like, how many like piracy in the
If
Caribbean?
a woman was on a pirate ship, I don't think she was probably part of the crew.
I mean, I'm totally cool with having them on the crew. I guess I'm just questioning, like, you know what I mean? Like,
At what point
would
does your
there
brain
be?
go, wait a second?
Well,
Wow.
yeah, exactly.
You guys just hate women again? Yeah.
Wasn't that a thing that like Elizabeth Swann had to kind of like sort of an obstacle that she had to overcome in those movies?
Well, naturally, because people were super sexist
Dude,
back then.
it was an obstacle the films had to overcome. They had to be about pirates, but simultaneously avoid all of the worst shit pirates do. Like,
Yeah, we have to talk about pirates, but the pirates kind of have to sort of be the good guys you root for. But also the bad guys.
They were
as well.
absolutely the kind of the bad guys.
I would be
back in the
curious how
day.
the fight scenes hold up in Pirates of the Caribbean films. I always remember I used to like them.
What
a lot.
about that turning wheel one? That was pretty neat.
Turning wheel one?
Wasn't there one where they were fighting in a?
Yeah,
Dead Man's Chest. Yeah.
Yeah, you're
The
right.
mill.
Oh, that sequence. Oh, I remember loving
I'm
Pirates of the
pretty
Caribbean.
sure. I'm pretty sure the first sword fight between Jack and Will is going to hold up very well.
I picture the first movie holds up really well. We you know, it's just like Pirates of the Caribbean. It's fun, and Jack Sparrow was fun, and then it got driven into the ground, and now they're making an all-female reboot. It's gonna go great. We live in a great
It'll
world.
save Pirates of the Caribbean as a franchise.
Yay!
This is what Pirates
that,
needs.
In terms of
More
money,
women.
it kind of didn't need saving because it still makes a lot of money.
Well, the idea
And I
was
would-
just Johnny Depp had it.
I would
on
say
a,
real pirates would agree.
Yes.
Real pirates would be like, of course we need more women.
I like
of
the idea
course.
of teleporting pirates to watch Pirates of the Caribbean. They're like, look, that's a little inaccurate, okay?
Now listen here.
These stereotypes are.
Or I guess it probably wouldn't pan out like that. If you teleported Blackbeard and his crew, they'd probably just kill everybody in the theater and plunder it. For
Well,
popcorn.
I don't know.
I
Put
think
the
they'd be
popcorn
pretty
in
blown
chests and
away.
run away.
Arg, what be this salty gold ye dispense from the pot?
What be this magic box with the moving pictures?
This sorcery. We be in Davy Jones's locker.
Yeah, this is Davy Jones' locker.
And then one of
We
them
must
is
have
like,
died on the high seas.
if this is Davy Jones's locker, I can do whatever I want. And then he jumps off of like a building. I can fly.
Pulls an Inception.
Arg, we need a land ship steals a car.
What be
A
this
land-
thing that you
land ship.
use to move
A
the
land
arrow
ship.
on your monitor called?
The Pirates movies were held up by Johnny Depp, seemingly, certainly towards the end. But I'd be really curious to have released one in that sequence that didn't have him in it, just to see if it failed or if it was able to carry on without him. I would assume it wouldn't be able to.
I
'Cause-
feel like
Yeah.
when you look at
It's a
his
tough sell.
filmography, he carries a lot of stuff that he's in. Like he I don't know. It seems that way anyway.
He's a kooky guy. He's played a bazillion
He is.
things.
Well, I remember when I was a kid, I didn't actually know what Johnny Depp looked like because he always looks so
Oh,
different.
because he
in
was
his
always a
role.
crazy person in the movie.
Well, yeah, because he always looks so different. And when I see him, I remember when I was a kid, when I saw what he really looked like, I'm like, is that him? Like, I don't
I had that same
recognize him.
experience, yeah, because he always
Yeah.
like seemed to change from movie to movie to me, especially like when he does stuff like Willy Wonka, where he's almost unrecognizable.
That's
to
what
an
I
extent.
mean, yeah,
Yeah.
because that's what I got exposed through a lot of the old not Danny, because Danny Elfman also collaborates with Tim Burton all the time.
Yeah.
The Time Barton.
Did you guys see that Willy Wonka movie?
I did.
New
that
one?
from
It's been
2005?
ages since I've
Yeah,
seen it. I have to
Willy
watch it again.
Wonka. Willy
It's
Wonka.
not as good as the old one.
He's
I
a
don't know.
famous
Why would you even bother
chocolatier.
saying that? It's like-
You know, just in case to clarify.
No,
That
you never
was-
know. Maybe the old one is really shit, and we just don't remember it right. And maybe the new one is a
Charlie and the
mastery
Chocolate
of
Factory is a
filmmaking because of all of
masterpiece.
its metaphors and stuff.
Ugh.
It's
The production values were neat. That's
I
all
guess, yeah.
That's all I
It
can
actually
say.
serves as a pretty interesting example for the adaptation versus quality argument, where I believe in the original they have these geese that lay golden eggs. That's not in the book, but the squirrels from the new version.
The squirrels are, yes, and both of
yeah.
them were in the Roald Dahl book. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was closer to the book, slightly the new one. Yet it is.
You think
the
people would be
shitter film.
consistent?
It
with the
is still
adaptation
inferior, yeah.
argument? Nutter.
The
Anyway.
by the way, anyone in chat who has not watched it, Red Letter Media did a review on the original Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. It's very good. I would highly suggest everyone go and watch that review that RLM did, because there's a lot of interesting info that they bring about why the film is sort of shot the way it is, and some stuff about the director, and some really nifty sorts of things that they point out.
Yes. They,
Oh, and also
that's them
the
being on
the
point.
also the Oompa Loompa songs in the original are not from the book, but the ones in the new one, they use the book's lyrics. So, yeah, original's better, anyways.
Like,
I remember Danny Elfman. I think he said he didn't want to do the songs that Tim Burton wanted. And he said in retrospect, I think he was just very open about how, yeah, with the fucking songs, man. It's like they made me do it.
And yeah, relating to like the Red Letter Media's coverage of it, I would say like that is them at their best. Similarly, when they look through the textbook that relates to Darth Vader's suit, that's one of my favorite videos that they've ever made, going through all the fun facts about it. And it was funny because it just seemed like, because I've seen the Event Horizon review, one of the things that happens in it that almost baffles you is Mike says he doesn't like the combination of like the craziness of the ship being all like dark and torturous almost, like in this terrifying thing mixed with how it's supposed to be modern technology moving through. And then Jay just says, "Oh, I love that was the combination. I thought it was awesome." And then like the conversation doesn't get resolved; it just sort of ends. It's like when they fully agree and are passionate about a project, they can create videos like super interesting. But the Event Horizon one, I found it awkward to listen to. I was just like, and I haven't seen it in ages. Maybe we'll do an EFAP movies for it. Who knows?
Someone said Rags is such a notorious RLM shill.
What?
So I watch a lot of Red Letter Media, but it's my favorite thing that they do is Best of the Worst by far. They're half in the bags. I'm on. They're a hit and miss. Generally good, I think. Their reviews can be super interesting.
The Joker video was horrendous. Yeah, well, the thing is,
Yeah,
like,
the Joker video was bad,
RLM, I'd be like, well, I mean, partially, yeah, I think RLM are worth watching. They're fun. And
Absolutely. I'd highly recommend everyone watch
I was gonna say,
RLM.
And they're right about the prequels.
If I'm a shill when I recommend things that I think are good, I'll be like, yeah, all right. Like, that's fine with me. I'm also an EFAP shill. Guys, you should watch EFAP, it's fun.
Nazi.
In general, it's embarrassing, though. Cyborg is easily one of, if not the standout of the film. His character...
Wait,
now,
thought
I want you to
I thought-
review that sentence, Brown Table.
Yeah.
Cyborg is one of, if not the standout character of this film. That is a terrible sentence. That's what happens when you don't redraft.
I don't know that he knows there's anything wrong with that sentence.
That's the thing. He doesn't know that
Oh,
there's something wrong to redraft.
But like that sentence is balked. That's not a
He doesn't
that's
know
not
that.
a real sentence. Their syntax is like it's nuts.
Cyborg's totally useless. I think we all have the same perspective on this. There is more Cyborg in the Snyder Cut. There's a lot more meaning to be derived out of his storyline, but there's also catastrophic errors in his writing. So
Yes.
Cyborg is an
really,
excellent example that you could bring up of just because a character has more screen time doesn't mean the character is better.
Exactly.
and people are opting to ignore any and all of the faults in the writing to simply appreciate he is a broken man who finds that ultimately he is not broken at all and he can make use of this new life that he's been given by his father, who, having died along with his mother, makes him alone, but the people he has found in the Justice League will now act as a new family. And it's just like, yeah, there's an idea there. Pity about the execution.
Yeah. It just sort of happens, and we're like, oh, that happened, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
The character is so beautiful, complex, and brilliant.
It's
In
really not
Beautiful,
complex. At all.
complex, and brilliant.
Beautiful
He's
command.
neither of those things.
Neither of the three.
Neither of the three.
Well,
None of the three. Whatever.
I'm just...
What up, Beauty? Saying he's ugly?
This is
I
the
mean,
shit
the
I don't...
CGI is pretty ugly, yeah.
Oh, saved.
Oh, wow.
What retard has he said this time?
Well, let me roll it back, because there's something else I want to say about this.
Cyborg is easily one of, if not the standout of the film. His
Oh.
character is
Yep.
so beautiful, complex, and brilliant. In general, this is
Beautiful, complex, and brilliant. So, I know we brought this up before. It's the whole, you have to say three things. That's just how it works. And never qualifying any of them, and so it's just saying stuff.
Yeah. It's like the only one that I could sort of attach any meaning to is complex.
But, like, surely you would want his reasoning for that, right? Like, you know what he
absolutely.
probably
Because
means by it.
beautiful and brilliant, I'm like, okay, oh, I don't know what you mean by that, but at least I think I could guess what you mean by complex.
But,
Sure,
like,
though.
so, because, of course, he would be... If I said to him, like, can you explain what you mean by those three words? And he'd probably be like, you'll get it by the time this section's over. And I was like, what if I don't, though? And it's like, it's up to you to interpret it, because this is actually art as well. And you're like, oh...
Soyborg.
His character was really brilliant when he didn't utilize his established power set to save his dad.
Yeah.
It just kind of fucks with everything, doesn't it? It's just like, ugh.
But in Zack Snyder's Justice League 2, he would become the digital god of our age and learn how to look human again.
Oh, stop!
He
Not
would
again.
walk around and see a literal bull and bear fighting each other to represent the stock market.
Hey,
It's
look.
very. You see, I think maybe Fringy, not everyone noticed that the two giant animals fighting in front of his face.
Dude,
Two
well,
animals
That was
that
one of those.
literally
It's a subtle
represent
nod
the
of
two-
symbolism. Very
I like
subtle.
that. Yeah, the subtle nod of the actual animals that describe the two basic ways that the economy is at any given time, fighting each other, and then he pushes them away. Like, oh, I could control the market. There would be no bull or bear markets. It would just be flat forever because that's something I can do.
Well, I think it's amusing that was like his first time in the brain space of whatever the hell that was, and like he sees those two fighting. He's like, "What the fuck?" Like, because he doesn't know anything about stocks or whatever. And his dad is like, "Yeah, it's like, do you get it?" Like, no.
Someone said it was
No.
beautiful how he lost control and fired a missile at Superman.
Yeah.
If I'm
And,
defensive sense up, I can't control it. Brr.
And yeah, it turns out his dad worked fucking ages rendering those things to show his son in the computer world. And he's like, you don't... Oh, so, like, basically, it's like, he's like, it's fine. I don't really care. Okay.
Must crush capitalism, quote Cyborg.
It's probably one of Snyder's best films solely because it wants to be more human than a lot of his previous works. At least that's how I saw
What?
it.
It wants to be
What?
more
Oh.
human.
What?
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 From now, this is an extra rewriting of history. While they were filming this film, like Warner Brothers had notes, and he did what they told him to a certain extent with this film. We already know that this is lighter than it would have been because they told him that it needed to be. So this whole idea of like, oh, it was his goal to make it lighter. It's like that feels like a retroactive changing of the story. Because there is no such thing as his fully original vision, because this film was shot while the studio was involved.
He also lost his Green Lantern scene, so it's not his vision.
No. And also, he added extra scenes that weren't ever part of the original vision, so
Nor
it's
could
not
have
his
been.
vision.
Because he just wouldn't have had the time or money to do it, but
No.
here we are. Oh, that just brings the whole fucking conversation about visions in. Because it's enough for the brown tables of the world to be like, this was his vision, and that's enough. That on its own, that's good enough. And you're just like, okay, I feel like we've not progressed the conversation at all, but thank you for that.
We understand who these characters are by words and actions and not just expository dialogue.
Expository.
No.
Expository.
No, this film has some of the worst expository dialogue
And
I've
also,
ever seen.
must we
It might be
reread-
the worst I've ever seen.
Must we reread the Barry and Henry scene again?
also, words are expository dialogue is words. You needed to use a different description of what you were talking about. It's
And
all
also-
words.
I remember this part from your video, Mola.
Yeah, this is the part that I referenced after going through all of the
Oh,
incredibly
well, that's what I
overt
remember.
bullshit.
I feel like I
And
like I've seen
the funny part, I guess, is that if someone said like, "Ugh, you've got expository dialogue in your script," I'd be like, "Of course I do."
Every story has exposition.
Every single
of some
story
kind.
has it, and some of it's more subtle than others. Clearly,
Yeah, but some of it doesn't feel like it's specifically geared for the audience to listen.
Well, it doesn't feel like the director slapping you in the face and saying, "Look here, look,
With a
listen,"
hot
and
dog
then
or
explaining their
something.
position on it.
Usually giving you like good context for characters to be saying it in this way.
well,
Now I'm just picturing Zack Snyder, like as Wings of Redemption, grabbing a microphone while people are watching his movie.
look,
shouting,
listen.
Look here, look, listen.
What's genuinely, it's all problem solving. When you're like, all right, I've got 10 lines back and forth between these two characters. I need to get across to the audience who they are to each other, what they mean to each other, what they're going to do, and how it relates, and I don't know, their current living situations. But it all needs to be not overt, and it all needs to be representative of how they are as characters.
Mr.
It's like,
Biggles is awake.
oh no. But yeah, so it's tough to write it all, but you could also just skip that part and be like, I don't know, they just say it. Why would I need to? Why can't they just say it? They're people. Some people are explicit about what they're gonna like. If Rags was like, hey, what are you doing tomorrow? And I'm planning on going somewhere, I could just say it, right? Like, why does it have to be all complicated and shit? This is like, yeah, sometimes it wouldn't be complicated. One of the classic examples is when you're introduced to a brand new piece of shit thing, and you're just like, what the hell's going on? And then you have a new character who's like, also, yeah, what is going on? And so they explain it to them, but also you. That's the classic excuse to get a whole bunch of shit explained quickly.
The difficult part is when you are in like a completely like alternate world to our regular reality that has a whole different set of rules, but you don't have any audience viewpoint character. So as a result, you're basically having to find ways to have the characters explain why the sky is blue. Just which is not something that we would normally do. So
we've
that's
definitely
usually
gone
the
over
challenge.
a lot of this before, but a good old title crawl or a narrator that brings you into the film, or news stations clipping back and forth in different ones that give you a collection of info that you need. Like, zombies are coming, oh, people are dying, it's horrible. Or, yeah, there's serious tsunamis going all over the place. You're like, oh, we're watching 2012. I can't remember how everything dies in 2012, but yeah, you expository dialogue, it's just like it's everywhere because the writer doesn't put it in unless they're trying to get you to understand something, just about the nature of it. And it's fascinating that he would celebrate this film for not doing that. Amazing.
It's crazy because this film has more than any other film that comes to mind some of the most clunky, blunt, out of place, and cringe expository dialogue I've ever seen.
Steppenwolf, you need to do 50 more thousand planets. Like,
because of that thing that you did that
yes, I
one
will.
time and how
I would like Darkseid to reconsider my banishment. It's like, no, because you did this, that was very bad. It's like, yes, true.
Do you remember your life?
do you?
Remembering me, asshole.
Actions and not just expository dialogue. There's this beautiful scene where at first I thought Cyborg was creepily stalking someone for some reason, until I realized that, well, he is, but he's following this family.
Oh, he is. But,
Dude, it would have been really
Where are
awkward
the
if he
Are
was...
these all cameras that he's
Apparently,
using to look at?
I don't.
her?
Well, so I was curious if he could just view anything all over the world whenever he wants at any time. Because a lot of the
Yeah.
positions he has aren't necessarily where you'd expect cameras to be. Because this one looks kind of
Yeah.
awkward, doesn't it? It looks more like a person level attached. You know, like some of these would be weird for camera. But yeah, such
It's an exposition camera.
This is another one of those. Zach is like, oh, what if he gives a bunch of money to a poor person, and then you have an adult in the room says, Zachary, how are you imagining this would happen? What systems are being used here? Why does he decide to help one person rather than many? And where's the money coming from? And then Zach's just like, stop it, Gerald. You're ruining my story.
Gerald.
Like, well, I just don't think you're starting to like get out. And you're like, oh, full vision.
With pure intentions.
Gerald.
A single
of
mom
Hellsat.
who has no money and is all alone and out of options. And he grants her an opportunity.
No, stop putting on screen.
An opportunity.
Mm.
An opportunity.
Getting fucked over by the IRS.
The worst arguments are found here on this planet. Yes. And the best arguments too.
This
Yes.
incredible scene that nearly made me cry
Oh my god, you're so easy.
It made you. Oh, fuck off.
Pathetic.
You pansy boy.
So easy. Like, I would never worry about having to construct a script that's going to make Brown Table feel stuff. It's like you get literally all
It's
access
easy.
pass into his heart for showing someone smiling.
It's like tricking an animal with.
It's the most emotionally manipulative scene ever.
It's like when you
there's-
throw when you're going fishing and you throw a hook with a worm on it into the water and you're like, wow, fish are fucking dumb. They'll believe
Yeah.
anything.
Oh.
That's kind of what it would be like to make a movie for Brown Table.
Wouldn't it just, well, close, right? Because wouldn't it just be you just go out in the boat and you're just like, get in, and the fish just jump into your boat, and you're like, there we go. Nice. Really hitting the bottom of the barrel.
Maybe that
at
is all
point,
it would
you know?
take. Yeah.
because it felt so human and real. There's been times I've struggled in my life, my family has, and
Yeah. This is-
Wow. So you
That
saw so you've had moments where you're poor, so you see a poor person in a movie and you're just instantly on board with it?
That's what I
Like
mean.
that's how
it's so
fucking easy it is. That's how easy you are to manipulate.
All they have to do.
Oh, damn.
Man, you know, I saw a character experience pain. I've experienced pain. Oh, just finally a movie for me.
Saw Batman stub his toe, you know, that got me
Mm-hmm. Right in the field.
right where it lived.
so seeing that was incredible to me. In a world where
Incredible.
superheroes exist, the impossible
Superheroes
is
exist.
possible.
Impossible.
What do you- what?
Possible.
What do you mean? What do you mean the
What?
getting money isn't impossible? What are you talking about?
Why? Why?
The impossible? What's
don't
impossible
understand.
here?
Why must you punish me, Brown Table?
Mm.
Why? Oh,
World where superheroes exist, there's someone looking out for you. But sadly,
okay. So this applies
Batman's
to like
gonna kill
every
you all in about
every-
5 years.
Someone looking out. For
every
you.
superhero
Obviously.
movie you could say this about.
Yeah.
There's always someone watching out for you out there.
I'm sorry. Does watching this movie make you think that superheroes actually exist?
I'm actually not sure that. I think this is kind of a little bit of a potentially damaging message of somebody will come to save you, because that's
Yeah.
kind of just not true at all. Like, nobody's coming to help you out for the most part. You
Yeah.
have to
Yeah,
figure
the,
things
um,
out on your own.
The
You
message.
need to, first and foremost, you can't rely on everybody else. You need to
Nope, you
take
have to rely on
initiative. You need to
yourself.
do what
I-
you can. And
I-
I know it's so toxic these days, but maybe you need to work harder.
I think that the way that superheroes should be inspiring us isn't to have us feel like we're being looked out for, but rather inspiring
take
us to
action.
help others.
hmm
Yes. Not be the ones that are being helped, but to help
Yeah.
others.
It would be weird to interpret like Superman's story and come away from it. I don't have to worry. Superman will help me. That would be a
Yeah,
little
that's a weird one.
as opposed to I can be Superman too, because Superman is like me. You know, he can fly and all that. I can't do that, but I can do my own little thing in my own way.
Yeah, I've always
Yeah,
felt that
generally-
the messages we're supposed to be drawing out of them is more so about like encouraging us to do great things for people because anyone is capable of doing it. It's more so about the choices,
Yeah.
less so about the power.
Shouldn't be about don't
But yeah,
worry,
being like, there'll always be
Superman will
someone
help
to
you with
save
your
you. You're
problems.
like, ooh, yeah, maybe don't.
No, I think that's kind of a dangerous thing to go through life thinking. Actually,
And yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
well-
just highlighting this comment from Mr. Biggles. It's wonderful.
Oh.
Not even sure he's real anymore. It's pretty
Watching.
awesome.
Mr. Biggers
Wherever
will be there
and whenever
waiting, watching.
EFAP spread, he says wherever and whenever EFAP spreads their Snyder derangement syndrome propaganda, Mr. Biggles will be there, waiting, watching, ready to pounce on their
Now
lies.
in my head, I'm picturing like in the savannah, there's like a gazelle walking around saying like, Snyder Cut's not that good, and he hears a little bristle in the
Yep.
grass.
Does anyone
And
notice that
Big-
Mr. Biggles is a cat?
Oh, well, it's.
Also,
I'm assuming it's named after
it's,
Mr. Bigglesworth, right?
Yeah,
Oh.
from Austin Powers.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
ready to pounce.
like the cat he is.
Yeah, Mr. Biggles.
There's Bengal tigers, lions, panthers, and Mr. Biggles hunting down bison.
Maybe that's where all the rational people went. Like, Mr. Biggles systematically hunted them all down until only the Snyder
Until
people
extinction.
were left.
We need a trophic cascade of anti-Mr. Biggles to restore balance to the. Oh well, wait, no, that's Thanos. To appeal to you, Mr. Biggles, we need a dark side to come along.
And mind control everyone.
And then forget that he. Where he is.
yeah.
Gotta
That's
make
where my
sure.
mind goes instantly when you
Yep.
mention that character now, is how stupid he is.
And how
I'm
he
trying
got
to find
fucked
Mr.
by David Thewlis with his beard. Yep.
I'm trying to find Mr. Biggles' YouTube channel, and there's so many YouTube channels called Mr. Biggles.
He's one of many, but all serving the mastermind.
Good God. I don't know, man. When I read a Superman story, I'm kind of just a little bit inspired, at least, to be a better person. Just wanted to do good rather than thinking, oh, yeah, a magic man from the sky who is an alien is going to save me because superheroes are real, yo.
I read his EFAP have lost their credibility comment on Friday Night Tights video, Galaxy Brain Assumption. We get told on a lot. Like, we say stuff and then people super chat other people's streams. Like, can you tell off EFAP for saying this? Like,
And they'll
stop
then they
telling
will
on
not
us.
Dare.
At the same time, don't, because this is the thing. This is the problem. If someone sent a super chat right now that said, "Hey, Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers, he said that anyone who thinks Snyder Cut is bad is an idiot," I would be like, I gotta hear it from him first. I'm afraid, because you guys in chat, you could be little shit stirrers, and you know it. That's rude.
That's what
Naughty.
steers.
Can't be having that. Naughty.
So
Anyway,
this happened with Star Wars Theory. Yeah, someone lied about the things I said. I don't know who it was, but someone lied about the things I'd said about Star Wars Theory.
yeah, and luckily for
Like, I
us,
was
the
getting
Friday Night
told
Tights
on-
lads were like, would rather hear it from him first, among trying to respond to the sentiment in general. It's just weird, all right? I know you're upset
Juvenile.
when your podcast hosts say stuff you don't like, but you'll be okay. You'll be fine.
You will not die.
Be like Mr. Biggles. Pounce on us in the darkness.
Reject modernity. Except the big O's. I don't know.
Modernity.
Modernity.
Community.
Sadly, we don't live in a world where superheroes exist. Ray Fisher was fired from The Flash because he revealed his truth of how things went down.
His truth. Oh, I
His
hate that
truth.
saying. I
No,
wish that
stop
saying
it.
would
There's only one
die.
truth.
Oh,
Stop it.
I am
His
okay.
opinion of the truth.
No, just stop. He said what he thought from his POV. Like, why do we have to his truth? Like, why do you say it this way? What are you
There are so many fucking angles to what he said. There could be an explanation for what's going on. I think what's important to remember is none of us were there. None of us can see the context for what he's saying. So there's not much anyone can really latch onto there beyond this was his perception of what happened, or even worse, his perception of someone else's account of what happened.
It's actually fucking frustrating. It's like, what do you mean? You're trying to make it sound like his perspective is somehow more valid now than anyone else's because you described it as his truth. So when I find out that an example of the rampant racism on set is having him say "booyah," I'm like, right, so your credibility just sank. Like, I don't even know
Yeah.
what else there is.
What are you talking about, Mahler? Booyah! It's a very racist term.
It's very, yeah, it's triggering, honestly. But, so, I wonder if he would have described Joss Whedon's counterclaims as his truth. You know? Like, I wonder. I seriously doubt it, is my point. Next up, though, if I was making a movie with a shared $100 bazillion with the six of us here, and we're hiring actors, and one of you suggests Ray Fisher, I'd be like, fuck that. That man, like, I don't wanna be called racist on Twitter for days on end because I said booyah. Like, fuck that shit.
And I
so-
would definitely say booyah.
And it's so they're just like, wow, it's really fucked up that he got
Comes in
fired.
the door, booyah!
Hello, Mr. Booyah.
How could, dude, if you're a friend of his, how could you not want to play with that? And be like, yeah.
Hey, Ray. Hey, Ray. Hey, Ray. Hey, Ray. Hey, Ray. What? Booyah.
Run out of the room. So, yeah. So it's like the decision to not bring him back in the rest of this. It's like, again, I gotta be like, Warner Brothers made a decision that makes a lot of sense. This totally happens. Like you're not supposed to shit all over stuff connected to the projects you're working on because it's really bad publicity. Like, that's just straightforward stuff. There's a reason why everybody's really careful about it, and it was really awesome when Mark Hamill shared his opinions on the story choices. And you might want to say the same thing for Ray, but the thing is, Mark never called Ryan racist or sexist or said he created a horrible working environment. He just said, nah, I just don't think Luke would be a sad hobo. That's basically my opinion. Yeah.
Yeah.
Point
A lot of
being,
people felt that.
I don't really
Booyah, my N-words.
I don't really shed a tear after all the stuff Ray Fisher has said and the evidence that has come forward. I'm just like, oh. And I don't even have the counter perspective on it. All very.
During the making of Whedon's Justice League, he talked about how Whedon was a
What?
total ass, how Jeff
Oh
Do
man.
we have to write this all down?
Oh man,
No,
wow.
This is from fucking Ray Fisher's message. I don't think that counts. That's
No.
not text he had to put in.
And
This is a
probably
screen
worth-
cap.
Probably worth mentioning that Joss Whedon's been cancelled for something that like majority of directors have done. It's very strange, but now is the time that you can no longer be a dick as a director, apparently. Which, by the way, that's not an endorsement of being a dick as a director. It's just confusing. Like, I didn't realize we were so utterly against the concept of a director being an asshole on set. I just thought that was something that you'd come to expect when working in that industry, because there's this really high-pressure job. And there would be limits, like try not to, step over some kind of arbitrarily drawn lines between different people. But at the same time, like if someone keeps saying they don't want to say a line, like, is it not a part of the director's job to eventually be like, can you shut the fuck up? Say the line. You know what I mean?
Probably at some point.
But yeah,
He complained. He complained that none of the other actors were forced to like say catchphrases. But I don't know. Didn't Joss Whedon reshoot a scene with Henry Cavill to have him say, "Well, I believe in truth, and I'm a big fan of justice."
he
That
had
is
him
a
say a
classic
whole
example of catchphrases.
I was gonna say, he says a whole bunch
Yeah.
of stuff that's he's gritting when he says it. I refuse to believe anything but Henry Cavill enjoyed it. I
Yeah.
hope so anyway.
Oh yeah.
Toby,
Yeah.
Jeff, and John were not
Refusing
ignorant
to
of
say
their biases. They-
"booyah" and making refusing to say "booyah" and making a big stink of it is just like so ridiculously unprofessional. He made me say "booyah."
What? Look at this. They chose the cowardly route of gaslighting, complete with extremely problematic requests such as asking me to play Cyborg like Quasimodo.
What?
What's the context behind it?
Quasimodo?
So, from what I understand,
The
this
Hunchback from.
this is about. It's not about the physicality. It's about the personality. Basically, they felt that he was way too dour, and they wanted him to be like Quasimodo. In that, yes, your position kind of sucks, but he's a lot more hopeful and less,
Yeah,
fuck the
he looks
world.
for the beauty in things.
Yeah.
And the small things give him a lot of joy and satisfaction.
And this is why I would love more context, because that's described as extremely problematic. And I'm like, wait, I can think of many scenarios where that wouldn't even be remotely offensive. So, color me confused.
Being an optimist is problematic.
And I've
Forcing
read
us-
plenty of Jeff Johns' work. He's not racist. In fact, I think he made Jon Stewart a little bit more powerful than, white Green Lantern Hal Jordan. Like, he actually overloaded the ring's capacity for willpower at one point, and that's a black character, so I don't see racist there. I don't know.
Also, forcing a scene to be reshot so they could highlight the existence of Cyborg's penis. Well, there goes that issue for you, Fringy, right?
Yeah.
Wait, what was that?
Forcing a scene to be reshot so they could highlight the existence of Cyborg's penis. So Cyborg does have a penis, apparently.
Oh, good for
Okay,
him.
that's good to know.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I'm glad for him. I mean, I
really
have
good
one,
one.
and it's pretty great.
See,
So I
It
mean, I'm
is
glad
pretty great,
he's. you
Look at
know,
this.
glad he's got
The
that.
quote: "We can't have an angry black man at the center of the movie," and this is looked at as like a racist thing to say. But it's like, well, isn't what he's probably saying it because he doesn't want to be seen as racist, as in the movie. We wouldn't want the black man to be angry, like, which is a weird way to put it, but like, I don't.
Or this might not even be the direct quote. It could be him saying, we can't have Cyborg be the center of a Justice League movie, which needs to be an ensemble piece.
Like,
Plus, it's a movie that has Batman and Superman and the Flash in it. Much better known characters. I mean, even Aquaman is more well known than Cyborg.
Yeah, and Cyborg was basically introduced this film outside of his brief cameo in the last one. So him being the center of it is a very strange choice.
Also, I mean, if they're saying we can't have an angry black man at the center of the movie because their concern is that won't sell, because I guess that movies with angry black men at the center don't sell as well. It's like,
I'm also presume that they wouldn't want to play into a
I
stereotype.
don't want to look racist.
yeah.
You know the whole bury your gays thing? If somebody awkwardly said on set, like, we can't kill the lesbians, that's like, that's fucked up, or something. Oh, we can't have our movie about lesbians and then it involves death in some way. And someone could be like, wow, that's so anti-lesbian, when it could just be, it's literally like they're trying to avoid looking like, this is what happens, by the way, you fucking drive yourself in circles trying to not be racist, and then you get called racist. Like, god damn it.
It's like, I don't know what to do.
And yeah, so a lot of these
try.
a lot of these claims, they're really weird when you look into them in terms of just like, I'm not quite sure I understand where the issue lies. And it's like, they used all their power to reduce and remove all black people from the movie. Well, that movie. I remember people talking about how Iris being removed was because Joss has a problem with people of color. It's such a bizarre fucking thought. He cut out Willem Dafoe.
Remind me who Iris is?
The one he saves when he's in the stupid Sesame Seed scene.
Oh, okay.
Retard woman.
Like, he probably doesn't want Flash to
Racist.
look like a borderline rapist.
Hold on. Kevin Smith in chat saying a bunch
Just
of
a
white guys
creeper.
talking that BS. I'm out. Fringy, you're white, right?
White as they come.
Sorry, I was just taken aback.
Well, you see, it's frustrating to listen to a bunch of white guys, all of us white guys, talking about
I'm
anything to
purple,
do with
fuck
race.
you.
Talking
Wow.
about
I'm
what?
not even
What-
human.
What did he say talking about?
So we're just talking about this the angry black man at the center of the movie comment. There's a fellow called
Yeah,
Kevin
but
Smith
what was
saying
his comment? Because if he said
He-
a bunch of
he
white
said-
people talking about race, that's real awkward.
It's really
yeah,
really
a bunch
racist.
of white guys talking that BS. I'm out.
Just
Oh,
BS.
Oh, so you're a racist. I'm fine if you leave. Bye.
Well, I was
yeah,
gonna say,
I was about to say that's super racist to
I'm
say
glad
that
you're
somebody
gone. Yeah.
somebody isn't capable of expressing an opinion on a subject because of their skin color. That is very, very racist. You need to cut that
Unfortunately,
shit out.
these people don't get
Yeah,
told
that's
it
not
enough,
cool,
so
my
they,
dude.
they got free reign. Like, they say this shit so often without any repercussion. It's like, oh, I'm not gonna listen to a bunch of white people. You're like, ooh, that's very racist.
Oh, sorry.
Why
man.
does everybody assume Fringy is white? The reason why everybody assumes that I'm white is because people hear an Australian accent and they're like, oh, white, because they don't know anything about the world. That's the reason why people say these things. The only reason you assume the race of people is because you don't know enough about the countries in the world. Australia is
I don't know. If
super
I hear
multi-
someone with an Irish accent, I'll probably assume they're white.
And that's
yeah, I mean,
racist.
sure, but like, it shouldn't be like, oh, whoa, what? Like, not
Whoa.
white, you know? That's really weird.
But
That's-
then if it turns out they're like the only Hispanic guy in Ireland, I'd be like, huh, all right.
That's pretty
Also,
good.
Can't be
Of
racist.
course.
It's German.
also
That's
there's a
true. Yeah, they got that out
Also,
of their
there's-
system decades ago.
Or
Yeah.
alternatively, it
I'm
shouldn't
good.
even matter to you what race somebody is at all. Like, it shouldn't even be a matter of, wow, that's something. It should just be a, like,
Yeah, we don't care
yeah.
what color you are, or what your religion is, or what country you're from. You're fine and you're welcome here as long as you're not French.
So there's like a there's also this archetype of like the angry white man, which is what Travis Bickle from Taxi Driver is often described as.
Down.
So like if they were to, yeah,
That would be
falling
another
down as
one.
well.
Yeah, falling down. That's it. Yeah.
If you're changing it to we can't have an angry white man at the center of the movie, like what's problematic about that? I guess that there have to be like a specific context for that.
I
to be
wish
said,
we
but
could
it's
just
like,
move past race. I really
Yeah,
wish
me
we
too.
could. Like,
No.
this wasn't even a thing.
Sorry,
Did
you're
we
in the
talk
wrong
about
fucking era for that.
Did we
thought.
talk about exactly this like on the?
Yeah, we did.
Well,
on
gee.
stream.
Friday.
I wonder if
Yeah.
it'll come up
Yeah.
on the next EFAP.
Saturday,
I
sorry.
wonder.
Like, I don't want to have to constantly defend my greenness. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want
Yeah.
I don't want to have to be reminded about it. I thought
Purple
we
lives
moved past
matter.
the era when green people were shooed out of restaurants and they had signs up for regular people and then green people.
Yeah, and the Greens
Just
had to sit in the
everybody-
back of the bus, and
Yeah.
Where they
The
belong.
purples had to have their own water fountain.
The purples had their own water fountain, yeah.
So I had a weird brainwave, and
Oh no.
when you Rags, when you said like, "Oh, the only Hispanic in Ireland," I was like, my brain was like, "What kind of joke could you make there?" And just a really crap one, but it's I stole it from something by accident, so I'm just going to describe what that was instead. I was looking at before I was watching the Grand Tour, just a couple of Top Gear clips. Now, Top Gear would probably have been cancelled if some of the stuff they said back then were airing today. Though this was coming from Jimmy Carr as a guest, so it kind of makes some sense. Do you guys know who Warwick Davis is?
No.
I
yeah,
do.
He's he's this little person.
He is,
Yeah,
and
Played Wicket.
Richard Hammond is trying to attach a Pringle tube to the pedals so that he can reach them. And it is.
I know what you're talking about.
It's really funny, and he's like, "Oh, that's brilliant, isn't it?" And then Warwick Davis is like, "Well, I mean, I have to hold them in place. I don't know that it's working very well." And like they back away, and there's something wrong with the car, and so Jimmy Carr is like, "Oh, we need a jack to dig it up," and then he just goes, "Warwick, do you want to?" And he's just like, what? Like, what do you think? Like, what? And he's like, well, I don't know what superpowers you people have. And they all laugh, and nobody died. It was wonderful.
Yeah, Jimmy Carr is he's funny.
Oh, he's super edgy. I don't know if he's
He's a
edgy
funny
anymore, but
guy.
he definitely was. So anyway,
Watch a lot of 8 out of 10 Cats do Countdown.
oh yeah, man, British panel shows. That's where it's at. When fucking Charles
fucking
Dance
hilarious.
went on "Would I Lie to You?" Oh my god, he was wonderful. Everyone should
I
go
didn't know
watch
he was
that.
on there. I gotta check that out.
Oh yeah. Well, he was on one episode. It might have been two. I can't remember, but he needs to be on more everything.
John's alleged we can't have an angry black man at the center of the movie. But Zack Snyder understood Cyborg. He understood Fisher's talent.
Cyborg.
And he wasn't lying when he
Okay,
said Cyborg.
Roundtable, let me just educate you a little bit. You know who put Cyborg on the fucking Justice League in the first place and in fact retconned him to be a founding member? Jeff
Nazi.
fucking
Jeff
Johns.
Johns, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Bum, bum,
Fuck
bum.
off.
Well, in fairness, Zack understood Cyborg. He understood that Cyborg
Yeah,
would let his
get right.
father die because that's what heroes do.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Cyborg was the heart of the film because he is.
Chris and I, from the beginning, were like, it was Cyborg in the end that was going to be the real hero. And
Look, you have nothing going on with like any other character. It doesn't surprise me that Cyborg is considered the center of the movie by a lot
Which
of people.
is weird because if I were making a Justice League film, it'd probably be Batman who would be like the person at the center of it because he's
Ooh,
the
generic.
most.
I
Well,
would, yeah. I guess it depends.
I-
Like
well,
if
I
I was the
guess,
director and
Go ahead.
if I was the director and the studio had like plans for more movies in the future, I'd try and find a way to incorporate, like if you have Cavill, who I think was going out and Affleck, who is, are they doing anymore, or was this
No,
like going to be the
I
last
think
thing?
I
they're
think Ben
done.
Affleck's going to be in Flash, and then I think that's it.
Then I would probably find a way to, how do we make maybe the low key hero of the film be like someone we're setting up for a future movie?
Well, I guess what I was saying would be like, if I had it all my way, what I would want to do is basically just really emphasize that like Batman is out of place here. He kind of doesn't belong here. But
He's
then
a
it's almost
normal
like
guy.
it's almost like realizing that he does belong here, because it's not about your capabilities, it's about your tenacity, your determination, your willingness to try and do the right thing even when it's like insurmountable odds. Or it could alternatively be Superman, almost like assuming the responsibility of leader, having always been not really a leader at all, and that's his journey.
You're already going way too far, though. What I was trying to
make him
highlight,
not a leader at all.
What I was trying to highlight with him was that Wonder Woman has nothing, Batman has basically nothing, Superman has nothing.
Nothing.
Who's left? The Flash, almost nothing. And then
Aquaman has nothing.
Aquaman is probably the most nothing out of all of them. And then we have the final, which is Cyborg, that has something, and it's not a small something. And so the idea that people are like, oh, you see, if you think about it, Cyborg's the heart of the film. It's like, it's the only thing that's going on. Everyone else is doing fuck all. I don't even know what. You'd think.
I mean, I guess he is by default.
You'd think I know someone's gonna be like, Aquaman had the whole thing with the king going on, right? He's like, take up the mother's trident, like that's something.
Take up your mother's trident.
And
Take up your mother's trident.
You talk about how you may have picked XYZ to be the heart of the movie differently, but I was like, how about you just have something going on for everybody? Wouldn't that be crazy?
Character at all.
Because I don't really care who's at the center of the Justice League movie. I just want more character, for fuck's sake, please.
He represents all of their journeys in some way. What is family, and what is it to lose? What is loss, and what is our loss? Own? Like how are
is it loss? Is this loss?
Is this loss?
How are our own hearts wounded and damaged by loss? And then how are we able to rise again?
I wish the best for Ray Fisher, man. But yeah, Cyborg, a broken person, being able to find happiness despite being part machine, understanding he...
Oh, Lincoln Park.
Yeah, the crumbly ground, man. It's like 1-to-1. You do genuinely wonder if they stole the asset somehow. If there's some crossover somewhere in some vault where they just grabbed the special effects. It was like, what the
broken person, being able to find happiness...
Warner produced it?
I mean... It's, you know what, they really should have kept the Linkin Park graphics in the Joss League because Joss, like Linkin Park, he tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Can you even say it doesn't matter? He's been fucking thrown under every bus that exists. Like, he's just run over again. It mattered, it just didn't matter the way he probably wanted it to. Because from what I understand, he was gonna do it to get a Batgirl movie, right, Free? And that's...
I think that was the deal,
movie.
and then he dropped out of that. Now that's not happening at all. Or it might be a TV show on HBO Max.
For anyone looking for the newest updates on Joss Whedon, he's currently getting articles written about him, how he's ruined the new show that he was a part of just by being there. Like,
I mean, you get accused of something, and your name's gonna get dragged through the fucking mud everywhere you go.
I mean,
I stubbed my toe the other day, and I just shouted at the top of my lungs, "Fucking Joss Whedon! How dare he!"
Yes.
Yeah. Because of Joss Whedon, my
I just
kitchen is
screamed the
dirty
N-word.
every time I cook. It's
so electrical.
You walk outside, it's
Piece of
snowing,
shit.
and your car can't get out. You're just like, fucking Whedon!
fucking Whedon, man. Bus is late. That motherfucker again. Fuck.
We're done!
We're done!
Joel
It's
Whedon.
just like it's again another Simpsons reference, like Zack Snyder as McCabe's partner. I've just christened the movie. Yeah, everything's gonna be just start shooting him.
Yeah.
It's like, damn, I'm not gonna make it. Don't talk crazy. Just do one thing for me. Get Whedon.
Oh, Joel Whedon.
The chat is blowing up with Joel Whedon.
Yeah.
Whedon! Joel Whedon.
Yeah, it was funny. Like I showed Free an article. It was like the big problem with the Nevers is Joss Whedon's DNA is all over it, and it like sucks that we can't scrub his credits from it. When they literally cited, he was like producer, executive producer, writer, director.
Showrunner.
It's just
Yep.
like, oh yeah, scrub all of
Everything.
his credits because it's like, he fucking made it. Like,
It's like
oh,
taking Da Vinci out of the Mona Lisa.
it's really unfair. Like, by the way, I would make this defense for literally anybody, any creator. So like, their name doesn't get to be on the thing they made. Like, damn. Okay.
Hey,
You didn't exist.
Joel is
Yeah.
not someone who is beloved. He's an idea.
Ah.
Oh my
Get
goodness.
away.
The memes are colliding.
Dinkelberg? What it would just be? Dinkel Whedon?
Winkleberg.
Understanding he's not alone is amazing. I think the reason
You keep saying this, but then you just don't explain any of it.
Yeah, this
Yeah, you
this
just
thing is amazing.
claims. So
Why?
many claims.
Anybody looking for some 101 on video essays, fucking explain yourself, please.
Yeah,
Just
like
a little-
pretend that you have people listening to you who aren't just going to accept the words that come out of your mouth as just objective truth, and that you have to maybe actually convince somebody of something.
But like even
That's insane.
you know, like I don't know, a joke that I just think is particularly poorly written, and someone goes, "Oh, I found it funny." I'd be like, "Can I get a why?" Out of curiosity, like I wouldn't need to be convinced of it myself, but I would just be like, "What was it that made you laugh?" You know, and so if he's like, "Oh, this was astounding, amazing, beautiful, brilliant," I'm just like, "Can you tell me why? Have you ever even thought about why Brown Table? You just sort of accept it. You're just like, oh, that's just how I feel."
Dinkle
Yeah.
Joel.
Suck on that.
I've always felt like that's the more interesting part of media analysis, figuring out why you react the way you do to certain things and not other things. Don't you want to know? Like, he almost did it. He was like, you know what? The woman who's poor and then gets money. I was poor. Okay.
That's the beginning of a
Like,
thought.
we're getting there.
Hmm.
Also, I'll be right back. I have
Okay, cool.
You started up the thought train. Getting there.
You were doing so well.
And then you realize, like, oh shit, the video's about to end. Oh, never mind. It's kind of amazing how much nothing there really is for Wonder Woman and Aquaman in the Snyder Cut. You just didn't care about him.
Meanwhile, in the Joss Whedon cut, there was a scene where she almost acted.
I would honestly say, you know what, and pat her on the back of the head, whatever couldn't be Me Too, you know, and just be like, you did it. Nice.
Yeah. You did it. You know, air pat. You know, the hover hand, the Keanu Reeves method.
That's the way to, well, get a little a flappy hand thing on a stick and just pat her with that.
Yeah.
She could still be to
From
you with
30
that,
miles
probably.
away, you know, the maximum distance for a restraining order, just to be safe.
Just swaying it back and forth as it slaps her ass, and like, oh no, she's like, right, Twitter.
Well, at least I'm already X number of miles away.
reason why the members of the Justice League are able to understand each other so well is because they're all hurt, broken people.
Oh my god.
Oh, fuck you.
Can you say the exact same thing for Suicide Squad? They understand each other
Yes,
so
you
well
can.
because they're all broken people. Can you see how Aquaman's mother's trident used to be a trident, but then they added shit to it?
Are we more?
Look, there's a
more
trident there,
try.
and then they added the stupid bit, and he was like, "Why'd you add the stupid?" It's like, "It's your mother's trident." I don't know. She did it.
Pick up your mother's pentadent.
Yeah.
People still clinging to the past, people that are chasing a dream, people that aren't even happy with themselves.
Oh my god.
The dramatic voice.
We're one step
Thomas
away.
the Tank Engine and the Magic Railroad music in the background.
We're one step away, gentlemen, from people going through things, people experiencing things, and people.
Are we not already there?
Trying. Well, he's
By the way-
slightly more specific.
Okay.
Waller, I am
Yes,
I
sir.
am very appalled by you saying that this movie doesn't have much for Wonder Woman earlier, when it adds quite a bit, and it sounds like
Remember how, the yodel's voice breaks every 5 seconds just to make it extra annoying?
That was such a weird fucking choice.
Get that woman a lozenge.
And if it seemed like everybody noticed it too, which was kind of the funny thing. Like, everybody noticed this, Zach. It's like, did anybody watch his movie and go, hey, that yodeling thing, I don't know, not feeling it.
I couldn't even get a good yodel sound.
Like, my question is, was the yodeling added after the Snyder Cut was picked up, or was it there when Joss Whedon was brought in? I have to see Joss Whedon's reaction if that's the case.
It would be pretty funny if it was in the original cut and Joss cut all of it.
Well, that's the moment that he calls Danny Elfman up saying, we're fucked if you don't come here right now.
Help, please.
And together, they collectively realize something.
I'm not broken.
But those people are about to be broken as you shove your hands deep into their cores, ripping out their spines and crumbling them all over this decrepit wasteland. I'm sorry, what am I talking about?
I remember the Eldritch Demons too. That was weird.
Mm-hmm.
I think like we were all just like, wait, what? Like, why are they horrifying
What's
demons?
going on? Why are they from Dark Souls coming in to get him?
And I'm not alone.
Epilogue.
What's weird to me is that I can tell there are flaws with this film. While I love the slow-mo...
Oh, you can tell, Cat.
Name two. Name two.
Hey, why don't
Go,
you
go, come on.
Yeah, give me an example. I would actually like to know what an example of a flaw would be from it, and not don't cheat out on me and say, oh, the pacing could have been better, or the soundtrack wasn't.
How about the yodeling? Just reference the yodeling.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking. I would
yodel.
like a specific reference. Table of Brown, please.
What's weird to me is that I can tell there are flaws with this film.
No, you
While I love
can't.
the
Fuck
slow-mo, it can be too much at times, especially this fucking scene. There's pacing issues.
Thank you.
There's the pacing. There was the pacing.
The
There
ending
we
could
go.
be shortened a shit ton. Maybe the film suffers because it seems like there were absolutely zero limitations,
Maybe.
and it's always healthy to limit yourself.
Wait, but it's his vision.
Oh,
You said earlier.
That is the
Why would you
vaguest
limit
fucking
God
criticism
damn it.
I've ever heard in my life.
He's,
Round table.
he's contradicting what he said earlier.
You're fucking bending back on your own position.
It's not perfect. All the things that I said were good. Maybe they weren't.
You should have your vision, but limitations are good for you.
God damn it.
It's like Movie Bob saying vegetables are good for you.
Leave him alone.
They're good for lesser
imagine,
things,
imagine that, like
from lower
Movie
life
Bob
forms.
coming out to say a nutritional book from Movie Bob.
He did
Has a
actually do an
pretty small
entire
meal.
video on Gamer's Guide to Health,
Yep.
like giving health advice
People have
to
wanted us to
gamers.
cover that.
Are you? Oh, all right.
I also just leave Movie Bob alone. Okay, Lindsay Ellis, let me know about this. He's
She
very
already laughed
creepy.
at him when she was
Yeah, like-
apologizing.
like
to him
you're-
and still called him creepy.
It's almost like, look, I know he's pathetic and terrible and awful. Stop laughing at him, okay? It's just like, why would you? Why? I'll never get over
Thanks
that.
for defending me. Please never defend me. Actually,
Oh, it's
Oh, he's calling us Quanon and 4chan again.
man.
Someone in chat is asking, why is Southpaw a cat? Who's Southpaw? I'm Mr. Biggles now.
Oh no, he got into the.
oh, your thing hasn't
call.
updated for.
It's like a plague. It's like the Borg. You've been assimilated by the Biggles. We are the Biggles. Lower your shields and
It'll
surrender your
happen
ship.
to you next.
Hey,
You're
hey,
next.
the Biggles. So people say we biggle around.
Bagel.
in some capacity, and the movie in general is a complete opposite of what I enjoyed, but I enjoyed...
The movie is a
What? It
complete
isn't.
opposite of what I enjoy. Again, please review your
The
sentences.
complete opposite?
But
Maybe.
I love
movie is a
Cyborg's
complete
dissolved head right there.
but like it's the complete opposite of what you normally enjoy. What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm so confused about this.
The complete opposite.
How the hell did it manage to come through? This is the complete
Yeah,
opposite.
like,
We're
movie
in
in general
cosmonaut
is a-
territory.
the complete opposite of what I enjoyed, but I enjoyed what this movie wanted to be.
Oh my
enjoy.
god!
Wanted to be or
stop
what it was?
What? Yeah, I'm sorry. I heard my enjoyed as well.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna roll it back
That's
and
a
just
Jar Jarism.
let's just
My
listen
give up.
again.
Put yourself
give
in some
up.
capacity, and the movie in general is a complete opposite of what I enjoyed, but I enjoyed what this movie was.
Oh, he did! He did!
What I enjoyed.
I
God damn it!
enjoyed. Okay,
Basic
get out
English.
that. We need that, Mahler. I enjoyed.
Well, what even was the full sentence? It was like, it's the complete opposite of what I normally enjoy.
But my okay.
But my
let's-
enjoyed this.
Let's
my
just
enjoy-
roll this back a few seconds. Hold on. All right, and we're gonna just play it.
Of what I enjoyed, but I enjoyed what this movie wanted to be. And
I enjoyed what I wanted this movie to be.
I enjoy what this movie wanted to be.
Yeah, right. So,
in
in normal EFAP fashion,
But not what it was?
we're first addressing the words he chose, which are really funny, because he said, but I enjoy what this movie wanted to be. Then we actually look at the spirit of the statement being, so he could enjoy the movie because he enjoyed it for what it wanted to be. How could you not apply this to every movie ever?
Yeah.
Also, what the
I like
movie
the
wanted
idea
to
of the
be
movie.
is going to be different than what the movie is.
Oh, he has adopted Jar Jar's speech patterns. You're right.
Oh my goodness. Alrighty.
and this film was itself 100% of the time. In an interview with the New York
100%.
It was itself
Right, yeah.
100% of the time.
It was itself 100. Jesus Christ.
It
would be a
wasn't
little
different
weird if
movie
he weren't.
sometimes.
Yeah.
What? This is like straight up just Goodell at this point.
enjoyed what this movie wanted to be, and this film was itself 100% of the time.
The fuck?
What are you saying with your
With
words
the stuff.
right now?
I don't understand.
Yeah, of course the film was itself 100% of the time. It's not like it doesn't
What
become
else
in
could it be?
Bruges for 10%.
What a stupid thing to say.
I just.
It's Goodell, right? Yeah.
Oh God!
Oh, I only just wrote one. He's gonna be the whole video.
Oh, this is Patrick Willems saying that the elephant nipples were his favorite part of Star Wars, like all over again.
Some of these videos, they're just horrible if you just listen to them. That's all you gotta do.
In an interview with the New York Times, Zack
Wait,
Snyder talked about
what?
Marvel.
What?
Well, it sounded like that sentence was about to continue into something, and then it just stopped. Okay.
So he appreciated it for being what it was, and it was 100% at the time. It was what it is, or something. it ended.
It's just like some nonsense, meaningless tautology.
Yes.
In an interview with the New York Times, Zack Snyder talked about Marvel, and he said, Marvel is doing something else. They're doing it at the highest level, this popular action comedy with heart. And they have that nailed. An effort to duplicate that is insanity, because they're...
Okay, oh god, no.
Okay,
stop
so
it.
first off, I am not typing all of that in. That does not count. That's Zack Snyder's words. We established the rule with the glass. That was Zack Snyder's edition, not Brown Table's. I'm not fucking adding this. No. Not writing this down.
Secondly, Marvel are not doing what they're doing at the highest level. What the fuck? Stop it.
You could improve on Marvel 100%.
Oh,
Do
yeah.
they mean highest level of like the business?
Oh, well, in that case,
Well,
I
that-
guess so, yeah.
But
that
why
case
would
would
he
be
care
true.
about that? He's artiste, man. He doesn't care about that.
I don't know.
By
I can't comprehend
default,
the mind
they're
of Zack
at the top,
Snyder.
but you know.
None of us can.
they're so good at it. What DC had was mythology at an epic level, and we were going to take
What?
them, I assume, the audience,
Mythology at
on
an
this
epic level? What?
This is just garbage word salad. Like, just saying. Because, I mean, if you took it like this, Marvel's doing something else, okay? They're doing it at the highest level. Nope. This popular action comedy with a heart. Yeah, sure. And they've nailed it. Nope. An effort to duplicate that is insanity because they're so good at it. It's like,
No.
that is not how anybody... That... Could you imagine saying, like, well, you made the best painting ever. I can't even try to be as good as that.
it's
Like, I'm
worse
not
than
even going to
that.
try. That's insanity. That's insane.
It's almost
That's
worse than that
absurd.
Especially coming from someone who's supposed to be lauded for their creative vision.
he's also defined it as action comedy with a heart is something you shouldn't even bother trying to duplicate because they're so good at it. It's like
There
action
certainly
comedy
wasn't
with
any
heart.
heart in these films.
You've covered action comedy with heart might be the most common genre in existence. Like
Yeah.
one of the most wide appealing. It's just standard amounts of. I immediately think of all like the garbage sort of standard comedy movies that come out, where it's usually like police procedural, but with funny cops that do funny things, and also they learn something along the way or something. A million
Yeah.
of them.
And Edgar Wright does it better than Marvel does. That's not.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Hot Fuzz is an action comedy with heart, right?
Yeah.
So Like this is all so strange. And also the whole DC had mythology at an epic level. It's like we got Norse in the MCU. Like
Yeah,
You have
Marvel has
Thor.
mythology on an epic
Thor
level.
is an Avenger.
Yeah.
Ragnarok happens. Like why are we doing this weird dichotomy? Why?
Fucking hell, Snyder.
Amazing journey. Frankly, I was the only one saying that. Reading that
Thank
reminded me
God.
of myself
Thank
just a few
God
years
you were the only
Reading
one
that
saying
reminds
that.
me of myself.
Yeah,
Oh
it took
god.
so much.
This is the same man, by the way, who took down the video where he just randomly went, "This reminds me of Karl Marx." He makes some interesting videos.
Years ago. Heck, maybe even just a year ago. How I always thought there was the one correct way of doing things. How this certain kind of film...
Well, you were very wrong, and I don't know why you ever fucking thought
Yeah,
that. And
I don't know why you thought that.
Pain.
I don't think I ever thought that.
Pain.
There's only one correct way to do things.
It
once-
takes a special brain to ever think that.
it's funny coming from us, right? Because someone might be foolish enough to be like, "Wait, isn't that your guys' whole thing?" It's like, oh, making sense. That's not really like a, not really what I'm talking
There's
about.
more than one way to make sense.
Yeah,
Yeah,
in fact, I would say there's a shit ton. And yeah, the context here is that you should be Marvel, but why?
No, especially now. Don't be Marvel.
Especially now.
No.
has only one way of being made and that's it. But the truth is, the blockbuster film has no formula. And if there is a formula...
Well, it totally does.
The
The funny thing is, Avengers, Watchmen, and the Snyder Cut, there's probably some broad things you could easily connect for why they'd be successful on a wider scale, but I would still presume that Snyder Cut is going to be the lowest performing out of the three, because it's so fucking bloated and boring. But yeah,
Come together.
blockbusters totally have a formula. I believe, is it Spielberg that kicked it off? I can't quite remember. Or was it,
Maybe.
was it Star Wars?
It might have been Hitchcock. No, wait, it was Star Wars Star Wars defined the modern blockbuster because people were literally lining up around the block, which is where we get the term blockbuster from.
There you go, yeah. Yeah, honestly, action comedy with heart, that covers vast majority of blockbusters.
Many things.
That's the problem, yeah, it covers everything.
It's owned by audiences based on what they seem to enjoy. I think if Warner Brothers would have trusted Zack Snyder more, I think audiences would have eventually come around to his...
You don't want to do that.
No.
Audiences will come around. Eventually, the audience will come around.
Does he remember how Batman v Superman was received from its release date?
It's funny. There was an article that detailed it. Man of Steel made about $40 million. That's a fucking slim margin on a film.
Yeah,
and then they gave him another shot. And Batman v Superman, I think they needed it to make $1 billion for it to be worthwhile.
Yeah.
It underperformed. I'm not sure if it was profitable, but it was something there. And then Justice League was like really badly, and then people will be like, well, that's Justice League. It's like, okay, well, why would you have any reason to assume that this version would be more successful if it got released?
Because it didn't have the jelly
two is already like a lot of opportunity.
Yeah.
One.
Well, yeah, the other movies didn't
Snyder
have
had
his
his chance.
It's like, oh, if only you'd given him, if you gave him a chance to make more than 3, maybe audiences would like it. It's like, Round Table, please, nobody gets this kind of opportunity. He's at the top of the chain for this. Who else can you name that was given this many opportunities to fail?
Most people only get one.
At least Patty Jenkins' movie made a lot of money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was shit, but at least it was profitable. If I was if I was an executive, I'd be like, yeah, the movie was shit, but god damn, that made a lot of money. Make another.
They canceled Spider-Man 4 over less. You gotta remind you that like the first 2 movies are really beloved in that trilogy, and the third one, while not as loved, was the most it was the highest grossing one, and they still canceled the 4th movie. Those movies were not nearly as hated as these.
I just hate the presumptiveness that everyone would come around to Zack Snyder as if there was something inherent about his vision that would win everyone over.
Well, it's almost
Warner
like
Brothers
saying the
has to
blame
blow
is
that
with the audience.
Almost is, isn't it? If you guys would just give it more of a chance, it's like they gave it 3 chances.
Stop blaming us for thinking it was shit.
Not liking shit.
I wanted to like Man of Steel. I did.
It's funny how it feels the same as like when everybody shit on EA when it was BioWare's fault for a lot of the things that went wrong with their games. This is another situation where it's like, put yourself in the perspective of Warner Brothers. They've already invested what? Like, I think in total, this entire endeavor has cost them like nearly $1 billion and made them maybe like a $50 million profit. That's awful.
That's nail biting.
And it's funny because people will be like, well, it made money. It's like, yeah, but there's a thing called opportunity cost. They could have spent that money on something that would have made them a better margin. Like Shazam only made something like what, 400 million, and it had a better profit margin than all of this.
Yeah,
and
their budget was below 100 million.
Yeah. This took years.
Making 40 million after investing that kind of money, it almost makes you wonder, did we luck out and make money? Did we just get lucky?
Should we have cut our losses sooner?
If we had released it on a different day or a different week, would we be losing?
Also,
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it out there. I think that the DCU would actually be like successful and moving forward if it'd been J.J. Abrams from the beginning. That's probably
would have been.
Does it take?
Yes. Go ahead, Southpaw.
Well, also, Meme Repository, you said that you wanted to like Man of Steel. I would rephrase that to, I wanted Man of Steel to be something worth liking.
Yes, that's basically what I could, because I wanted it to be the movie that changed everyone's mind on Superman. It did not, because it was awful.
No. My mind has been changed on Superman, but kind of despite that movie, to be
Yeah.
you know? Because now I bought All-Star Superman because I wanted to read it, because I've been thinking about reading some Superman stuff now. And that is thanks to all of this, but not in the way that I think that they're expecting. I want better. I don't want what they did. This whole thing was a mistake. Like, DC tweeted out today that they're shooting Flash, and like all of the responses are, "Oh, restore the Snyderverse, restore the Snyderverse, stop ignoring us." It's like, you never should have indulged them. You never should have done this. You should have just kept going and been like, yeah, maybe the cut does exist, but we're not interested in real. Stop falling down, All-Star Superman.
Metaphor.
Yeah. This was a mistake. You never should have indulged this at all.
These crazy people. Yeah.
My favorite part of all this is when they try to pick a fight with the MonsterVerse people and then they chat right back.
Monster. Oh yeah, that was a thing.
Wait,
are we talking? Oh, you're talking about the? Are we talking about the Godzilla stuff?
Oh, they review bombed Godzilla versus Kong on IMDb, and then the Godzilla versus Kong people review bombed them back, and then IMDb themselves had to step in.
Godzilla versus Kong has been much more successful than the DCEU.
And look, here's the thing: all the MonsterVerse movies are really bad. Okay, I mean, Godzilla 2014 might be okay-ish.
That one is okay from what I remember.
Yeah, but the rest are really bad. However, for the most part, they're also pretty fun. I would rather watch the MonsterVerse. I'd rather watch all 4 MonsterVerse movies than any one DCEU movie that we've already gone through.
Unironically, yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I don't know if I'd be so quick to.
Okay, maybe not any one. Okay, fine. The Zack Snyder ones. Okay, I don't want the Snyderverse back.
Zack Snyder MonsterVerse.
Oh god,
could you imagine?
Yeah,
Godzilla.
you'd have it be like
Godzilla being Jesus.
Godzilla shoots a laser.
Jesus, Godzilla.
I don't know. Godzilla writes a dissertation on why laissez-faire capitalism is the best way to govern the world.
Monkey Christ.
Oh, there's
Godzilla floating out of the airlock.
You know what?
Maybe his arms out. There's a big tail hanging down.
Yeah.
Like all goofy and shit.
Like, wasn't that like this? I know this is like a fan art, but this is a recreation of a shot that's in King of the Monsters, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you would have 40 of those.
Yeah.
I want that movie now because again, we've all talked about the Mothra stuff. You know, why did you say that name? And then they team up to fight Mechagodzilla, and then Mechagodzilla stabs Godzilla in the heart, and Godzilla cries out, and then it echoes around the earth, and I don't know, some big super alien like
Activates
maybe
the
it's
monkey
like,
boxes.
Destroyer.
Godzilla and
monkey
Kong
boxes.
versus
Monkey boxes, yeah.
Cthulhu.
Monkey boxes.
It mixes with the Lovecraftian mythos, and it's like, I don't know, maybe Cthulhu is like the bitch boy of Shub. Oh wait, that one's not. It's some
King Kong
kind of.
could be King Kong could be a Green Lantern since there's a monkey Green Lantern in
Oh,
the
good
Star
God.
Yeah,
Wars.
he shoots a laser and then gets his hand cut off and stabbed in the heart. Yeah.
The only thing he understands is like basic animal things, so he just creates lots of bananas all the time.
Get out of them with bananas.
Of course, Rags, he would create barrels and throw them. That is what monkeys do.
Also, his name is actually Jungle Jim.
Nailed it.
Fucking got it.
But if he creates bananas with his ring, he's automatically better than what we already have.
Yes.
And you can
Also-
imagine the
if
scene
that,
right
hey, if
now.
it's better. If the off the cuff ideas I have are better than the real thing, I mean, it's just,
Little
Off the
baby
cuff
Godzilla.
jokes, even.
You just have little
Hey.
baby Godzilla watching as Papa Godzilla and Mama Godzilla get shot and have their pearls ripped off.
Oh no.
Mothra, why did you say that?
Is it just me or does Batman look like crap here?
Yeah,
He's kind of T-posing, but not really.
It almost feels like these people were not standing and doing this pose, kind of. Like
Yeah,
it was
what's
almost
with
cut
the-
together.
The random, almost weird plates that are like whitish, and then just how cheap that it looks like plastic. Like
I
really
remember
cheap
it being
plastic.
better in
looks
the
like-
original version.
Guys,
Yeah.
his armor reminds me of like a grayer Bible man. That's what he looks like here.
He does kind of give Bible Man vibes. Yeah.
The Bible Man.
We could probably watch some Bible Man. There's
Oh,
probably some really good. There was an animated Bible Man.
Oh, dude,
the
he's got
animated
movies Bible
adventures.
Man.
Please, please,
Has to be done. We got to do it.
We
Oh,
have.
it's-
Let me
do it.
It looks
we're-
like crap though.
We are 2 minutes away from the end of this video, by the way. We're almost there.
Oh,
God.
thank Superman.
Audiences would have eventually come around to his way of making movies.
Oh yeah, and just to end this fucking argument, what if I said Joss Whedon should have been given Justice League 2 and 3, and maybe people would have come around to Justice League by then? How about that, Brown Table? Now what? You know what? Maybe if we just got
Defeating the
another
shadow of
17,
doubt.
another
Bob.
17 Resident Evil movies, people would have come around to Paul W.S. Anderson's series. I don't know.
Maybe they should have made some sequels to The Room. They would have come around to Tommy Wiseau's
No.
vision.
Guys, hear me out. Hear me out.
People came around to Neil Breen.
Hear me out.
What am I looking
Hear me out. Zack Snyder's Bible Man. Perfect.
Well, it feels like a match made in
He
heaven.
was-
You know?
It's like he was born for that.
Yes, and that's why I'm just stunned by the how well that fits together, Zack Snyder and Bible Man.
Oh, it's
Ooh.
perfect.
Dust Bible Man.
Bibeleman.
A really important thing Zach said in the interview came when the interviewer asked, when you see what Marvel is doing in its movies, do you ever think...
You like the gaps he takes?
Marvel,
You see
is
what
doing its
Marvel is
movies.
doing.
Do you ever think I should be doing more of that? So here's the thing, like, you don't actually pause. So this is like in poems, right? When you're reading a poem, just because you get to the end of the line, that doesn't mean you necessarily stop if there's not a comma there. You just keep going.
Well, the pauses are all in the wrong places to make him sound more... I don't know what it is. It's this weird fucking thing the video essay is... Because it should be... When you see what Marvel is doing in its movies, do you ever think I should be doing more of that? Like, that's probably like the most standard way to read that sentence. Instead, he's like, when you see what Marvel is doing in its movies, and you're like, why are you reading it this way? Stop it. You're not being normal.
When you see what Marvel is doing in its movies, do you ever think I should be doing more
Oh, my brain's
of that?
Oh.
I should be doing more of that? And Zach responded,
Fucking discount
No.
Shatner bullshit.
not at all. I don't know
No,
how to hit a
not
ball
at
any
all.
different than how I hit it. A director has one skill.
Wait,
Your point-
I don't know how to hit a ball any
Yeah, so
different
you
than
learn
how
how
I
to
hit
do
it.
it differently. What the hell kind of
Director has one
response?
skill. A director has one skill. Your point of view.
No.
I feel
A
like
director
I
has
have a lot
one
of skills.
skill.
I
Yeah,
feel like
fuck
there's
off.
many.
Yeah.
Director's like the one job where you'd be like, right, so this is the first go-to I have for someone that needs to have more than one skill. Like a director of a movie. They
You
have
got to
have
be
a
able to do
shit
more than
ton.
one thing. You've got a lot riding on your job, and you got to put together a lot of things, and you have to direct a lot of different people.
Oh boy.
You have to
Point
keep
of
this
view.
job together.
That's all you have. If you're trying to
now.
imitate another way of making a movie, then you're on a slippery slope. And that's true.
So
what?
everybody, when they're making a movie, is taking shit from stuff
Imitating
they've seen.
somebody. All creative work is derivative.
Pretty hard to escape that one, even for Zach.
Sometimes certain movies come out and they all feel the same. And before you get pressed by what Snyder said, I don't think he means a director can't take inspiration from other
there she
directors.
goes, killing everyone.
They were filming the brain splattering scene. How wonderful. I love it.
Oh,
Means a director can't take
they CG'd in
inspiration
the
from other
children later.
directors. I mean, you have to learn from the best, or at least the ones that.
Dude, I'm getting confused. You're saying you shouldn't copy anybody, but you have to learn from the best. You're like,
What does it mean to learn
What
from
do
the
you
best?
mean?
He's not going to explore it because he has to
I
be
think
nice
you could
and
learn
vague.
from the worst. Absolutely.
He's just like the movie. It presents you a couple things, and then the viewer has to do the rest. You bring all of your baggage, and you apply whatever you thought, and then you'll find meaning, and then you'll say, hey, this thing was good. It's like, it wasn't. It was you all along. It wasn't even the video.
The movie was you, Zach.
It
It was always you.
inspire you.
It was me,
right?
Barry.
But ultimately, the one making the movie and making all the decisions is the director. So why be anything else
I thought it
other
was
than
the
just being
producer.
unapologetically
You.
you?
The pauses.
Pauses are insufferable. We did it, though. Right?
I hope you enjoyed the video. Please,
Oh,
please,
no.
please
Shit.
check out.
Brown table
Should
is really
I
bad.
should I include link in the description?
Maybe.
I'm surprised you didn't
You know
put
what?
you
For the meme,
on
we'll
the
just do it.
screen.
Yeah, that's probably one of the things that got cut. He was like, it's
You.
too overt. if
Well,
I say
you may have
and
noticed
put
that
you.
they've slowed down a lot in the second half. In the first half, they're everywhere.
Yeah, that's true.
Check out Interstellar Ranger Commence. I've been killing myself over it, and thank you so much,
I'm
Mass
sure there'll
Mac,
be
for
many
the
more
Hope
deaths to
Griffin
come.
fan art. It looks so
Hey, she looks
freaking
like an
incredible.
adult in this one.
Hey.
I am still in awe. Thanks so much, everyone, for watching the video. I really hope you all
Merch
enjoyed
link
it.
in
I
the
sincerely
description.
appreciate
IRC
it. Thank you so much, patrons, for supporting
Oh,
me time
write
and
down
time.
all the patrons now.
like-
No, fuck you.
So, like, if you buy a shirt of IRC Hope, and it's just like, it's like it's like a guardian for your virginity.
Hey, some people need those guardians, alright? They gotta protect them from the whammon.
It's like I would rather wear a Bible Man shirt than that Hope that Interstellar Ranger Commence Hope shirt. Unironically, I would wear Bible Man shirt just because people would like, hey, Bible Man. People would see that and they just think I'm a loser.
I would wear a
But really,
Bible
you're the
shirt.
big brain.
I would, yeah, I'd walk in with my Bible Man shirt, my big cock just helicoptering around, and oh man, Bible Man,
EFAP
what a
into
hero.
the Bible verse.
the Bible verse.
So,
I feel like Bible Man is the perfect content for us to watch once we finish through the DCEU. Like that's our
you feel like
reward.
it best complements the Snyderverse, is that what you're saying?
Bible
Yeah,
Man.
absolutely.
Bible
Perhaps,
Man
yeah.
versus the Snyder. So, problem, right? I was actually hoping that it wouldn't take us this long to get through one.
This happens all the time, Mahler. Every
Yeah.
single time.
But there's a double
Every
dose
time.
of bad news because
I was hoping it wouldn't take us 4 hours to get through the first video, but what do you know? It did.
But so, for the same reason we would delay getting this one out in general, is the same reason why I already knew that this one's going to have to be half as long. And I was hoping that we'd at least get the 2 videos covered within the time. But there is no way we're going to be able to do that with this next one. Now I'm just trying to figure out what the best thing to do is next, because I am afraid I cannot continue. But I still do want to cover that other
Do we do
one.
super chats?
So, well, those hopefully mean you
Do we make a
can,
2-parter?
well, I guess it would just be a catch up, or we could make it a second part. There's a lot we need to catch up on at this point.
Just
It's
do it
unfortunate
second
because
part, yeah.
Offline EFAP. for
that's
the
another
second video.
option. We might be able to do it that way. This is I know, chat. This is not preferable. Trust me. I would like to stay.
Wow, my stream on Saturday was longer than that. You
You stream
fraud.
every day playing Risk of Rain 2.
You frog.
Oh, you mean on twitch.tv/Metal Commander?
Well, you know what?
Link in the
The latest one to
description.
have a reading
Link
of
in the
Justice League
description.
2.
Your accent's so thick, no one knows what you said.
So, before we get into this video,
Whoa,
let me tell you
racist.
about today's sponsor, twitch.tv/Metal
Commander.
But yeah, I've also apparently I'm on a stream tomorrow with World Class Bullshitters, and then Wednesday we've got something that we're doing, us EFAP lads. I need to set up a recording for Meme Fab. We need to do this next video for the Snyder Cut. We've got Falcon and the Winter Soldier to do on Saturday or even Sunday. I'm not actually sure which way is going to be free. Also, we need to do catching up on Super Chats, as well as more Batwoman. We are behind on our Batwoman. The
Very behind.
On our Batwoman. Oh.
EFAP is struggling to keep up with all of the content in one of the driest media years ever. So it's a bit awkward. But hopefully, like, just give it a few more days and everything will start going way faster again. We were lucky to get this one out today, honestly. And I'm sorry that it's not as much as usual, but all of the things will be that I'll collect everything up and make sure we don't miss a thing. And I can't wait for the day that we might just say, hey, what should we do now? Wouldn't that be wonderful?
Well, I think what Mahler's trying to say here is that Mr. Biggles has won.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I love this
no.
EFAP. Please do more about the
Biggles
Justice League.
Mr. Biggles is the dark side of this arc.
We just have to hope
Big
Mr.
Justice
Biggles
League.
forgets what EFAP
More like
is.
Mr. Smallest.
So yeah, I suppose would everyone like to talk about what they're up to? Going from the left to the right politically.
I'll go last.
I knew
then.
that. Somehow I knew that was gonna be
I
the
thought
joke.
I was going last.
Because I'm Hitler. Oh.
Hey.
All right, Fringy, talk about things that you do and stuff.
End game video, Fringy comic, and I've been streaming. That's it.
Wow, you did
Which
it
is
so
a lot,
fast.
but that's what I'm up to.
So who's
That's-
slightly less left than Fringy?
Well, no, Mel's next. Do you want to?
Yeah, streaming, working on my John Wick 2 video. That's it.
Wow, you fuckers! Is this because you've been on here for so long now? It's just like why would I even make a show of it? Why would I even try to promote myself? Rags, go ahead.
I mean, that's all there is.
Shut the
I'm
fuck up,
working on
Mel.
a non-Mando video, actually. I find it difficult for me to focus on single massive projects. It's very hard to keep like mentally on it for me. So I'm going to do a more familiar style video that I've been working on and making quite a lot of progress on. It might even be done this week
Ooh.
or within the
Ooh.
week. I don't know when I'm going to release it because I have some stuff to catch up on in terms of channel things and some back end stuff as well. But I think it might be done within the week or so, and then I'll probably have another video relatively shortly done after that as well, and the Mando one will just turn into a background project because there's no sense hurrying on it, especially at this point. Plus, I can't focus on a single thing like that.
Very well. Exciting stuff ahead.
boy.
Southpaw, what are you doing wrong?
Well, my Last of Us 2 script, I'm sort of spinning my wheels there. I am questioning whether I really want to continue talking about the technical aspects of the game as well as the gameplay and just focus more on the story. Other than that, I'm thinking of, well, of course, I've got a Batman Begins video to work on. And, oh, right, I'm also contemplating covering the rest of the Raimi trilogy because my first outing with that was so fun. So, I'm also going through a TV show with some friends, including Meme Repository. It's called Terriers. It's wonderful. It's one of the best TV shows that I've ever seen.
Terriers?
And Terriers,
Is it about dogs?
No.
It is not about dogs, I'm afraid.
That was my first thought too.
Well, that's what everyone thought, which was why no one watched it, because they tuned in and they saw, oh, this is not about dogs. This isn't what I wanted to watch, and they just turned it off, and then the show got canceled after one season.
That's a bit misleading, I will say.
But it was a great show, and we're gonna do something kind of similar to what you guys did with Hill House, where I'll upload edited reactions to the episodes with discussions afterwards, and yeah, it's fun.
Sweet. Meme repository. What are you up to?
Oh, so visuals have started on Mandalorian video, so that will be out eventually. Obviously, still got the episode 9 video coming this lifetime. And I've also started, and I'm also into the work with the Snyder Cut reaction, and that's going to take a long while because not only is it for fucking hours, but I also I also just want it to be just the best it can be. Like, just follow up on all the running jokes, add its own jokes, have all the editing nice and snappy, not cutting any corners. So that's gonna take a little while to come out, but it will be worth it once it's there. Once the fapping begins, so that'll be good. So that's what I'm working on at the moment.
Excellent. I myself, still not in a position to be able to give any significant update. The boys, that is what's happening. With lots of EFAP stuff on the way. Yeah, I'm gonna collect everything up to make sure we haven't missed anything to read out, and we will figure out. We've got loads of things to try and plan relating to this particular group, other groups, and different EFAP coverage we got all over the place. That's probably about it. Thank you all so much for hanging out. It's been
everyone. That was fun. That was a fun video to
That was
cover.
a funny one.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Yeah, I really
had a good
That was
time.
good fat.
and this one will go up pretty quickly because it's under 5 hours, and those process really quickly when I move them over to Moolah, so that's nice. And
oh yeah,
yes, lots more things on the way. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us and for the donations. The fun. I'm sure I'm gonna have to collect a whole bunch of memes. Seriously, meme fap's gotta happen. It's getting critical with the memes that we.
Oh shit.
We'll be alright.
gotta
Meme
clean those
overload.
pipes.
Oh yes, too many memes.
Spitting mad fire, dropping hot takes, picking up mother's trident.
Every day. All right. Bye all. See you tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah, goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Wombo fumes.
Womb.
You.